Section 24 of Lodore. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Lodore by Mary Shelley, Volume 2, Chapter 6. Alas, he knows! The laws of Spain appoint me for his heir, that all must come to me if I outlive him, which sure I must do by the course of nature. Beaumont and Fletcher. Edward Villiers was the only child of a man of considerable fortune, who had early in life become a widower. From the period of this event, Colonel Villiers, for his youth had been passed in the army where he obtained promotion, had led the careless life of a single man. His son's home was at Maristow Castle when not at school, and the father seldom remembered him except as an encumbrance, for his estate was strictly entailed, so that he could only consider himself possessed of a life interest in a property which would devolve without restriction on his more fortunate son. Edward was brought up in all the magnificence of his uncle's lordly abode. Luxury and profusion were the elements of the air he breathed. To be without any desired object that could be purchased appeared baseness and lowest penury. He, also, was considered the favored one of fortune in the family circle. The elder brother among the Savilles rose above, but the younger fell infinitely below, the undoubted heir of 8,000 a year, and one of the most delightful seats in England. He was brought up to look upon himself as a rich man, and to act as such, and meanwhile, until his father's death, he had nothing to depend on except any allowance he might make him. Colonel Villiers was a man of fashion, addicted to all the extravagances and even vices of the times. He set no bounds to his expenses. Gambling consumed his nights, and his days were spent at horse races or any other occupation that at once excited and impoverished him. His income was as a drop of water in the mighty stream of his expenditure. Involvement followed involvement until he had not a shilling that he could properly call his own. Poor Edward heard of these things, but did not mark them. He indulged in no blameworthy pursuits, nor spent more than beseemed a man in his rank of life. The idea of debt was familiar to him. Everyone, even Lord Maristow, was in debt far beyond his power of immediate payment. He followed the universal example and suffered no inconvenience, while his wants were obligingly supplied by the fashionable tradesmen. He regarded the period of his coming of age as a time when he should become disembarrassed, and enter upon life with ample means and still more brilliant prospects. The day arrived. It was celebrated with splendor at Maristow Castle. Colonel Villiers was abroad, but Lord Maristow wrote to him to remind him of this event, which otherwise he might have forgotten. A kind letter of congratulation was, in consequence, received from him by Edward, to which was appended a postscript saying that on his return, at the end of a few weeks, he would consult concerning some arrangements he wished to make with regard to his future income. His return was deferred, and Edward began to experience some of the annoyances of debt. Still, no real pain was associated with his feelings, though he looked forward with eagerness to the hour of liberation. Colonel Villiers came at last. He spoke largely of his intended generosity, which was shown meanwhile by his persuading Edward to join in a mortgage for the sake of raising an immediate sum. Edward scarcely knew what he was about. He was delighted to be of service to his father, and without thought or idea of having made a sacrifice, agreed to all that was asked of him. He was promised an allowance of 600 a year. The few years that had passed since then were full of painful experience and bitter initiation. His light and airy spirit was slow to conceive ill or to resent wrong. When his annuity remained unpaid, he listened to his father's excuses with implicit credence, and deplored his poverty. One day he received a note from him, written as usual in haste and confusion, but breathing anxiety and regret on his account, and promising to pay over to him the first money he could obtain. On the evening of that day, Edward was led by a friend into the gambling room of a celebrated club. The first man on whom his eyes fell was his father, who was risking and losing rouleaux and notes in abundance. At one moment, while making over a large sum, he suddenly perceived his son. He grew pale, and then a deep blush spread itself over his countenance. Edward withdrew. His young heart was pierced to the core. The consciousness of a father's falsehood and guilt acted on him as the sudden intelligence of some fatal disaster would have done. He breathed thick. The objects swam round him. He hurried into the streets. He traversed them one after the other. It was not this scene alone, this single act. The veil was withdrawn from a whole series of others similar, and he became aware that his parent had stepped beyond the line of mere extravagance, that he had lost honorable feeling, that lies were common in his mouth, and every other, even his only child, was sacrificed to his own selfish and bad passions. Edward never again asked his father for money. The immediate result of the meeting in the gambling room had been his receiving a portion of what was due to him, but his annuity was always in arrear, and paid so irregularly that it became worse than nothing in his eyes, especially as the little that he received was immediately paid over to creditors and to defray the interest of borrowed money. He never applied again to Colonel Villiers. He would have considered himself guilty of a crime had he forced his father to forge fresh subterfuges and to lie to his own son. Brought up in the midst of the wealthy, he had early imbibed a horror of pecuniary obligation, and this fastidiousness grew more sensitive and peremptory with each added day of his life. Yet with all this, he had not learnt to set a right value upon money, and he squandered whatever he obtained with thoughtless profusion. He had no friend to whose counsel he could recur. Lord Maristow railed against Colonel Villiers, and when he heard of Edward's difficulties, offered to remonstrate and force his brother-in-law to extricate him, but here ended his assistance, which was earnestly rejected. Horatio's means were exceedingly limited, but on a word from his cousin, he eagerly besought him to have recourse to his purse. To avoid his kindness and his uncle's interference, Edward became reserved. He had recourse to Jews and moneylenders, and appeared at ease, while he was involving himself in countless and still increasing embarrassments. Edward was naturally extravagant, or, to speak more correctly, his education and position implanted and fostered habits of expense and prodigality, while his careless disposition was unapt to calculate consequences. His very attempts at economy frequently cost him more than his most expensive whims. He was not, like his father, a gambler, nor did he enter into any very reprehensible pleasures, but he had little to spend, and was thoughtless and confiding, and being always in arrear, was forced in a certain way to continue a system which perpetually led him further into the maze and rendered his return impossible. He had no hope of becoming independent except through his father's death. Colonel Villiers, meanwhile, had no idea of dying. He was not 50 years of age, and considering his own a better life than his son's, involuntarily speculated on what he should do if he should chance to survive him. He was a handsome and fashionable man. He often meditated a second marriage. if he could render it advantageous, and repined at his inability to make settlements, which was an insuperable impediment to his project. Edward's death would overcome this difficulty. Such were the speculations of father and son, and the portion of filial and paternal affection which their relative position but too usually inspires. Until he was 21, Edward had never spent a thought upon his scanty resources. 3 years had passed since then, 3 brief years which had a little taught him of what homely stuff the world is made, yet care and even reflection had not yet disturbed his repose. Days, months sped on, and nothing reminded him of his relative wealth or poverty in a way to annoy him, till he knew Ethel. He had been interested for her in America. He had seen her, young and lovely, drowned in grief, sorrowing with the heart's first prodigal sorrow for her adored father. He had left her, and thought of her no more, except as a passing reflection that in the natural course of things she was now to become the pupil of Lady Lodore, and consequently that her unsophisticated feelings and affectionate heart would speedily be tarnished and hardened under her influence. He anticipated meeting her hereafter in ballrooms and assemblies, changed into a flirting, giddy, yet worldly-minded girl, intent upon a good establishment and a fashionable partner. He encountered her under the sober and primitive guardianship of Mrs. Fitzhenry, unchanged and unharmed. The same radiant innocence beamed from her face. Her sweet voice was still true and heart-reaching in its tones. Her manner mirrored the purity and lustre of a mind incapable of guile, and adorned with every generous and gentle sentiment. He drew near her with respect and admiration, and soon no other object showed fair in his eyes except Ethel. She was the star of the world, and he felt happy only when the light of her presence shone upon him. Her voice and smile visited his dreams, and spoke peace and delight to his heart. She was to him as a jewel, yet sweeter and lovelier than any gem, shut up in a casket, of which he alone possessed the key, as a pearl, of whose existence an Indian diver is aware, beneath the waves of ocean, deep buried from every other eye. There was all in Ethel that could excite and keep alive imaginative and tender love. In characterizing a race of women, a delightful writer has described her individually. She was in her nature a superior being. Her majestic forehead, her dark, thoughtful eye, assured you that she had communed with herself. She could bear to be left in solitude, yet what a look was hers if animated by mirth or love! She was poetical if not a poet, and her imagination was high and chivalrous. The elevated tone of feeling fostered by her father, her worship of his virtues, and the loneliness of her life in the Illinois combined to render her dissimilar to any girl Villiers had ever before known or admired. When unobserved, he watched her countenance, and marked the varying tracery of high thoughts and deep emotions pass over it. Her dark eye looked out from itself on vacancy, but read there a meaning only to be discerned by vivid imagination. And then, when that eye, so full of soul, turned on him, and affection and pleasure at once animated and softened its glances, when her sweet lips, so delicate in their shape, so balmy and soft in their repose, were wreathed into a smile, he felt that his whole being was penetrated with enthusiastic admiration, and that his nature had bent to a law from which it could never again be liberated. That she should mingle with the world, enter into its contaminating pursuits, be talked of in it with that spirit of depreciation and impertinence which is its essence, was odious to him, and he was overjoyed to have her safe at Richmond, secure from Lady Lodore, shut up apart from all things except nature, her unsophisticated aunt, and his own admiration. A bird of beauty, brooding in its own fair nest, unendangered by the fowler. These were his feelings, but by degrees other reflections forced themselves on him, and love, which, when it has knocked and been admitted, will be a tyrant, obliged him to entertain regrets and fears which agonized him. His hourly aspiration was to make her his own. Would that dear heart open to receive into its recesses his image, and thenceforward dedicate itself to him only? Might he become her lover, guardian, husband, and they tread together the jungle of life, aiding each other to thread its mazes and to ward off every danger that might impend over them. Bitter worldly considerations came to mar the dainty colors of this fair picture. He could not conceal from himself the poverty that must attend him during his father's life. Lord Lodore's singular will reduced Ethel's property to almost nothing. Should he then ally her to his scanty means and broken fortune? His resolution was made. He would not deny himself the present pleasure of seeing her. To spare any future pain in which he should be the only sufferer, but on the first token of exclusive regard on her side, he would withdraw forever. End of Volume 2, Chapter 6. Recording by Linda Johnson. Section 25 of Lodore. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Lodore by Mary Shelley. Volume 2, Chapter 7. The world is too much with us. Wordsworth. Mrs. Elizabeth Fitzhenry's morning task was to read the newspapers, the only intercourse she held with the world, and all her knowledge of it was derived from these daily sheets. Ethel never looked at them. Her thoughts held no communion with the vulgar routine of life, and she was too much occupied by her studies and reveries to spend any time upon topics so uninteresting as the state of the nation or the scandal of the day. One morning, while she was painting, her aunt observed, in her usual tone of voice, scarce lifting her eyes from the paper, "Mr. Villiers did not tell us this. He is going to be married. I wonder who to." "Married!" repeated Ethel. "Yes, my dear, here it is. We hear from good authority that Mr. Villiers of Chiverton Park is about to lead to the hymeneal altar a young and lovely bride, the only child of a gentleman said to be the richest commoner in England. Who can it be?" Ethel did not reply, and the elder lady went on to other parts of the newspaper. The poor girl, on whom she had dealt all unaware this chance mortal blow, put down her brush and hurried into the shrubbery to conceal her agitation. Why did she feel these sharp pangs? Why did a bitter deluge of anguish overflow and seem to choke her breathing and torture her heart? She could scarcely tell. Married! Then I shall never see him more. And a passion of tears, not refreshing, but forced out by agony and causing her to feel as if her heart was bursting, shook her delicate frame. At that moment the well-known sound, the galloping of Villiers' horse up the lane, met her ear. Does he come here to tell us at last of his wedding day? The horse came on. It stopped. The bell was rung. Little acts these, which she had watched for and listened to for 2 months with such placid and innocent delight, now they seemed the notes of preparation for a scene of despair. She wished to retreat to her own room to compose herself, but it was too late. He was already in that through which she must pass. She heard his voice speaking to her aunt. Now he is telling her, she thought. No idea of reproach or of accusation of unkindness in him dawned on her heart. No word of love had passed between them. Even yet she was unaware that she loved herself. It was the instinctive result of this despot sentiment which exerted its sway over her, without her being conscious of the cause of her sufferings. The first words of Mrs. Fitzhenry had been to speak of the paragraph in the newspaper and to show it her visitor. Villiers read it and considered it curiously. He saw at once that, however blunderingly worded, his father was its hero, and he wondered what foundation there might be for the rumor. "Singular enough," he said carelessly, as he put the paper down. "You have kept your secret well," said Mrs. Elizabeth. "My secret! I did not even know that I had one." "I, at least, never heard that you were going to be married." "I? Married? Where is Miss Fitzhenry?" The concatenation of ideas presented by these words fell unremarked on the blunt senses of the good lady, and she replied, "In the shrubbery, I believe, or upstairs. She left me but a moment ago." Villiers hastened to the garden, and soon discerned the tearful girl, who was bending down to pluck and arrange some flowers, so to hide her disturbed countenance. Could we, at the moment of trial, summon our reason and our foregone resolves, could we put the impression of the present moment at a distance, which, on the contrary, presses on us with a power as omnipotent over our soul as a pointed sword piercing the flesh over our life, we might become all that we are not, angels or demigods, or any other being that is not human. As it is, the current of the blood and the texture of the brain are the machinery by which the soul acts, and their mechanism is by no means tractable or easily worked. Once put in motion, we can seldom control their operations, but our serener feelings are whirled into the vortex they create. Thus, Edward Villiers had 1,000 times in his reveries thought over the possibility of a scene occurring, such as the one he was called upon to act in now, and had planned a line of conduct, but like mist before the wind, this gossamer of the mind was swept away by an immediate appeal to his heart through his outward sensations. There stood before him in all her loveliness the creature whose image had lived with him by day and by night for several long months, and the gaze of her soft tearful eyes and the faltering tone of her voice were the laws to which his sense of prudence, of right, was immediately subjected. A few confused sentences interchanged revealed to him that she participated in her aunt's mistake, and her simple question, "Why did you conceal this from me?" spoke the guilelessness of her thoughts, while the anguish which her countenance expressed betrayed that the concealment was not the only source of her grief. This young pair were ignorant how dear they were to each other. Ethel's affection was that generous giving away of a young heart which is unaware of the value of the gift it makes. She had asked for and thought of no return. Though her feeling was the result of a reciprocal one on his side, it was the instinctive love of the dawn of womanhood, subdued and refined by her gentle nature and imaginative mind. Edward was more alive to the nature of his own sentiments, but his knowledge stood him in no stead to fortify him against the power of Ethel's tears. In a moment they understood each other. 1 second sufficed to cause the before impervious veil to fall at their feet. They had stepped beyond this commonplace world and stood beside each other in the new and mysterious region of which love is emperor. "Dearest Ethel," said Villiers, "I have much to tell you. Do arrange that we should ride together. I have very much to tell you. You shall know everything, and judge for us both, though you should condemn me." She looked up in his face with innocent surprise, but no words could destroy the sunshine that brightened her soul. To know that she was loved sufficed then to fill her being to overflowing with happiness, so that there was no room for a second emotion. The lovers rode out together, and thus secured the tête-à-tête which Villiers especially yearned for. Although she was country bred, Mrs. Fitzhenry was too timid to mount on horseback, yet she could not feel fear for her niece, who, under her father's guidance, sat her steed with an ease and perfect command of the animal, which long habit rendered second nature to her. As they rode on, considerably in advance of the groom, they were at first silent, the deep sweet silence which is so eloquent of emotion, till with an effort, slackening his pace and bringing his horse nearer, Villiers began. He spoke of debt, of difficulties, of poverty, of his unconquerable aversion to the making any demands on his father, fruitless demands, for he knew how involved Colonel Villiers was and how incapable even of paying the allowance he nominally made his son. He declared his reluctance to drag Ethel into the sea of cares and discomforts that he felt must surround his youth. He besought her forgiveness for having loved her, for having linked her heart to his. He could not willingly resign her, while he believed that he, all unworthy, was of any worth in her eyes. But would she not discard him for ever, now that she knew that he was a beggar, and that all to which he could aspire was an engagement to be fulfilled at some far distant day, a day that might never come, when fortune should smile on him? Ethel listened with exquisite complacency. Every word Villiers spoke was fraught with tenderness. His eye beamed adoration and sincerest love. Consciousness chained her tongue, and her faltering voice refused to frame any echo to the busy instigations of her virgin heart. Yet it seemed to her as if she must speak, as if she were called upon to avow how light and trivial were all worldly considerations in her eyes. With bashful confusion, she at length said, "You cannot think that I care for fortune. I was happy in the Illinois." Her simplicity of feeling was at this moment infectious. It appeared the excess of selfishness to think of anything but love in a desert, while she had no desire beyond. Indeed, in England or America she lived in a desert, as far as society was concerned, and felt not one of those tenacious though cobweb-seeming ties that held sway over Villiers. All his explanations, therefore, went for nothing. They only felt that this discourse concerning him had drawn them nearer to each other, and had laid the first stone of an edifice of friendship, henceforth to be raised beside the already established one of love. A sudden shower forced them also to return home with speed, and so interrupted any further discussion. In the evening Villiers left them, and Ethel sought as speedily as she might the solitude of her own chamber. She had no idea of hiding any circumstance from Mrs. Fitzhenry, but confidence is, more than any other thing, a matter of interchange, and cannot be bestowed unless the giver is certain of its being received. They had too little sympathy of taste or idea, and were too little in the habit of communicating their inmost thoughts to make Ethel recur to her aunt. Besides, young love is ever cradled in mystery. To reveal it to the vulgar eye appears at once to deprive it of its celestial loveliness, and to marry it to the clod-like earth. But alone, she could think over the past day, recall its minutest incident, and as she imaged to herself the speaking fondness of her lover's eyes, her own closed, and a thrilling sense of delight swept through her frame. What a different world was this to what it had been the day before! The whole creation was invested by a purer atmosphere, balmy as paradise, which no disquieting thought could penetrate. She called upon her father's spirit to approve her attachment, and when she reflected that Edward's hand had supported his dying head, that to Edward Villiers' care his latest words had entrusted her, she felt as if she were a legacy bequeathed to him, and that she fulfilled Lodore's last behests in giving herself to him. So sweetly and fondly did her gentle heart strive to make a duty of her wishes and the idea of her father's approbation set the seal of perfect satisfaction on her dream of bliss. It was somewhat otherwise with Villiers. Things went on as before, and he came nearly every day to Richmond, but while Ethel rested, satisfied with seeing him, and receiving slight, cherished tokens of his unabated regard, as his voice assumed a more familiar tone and his attentions became more affectionate, while these were enough for Ethel, he thought of the future and saw it each day dressed in gloomier colors. In Ethel's presence, indeed, he forgot all but her. He loved her fervently and beheld in her all that he most admired in woman. Her clearness of spirit, her singleness of heart, her unsuspicious and ingenuous disposition were irresistibly fascinating. And why not spend their lives thus in solitude? Their mutual fortune might afford this. Why not forever thus? The happy, the beloved. His life might pass like a dream of joy, and that paradise might be realized on earth, the impossibility of which philosophers have demonstrated and worldlings scoffed at. Thus he thought while in the same room with Ethel. While on his evening ride back to town, her form glided before him, and her voice sounded in his ears. It seemed that where Ethel was, no one earthly bliss could be wanting. Where she was not, a void must exist, dark and dreary as a starless night. But his progress onward took him out of the magic circle her presence drew. A portion of his elevated feeling deserted him at each step. It fell off like the bark peeling from a tree in successive coats, till he was left with scarce a vestige of its brightness, as the hue and the scent deserts the flower when deprived of light. So, when away from Ethel, her lover lost half the excellence which her presence bestowed. Edward Villiers was eminently sociable in his disposition. He had been brought up in the thick of life, and knew not how to live apart from it. His frank and cordial heart danced within his bosom when he was among those who sympathized with and liked him. He was much courted in society, and had many favorites, and how Ethel would like these and be liked by them was a question he perpetually asked himself. He knew the worldliness of many, their defective moral feeling, and their narrow views, but he believed that they were attached to him, and no man was ever less a misanthrope than he. He wished, if married to Ethel, to see her a favorite in his own circle, but he revolted from the idea of presenting her, except under favorable auspices, surrounded by the decorations of rank and wealth. To give up the world, the English world, formed no portion of his picture of bliss, and to occupy a subordinate, degraded, permitted place in it was, to one initiated in its supercilious and insolent assumptions, not to be endured. The picture had also a darker side, which was too often turned towards him. If he felt hesitation when he regarded its brighter aspect, as soon as this was dimmed, the whole current of his feelings turned the other way, and he called himself villain for dreaming of allying Ethel, not to poverty alone, but to its worst consequences and disgrace in the shape of debt. I am a beggar, he thought, one of many wants, and unable to provide for any, the most poverty-stricken of beggars, who has pledged away even his liberty were it claimed of him. I look forward to the course of years with disgust. I cannot calculate the ills that may occur, or with how tremendous a weight the impending ruin may fall. I can bear it alone, but did I see her humiliated, whom I would gladly place on a throne? By heavens, I could not endure life on such terms, and a pistol or some other dreadful means would put an end to an existence become intolerable. As these thoughts fermented within him, he longed to pour them out before Ethel, to unload his mind of its care, to express the sincere affection that led him to her side, and yet urged him to exile himself forever. He rode over each day to Richmond, intent on such a design. But as he proceeded, the fogs and clouds that thickened round his soul grew lighter. At first his pace was regulated. As he drew nearer, he pressed his horse's flank with impatient heel and bounded forward. Each turn in the road was a step nearer the sunshine. Now the bridge, the open field, the winding lane were passed. The walls of her abode and its embowered windows presented themselves. They met, and the glad look that welcomed him drove far away every thought of banishment, and dispelled at once every remnant of doubt and despondency. This state of things might have gone on much longer. Already had it been protracted for 2 months, but for an accidental conversation between Lady Lodore and Villiers. Since the morning after the opera they had scarcely seen each other. Edward's heart was too much occupied to permit him to join in the throng of a ballroom, and they had no chance of meeting except in general society. One evening at the opera, the lady who accompanied Lady Lodore asked a gentleman who had just come into their box what had become of Edward Villiers. He was never to be seen. "He is going to be married," was the reply. "He is in constant attendance on the fair lady at Richmond." "I had not heard of this," observed Lady Lodore, who for Horatio's sake felt an interest for his favourite cousin. "It is very little known. The fiancée lives out of the world, and no one can tell anything about her." "I did hear her name. Young Craycroft has seen them riding together perpetually in Richmond Park and on Wimbledon Common," he told me. "Miss Fitzroy, no, Miss Fitz something it is, Fitzgeorge, no, Fitzhenry. Yes, Miss Fitzhenry is the name." Cornelia reddened and asked no more questions. She controlled her agitation, and at first, indeed, she was scarcely aware how much she felt. But while the whole house was listening to a favourite air, and her thoughts had leisure to rally, they came on her painfully, and involuntary tears filled her eyes. It was sad, indeed, to hear of her child as of a stranger, and to be made to feel sensibly how wide the gulf was that separated them. "My sweet girl, my own Ethel, are you indeed so lost to me?" As her heart breathed this ejaculation, she felt the downy cheek of her babe close to hers, and its little fingers press her bosom. A moment's recollection brought another image. Ethel, grown up to womanhood, educated in hatred of her, negligent and unfilial. This was not the little cherub whose loss she lamented. Let her look round the crowd then about her, and among the fair girls she saw, any one was as near her in affection and duty as the child so early torn from her to be forever estranged and lost. The baleful part of Cornelia's character was roused by these reflections. Her pride, her self-will, her spirit of resistance. "And for this she has been taken from me," she thought, "to marry while yet a child, a ruined man, to be wedded to care and indigence. Thus would it not have been had she been entrusted to me. Oh, how hereafter she may regret the injuries of her mother when she feels the effects of them in her own adversity. It is not for me to prevent this ill-judged union. The aunt and niece would see in my opposition a motive to hasten it. Wise as they fancy themselves, wise and good, what I, the reviled, reprobated, they would therefore pursue with more eagerness. Be it so, my day will yet come." A glance of triumph shot across her face as she indulged in this emotion of revenge, the most deceitful and reprehensible of human feelings. Revenge against a child, how sad at best, how sure to bring with it its recompense of bitterness of spirit and remorse. But Cornelia's heart had been rudely crushed, and in the ruin of her best affections her mother had substituted noxious passions of many kinds, pride chief of all. While thus excited and indignant, she saw Edward Villiers. He came into her box. The lady with her was totally unaware of what had been passing in her thoughts, nor reverted to the name mentioned as having any connection with her. She asked Villiers if it were true that he was going to be married. Lady Lodore heard the question. She turned on him her eyes full of significant meaning, and with a smile of scorn answered for him. "Oh, yes, Mr. Villiers is going to be married. His bride is young, beautiful, and portionless, but he has the tastes of a hermit. He means to emigrate to America. His simple and inexpensive habits are admirably suited to the wilderness." This was said as if in jest, and answered in the same tone. The third in the trio joined in, quite unaware of the secret meaning of the conversation. Several bitter allusions were made by Lady Lodore, and the truth of all she said sent her words home to Edward's heart. She drew, as if playfully, a representation of high-bred indigence that made his blood curdle. As if she could read his thoughts, she echoed their worst suggestions and unrolled the page of futurity, such as he had often depicted it to himself, presenting in sketchy yet forcible colors a picture from which his soul recoiled. He would have escaped, but there was a fascination in the topic, and in the very bitterness of spirit which she awakened. He rather encouraged her to proceed, while he abhorred her for so doing, acknowledging the while the justice of all she said. Lady Lodore was angry, and she felt pleasure in the pain she inflicted. Her wit became keener, her sarcasm more pointed, yet stopping short with care of anything that should betray her to their companion, and avoiding, with inimitable tact, any expression that should convey to one not in the secret that she meant anything more than raillery or good-humoured quizzing, as it is called. At length Villiers took his leave. "Were I," he said, "the unfortunate man you represent me to be, you would have to answer for my life this night. But reassure yourself, it is all a dream. I have no thoughts of marrying, and the fair girl, whose fate, as my wife Lady Lodore so kindly compassionates, is safe from every danger of becoming the victim of my selfishness and poverty." This was said laughing, yet an expressive intonation of voice conveyed his full meaning to Cornelia. "I have done a good deed if I have prevented this marriage," she thought, "yet a thankless one. After all, he is a gentleman, and under Sister Bessie's guardianship poor Ethel might fall into worse hands." While Lady Lodore thus dismissed her anger and all thought of its cause, Villiers felt more resentment than had ever before entered his kind heart. The truths which the lady had spoken were unpalatable, and the mode in which they were uttered was still more disagreeable. He hated her for having discovered them, and for presenting them so vividly to his sight. At one moment he resolved never to see Ethel more, while he felt that he loved her with tenfold tenderness, and would have given worlds to become the source of all happiness to her, wishing this the more ardently because her mother had pictured him as being the cause to her of every ill. Edward's nature was very impetuous, but perfectly generous. The tempest of anger allayed, he considered all that Lady Lodore had said impartially, and while he felt that she had only repeated what he had told himself 1,000 times, he resolved not to permit resentment to control him, and to turn him from the right path. He felt also that he ought no longer to delay acting on his good resolutions. His intercourse with Miss Fitzhenry had begun to attract attention, and must therefore cease. Once again he would ride over to Richmond, once again see her, say farewell, and then stoically banish every pleasant dream, every heart-enthralling hope, willingly sacrificing his dearest wishes at the shrine of her welfare. End of Volume 2, Chapter 7. Recording by Linda Johnson. Section 26 of Lodore. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Lodore by Mary Shelley, Volume 2, Chapter 8. She to a window came that opened west, towards which coast her love his way addressed. There looking forth she in her heart did find many vain fancies working her unrest, and sent her winged thoughts more swift than wind to bear unto her love the message of her mind. The Fairy Queen. Ethel, happy in her seclusion, was wholly unaware of her mother's interference and its effects. She had not the remotest suspicion that it would be considered as conducive to her welfare to banish the only friend that she had in the world. In her solitary position, life was a blank without Edward, and while she congratulated herself on her good fortune in the concurrence of circumstances that had brought them together, and, as she believed, established her happiness on the dearest and most secure foundations, she was far from imagining that he was perpetually revolving the necessity of bidding her adieu forever. If she had been told 2 years before that all intercourse between her and her father were to cease, it would scarcely have seemed more unnatural or impossible than that such a decree should be issued to divide her from one to whom her young heart was entirely given. She relied on him as the support of her life, her guide and protector. She loved him as the giver of good to her. She almost worshipped him for the many virtues which he either really possessed or with which her fondness bounteously gifted him. Meanwhile, the unacute observations of Mrs. Fitzhenry began to be awakened. She gave herself great credit for discovering that there was something singular in the constant attendance of Edward, and yet, in fact, she owed her illumination on this point to her man of law. Mr. Humphreys, whom she had seen on business the day before, finding how regular a visitor Villiers was, and their only one, first elevated his eyebrows and then relaxed into a smile as he said, "I suppose I am soon to wish Miss Fitzhenry joy." This same day Edward had ridden down to them. A violent storm prevented his return to town. He slept at the inn and breakfasted with the ladies in the morning. There was something familiar and home-felt in his appearance at the breakfast table that filled Ethel with delight. Women, says the accomplished author of Paul Clifford, think that they must always love a man whom they have seen in his nightcap. There is deep philosophy in this observation, and it was a portion of that feeling which made Ethel feel so sweetly complacent when Villiers, unbidden, rang the bell and gave his orders to the servant as if he had been at home. Aunt Bessie started a little, and while the young people were strolling in the shrubbery and renewing the flowers in the vases, she was pondering on the impropriety of their position and wondering how she could break off an intimacy she had hitherto encouraged. But one way presented itself to her plain imagination, the old resource, a return to Longfield. With light heart and glad looks, Ethel bounded upstairs to dress for dinner, and she was twining her ringlets round her taper fingers before the glass when her aunt entered with a look of serious import. "My dear Ethel, I have something important to say to you." Ethel stopped in her occupation and turned inquiring eyes on her aunt. "My dear," continued Mrs. Fitzhenry, "we have been a long time away. If you please, we will return to Longfield." This time Ethel did not grow pale. She turned again to the mirror, saying with a smile that lighted her whole countenance, "Dear aunt, that is impossible. I would rather not." No negative could have been more imposing on the good lady than this. She did not know how to reply, how to urge her wish. "Dearest aunt," continued her niece, "you are losing time. Dinner will be announced, and you are not dressed. We will talk of Longfield to-morrow. We must not keep Mr. Villiers waiting." It was often the custom of Aunt Bessie, like the father of Hamlet, to sleep after dinner. She did not betake herself to her orchard, but her armchair, for a few minutes' gentle doze. Ethel and Villiers meanwhile walked out, and descending to the riverside, they were enticed by the beauty of the evening to go upon the water. Ethel was passionately fond of every natural amusement, Boating was a pleasure that she enjoyed almost more than any other, and one with which she was seldom indulged, for her spinster aunt had so many fears and objections, and considered every event but sitting still in her drawing-room, or a quiet drive with her old horses, as so fraught with danger and difficulty that it required an absolute battle ever to obtain her consent for her niece to go on the river. She would have died before she could have entered a boat herself, and, walking at the water's edge, she always insisted that Ethel should keep close to the bank, while by the repetition of expressions of alarm and entreaties to return, she destroyed every possibility of enjoyment. The river sped swiftly on, calm and free. There is always life in a stream, of which a lake is frequently deprived when sleeping beneath a windless sky. A river pursues forever its course, accomplishing the task its creator has imposed, and its waters are forever changing while they seem the same. It was a balmy summer evening. The air seemed to brood over the earth, warming and nourishing it. All nature reposed, and yet not as a lifeless thing, but with the same enjoyment of rest as gladdened the hearts of the two beings, who, with gratitude and love, drank in the influence of this softest hour of day. The equal splash of the oar, or its dripping when suspended, the clear reflection of tree and lawn in the river, the very color of the stream, stolen as it was from heaven itself, the plash of the wings of the waterfowl who skimmed the waves towards their rushy nests, every sound and every appearance was beautiful, harmonious, and soothing. Ethel's soul was at peace, grateful to heaven and satisfied with everything around her. A tenderness beamed from her eyes and was diffused over her attitude and attuned her voice, which acted as a spell to make Edward forget everything but herself. They had both been silent for some time, a sweet silence more eloquent than any words, when Ethel observed, "My aunt wishes to return to Longfield." Villiers started as if he had trodden upon a serpent, exclaiming, "To Longfield? Oh, yes! That were far best. When shall you go?" "Why is it best? Why should we go?" asked Ethel with surprise. "Because," replied Villiers impetuously, "it had been better that you had never left it, that we had never met. It is not thus that I can fulfill my promise to your father to guard and be kind to his child. I am practicing on your ignorance, taking advantage of your loneliness, and doing you an injury for which I should call any other a villain were he guilty." It was the very delight that Edward had been a moment before enjoying, the very beauty and calmness of nature, and the serenity and kindness of the sweet face turned towards him, which stirred such bitterness. Checking himself, however, he continued after a pause, in a more subsided tone. "Are there any words by which I can lay bare my heart to you, Ethel? None! To speak of my true and entire attachment is almost an insult, and to tell you that I tear myself from you for your own sake sounds like impertinence. Yet all this is true, and it is the reverence that I have for your excellence, the idolatry which your singleness of heart and sincere nature inspires, which prompts me to speak the truth, though that be different from the usual language of gallantry, or what is called love. Will you hate me or pity me most when I speak of my determination never to see you more? You cannot guess how absolutely I am a ruined man, how I am one of those despicable hangers-on of the rich and noble, who cover my rags with mere gilding. I am a beggar. I have not a shilling that I can call my own, and it is only by shifts and meannesses that I can go on from day to day, while each one menaces me with a prison or flight to a foreign country. I shall go, and you will regret me, Ethel, or you will despise me. It were best of all that you forgot me. I am not worthy of you. No man could be. That I have known you and loved you, and for your sake banished myself from you, will be the solitary ray of comfort that will shed some faint glow over my chilled and darkened existence. Will you say even now one word of comfort to me?" Ethel looked up. The pure affectionateness of her heart prevented her from feeling for herself. She thought only of her lover. "Would that I could comfort you," she said. "You will do what you think right, and that will be your best consolation. Do not speak of hatred or contempt or indifference. I shall not change, though we part forever. How is it possible that I should ever cease to feel regard for one who has ever been kind, considerate, and generous to me? Go if you think it right. I am a foolish girl and know nothing of the world, and I will not doubt that you decide for the best." Villiers took her hand and held it in his. His heart was penetrated by her disinterested self-forgetfulness and confidence. He felt that he was loved, and that he was about to part from her forever. The pain and pleasure of these thoughts mingled strangely. He had no words to express them. He felt that it would be easier to die than to give her up. Aunt Bessie, on the river's bank, imploring their return, recalled them from the fairy region to which their spirits had wandered. For one moment they had been united in sentiment. One kindred emotion of perfect affection had, as it were, married their souls one to the other. At the alien sound of poor Bessie's voice, the spell fled away on airy wings, leaving them disenchanted. The rudder was turned, the boat reached the shore, and unable to endure frivolous talk about any subject except the one so near his heart, Villiers departed and rode back to town, miserable yet most happy, despairing yet full of joy. To such a riddle, love, which finds its completion in sympathy and knows no desire beyond, is the only solution. The feelings of Ethel were even more unalloyed. She had no doubts about the future. The present embraced the world. She did not attempt to unravel the dreamy confusion of her thoughts, or to clear up the golden mist that hung before, curtaining most gloriously the reality beyond. Her step was buoyant, her eyes sparkling and joyous. Love and gladness sat lightly on her bosom, and gratitude to heaven for bestowing so deep a sense of happiness was the only sentiment that mingled with these. Villiers, on leaving them, had promised to return the next day, and on the morrow she rose, animated with such a spirit as may be kindled within the bosom of an enchantress when she pronounces the spell which is to control the movements of the planetary orbs. She was more than queen of the world, for she was empress of Edward's heart, and ruling there, she reigned over the course of destiny and bent to her will the conflicting elements of life. He did not come. It was strange. Now hope, now fear, were interchanged one for the other, till night and certain disappointment arrived. Yet it was not much. The morrow's sun would light him on his way to her. To cheat the lagging hours of the morrow, she occupied herself with her painting and music, tasking herself to give so many hours to her employments, thus to add speed to the dilatory walk of time. The long day was passed in fruitless expectation. Another and another succeeded. Was he ill? What strange mutation in the course of nature had occurred to occasion so inexplicable an absence? A week went by, and even a second was nearly spent. She had not anticipated this estrangement. Day by day she went over in her mind their last conversation, and Edward's expressions gathered decision and a gloomy reality as she pondered on them. The idea of an heroic sacrifice on his part and submission to his will on hers at first soothed her, but never to see him more was an alternative that tasked her fortitude too high, and while her heart felt all the tumults of despair, she found herself asking what his love could be that could submit to lose her. Love in a cottage is the dream of many a high-born girl, who is not allowed to dance with a younger brother at Almack's, but a secluded An obscure and almost cottage life was all that Ethel had ever known, and all that she coveted. Villiers rejected this, not for her sake, that could not be, but for the sake of a world which he called frivolous and vain, and yet to whose tyranny he bowed. To disentwine the tangled skein of thought which was thus presented was her task by day and night. She awoke in the morning, and her first thought was, "Will he come?" She retired at night, and sleep visited her eyes, while she was asking herself, "Why has he not been?" During the day, these questions in every variety forced her attention. To escape from her aunt, to seek solitude, to listen to each sound that might be his horse, and to feel her heart sicken at the still renewed disappointment, became, in spite of herself, all her occupation. She might bend over her drawing, or escape from her aunt's conversation to the piano, but these were no longer employments, but rather means adopted to deliver herself up more entirely to her reveries. The third, the fourth week came, and the silence of death was between Ethel and her friend. Oh, but for one word, one look to break the spell! Was she indeed never to see him more? Was all over? Was the harmony their two hearts made jarred into discord? Was she again the orphan, alone in the world? And was the fearless reliance she had placed upon fate and Edward's fidelity mere folly or insanity? And was desecration and forgetfulness to come over and to destroy the worship she had so fondly cherished? Nothing had she to turn to, nothing to console her. Her life became one thought. It twined round her soul like a serpent, and compressed and crushed every other emotion with its folds. I could bear all, she thought, were I permitted to see him only once again. She and Mrs. Fitzhenry were invited by Mrs. Humphreys to dine with her. They were asked to the awful ceremony of spending a long day, which, in the innocence of her heart, Mrs. Fitzhenry fancied the most delightful thing in the world. She thought that kindness and friendship demanded of her that she should be in Montague Square by 10 in the morning. Notwithstanding every exertion, she could not get there till 2, and then, when luncheon was over, she wondered why the gap of time till 7 appeared so formidable. This was to be got over by a drive in Hyde Park. Ethel had shown peculiar pleasure in the idea of visiting London. She had looked bright and happy during their journey to town, but anxiety and agitation clouded her face at the thought of the park, of the crisis about to arrive, at the doubt and hope she entertained of finding Villiers there. The park became crowded, but he was not in the drive. At length he entered in the midst of a bevy of fair cousins, whom Ethel did not know as such. He entered on horseback, flanked on either side by pretty equestrians, looking as gay and light-hearted as she would have done had she been one, the chosen one, among his companions. Twice he passed. The first time his head was averted. He saw nothing. She even did not see his face. The next time his eye caught the aspect of the well-known chariot. He glanced eagerly at those it contained, kissed his hand, and went on. Ethel's heart died within her. It was all over. She was the neglected, the forgotten. But while she turned her face to the other window of the carriage, so to hide its saddened expression from her companion, a voice, the dearest, sweetest voice she had ever heard, the soft, harmonious voice whose accents were more melodious than music, asked, "Are you in town? Have you left Richmond?" In spite of herself, a smile mantled over her countenance, dimpling it into gladness, and she turned to see the beloved speaker who had not deserted her, who was there. She turned, but there was no answering glance of pleasure in the face of Villiers. He looked grave, and bowed, as if in this act of courtesy he fulfilled all of friendly interchange that was expected of him, and rode off. He was gone, and seen no more. End of Volume 2, Chapter 8. Recording by Linda Johnson. Section 27 of Lodore. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Lodore by Mary Shelley, Volume 2, Chapter 9. Sure, when the separation has been tried, that we who part in love shall meet again. Wordsworth. This little event roused Ethel to the necessity of struggling with the sentiment to which hitherto she had permitted unquestioned power. There had been a kind of pleasure mingled with her pain, while she believed that she suffered for her lover's sake and in obedience to his will. To love in solitude and absence was, she well knew, the lot of many of her sex, and all that is imaginative and tender lends poetry to the emotion. But to love without return, her father had taught her, was shame and folly, a dangerous and undignified sentiment that leads many women into acts of humiliation and misery. He spoke the more warmly on this subject because he desired to guard his daughter by every possible means from a fate too common. He knew the sensibility and constancy of her nature. He dreaded to think that these should be played upon, and that her angelic sweetness should be sacrificed at the altar of hopeless passion, that all the powers he might gift her with, all the fortitude and all the pride that he strove to instill, might be insufficient to prevent this one grand evil he too well knew. But all that could should be done, and his own high-souled Ethel should rise uninjured from the toils of the snarer, the heartless game of the unfaithful lover. She steeled her heart against every softer thought. She tasked herself each day to devote her entire attention to some absorbing employment, to languages and the composition of music, as occupations that would not permit her thoughts to stray. She felt a pain deep-seated in her inmost heart, but she refused to acknowledge it. When a thought, too sweet and bitter, took perforce possession of the chambers of her brain, she drove it out with stern and unshaken resolve. She pondered on the best means to subdue every rebel idea. She rose with the sun and passed much time in the open air, that when night came, bodily fatigue might overpower mental regrets. She conversed with her aunt again about her dear lost father, that by renewing images, so long the only ones dear to her, every subsequent idea might be driven from the place it had usurped. Always she was rewarded by the sense of doing right, often by really mitigating the anguish which rose and went to rest with her, and awakening her in the morning, stung her to renew her endeavors, while it whispered too audibly, "I am here." She grew pale and thin, and her eyes again resumed that luster which spoke a quick and agitated life within. Her endeavors, by being unremitting, gave too much intensity to every feeling, and made her live each moment of her existence a sensitive, conscious life, wearing out her frame and threatening, while it accelerated the pulses, to exhaust betimes the animal functions. She felt this, and she roused herself to contend afresh with her own heart. As a last resource, she determined to quit Richmond. Her struggles, and the energy called into action by her fortitude, gave a tone of superiority to her mind, which her aunt felt and submitted to. Now, when a change of residence was determined upon, she at once negatived the idea of returning to Longfield. Yet whither else betake themselves? Ethel no longer concealed from herself that she and the worthy spinster were solitary wanderers on earth, cut off from human intercourse. A bitter sense of desolation had crept over her from the moment that she knew herself to be deserted by Villiers. All that was bright in her position darkened into shadow. She shrunk into herself when she reflected that should the ground at her feet open and swallow her, not one among her fellow creatures would be sensible that the whole universe of thought and feeling which emanated from her breathing spirit as water from a living spring was shrunk up and strangled in a narrow, voiceless grave. A short time before, she had regarded death without terror, for her father had been its prey, and his image was often shadowed forth in her fancy, beckoning her to join him. Now it had become more difficult to die. Nature and love were wedded in her mind, and it was a bitter pang for one so young to bid adieu to both forever. Turning her thoughts from Villiers, she would have been glad to discover any link that might enchain her to the mass. She reverted to her mother. Her inexperience, her youth, and the timidity of her disposition prevented her from making any endeavor to break through the wall of unnatural separation raised between them. She could only lament. One sign, one word from Lady Lodore would have been balm to her poor heart, and she would have met it with fervent gratitude, but she feared to offend. She had no hope that any advance would have been met by other than a disdainful repulse, and she shrunk from intruding herself on her unwilling parent. She often wept to think that there was none near to support and comfort her, and yet that at the distance of but a few miles her mother lived, whose very name was the source of the dearest, sweetest, and most cruel emotions. She thought, therefore, of her surviving parent only to despair, and to shrink with terror from the mere possibility of an accidental meeting. She earnestly desired to leave England, which had treated her with but a stepmother's welcome, and to travel away she knew not whither. Yet most she wished to go to Italy. Her father had often talked of taking her to that country, and it was painted in her eyes with the hues of paradise. She spoke of her desire to her aunt, who thought her mad, and believed that it was as easy to adventure to the moon as for two solitary women to brave Alps and earthquakes, banditti and volcanoes, a savage people and an unknown land. Still, even while she trembled at the mere notion, she felt that Ethel might lead her thither if she pleased. It is one of the most beneficent dispensations of the Creator that there is nothing so attractive and attaching as affection. The smile of an infant may command absolutely because its source is in dependent love, and the human heart forever yearns for such demonstration from another. What would this strange world be without that touch of nature? It is to the immaterial universe what light is to the visible creation, scent to the flower, hue to the rainbow. Hope, joy, succor, and self-forgetfulness, where otherwise all would be swallowed up in vacant and obscure egotism. No one could approach Ethel without feeling that she possessed an irresistible charm. The overflowing and trusting affectionateness of her nature was a lodestone to draw all hearts. Each one felt, even without knowing wherefore, that it was happiness to obey, to gratify her. Thus, while a journey to Italy filled Mrs. Elizabeth with alarm, a consent hovered on her lips, because she felt that any risk was preferable to disappointing a wish of her gentle niece. And yet, even then, Ethel paused. She began to repent her desire of leaving the country inhabited by her dearest friend. She felt that she should have an uncongenial companion in her aunt. The child of the wilderness and the good lady of Longfield were like a living and dead body in conjunction, the one inquiring, eager, enthusiastic even in her contemplativeness, sensitively awake to every passing object, while the other dozed her hours away, and fancied that pitfalls and wild beasts menaced her if she dared step 1 inch from the beaten way. At this moment, while embarrassed by the very yielding to her desires, and experiencing a lingering sad regret for all that she was about to leave behind, Ethel received a letter from Villiers. Her heart beat, and her fingers trembled, when first she saw, as now she held a paper which might be everything, yet might be nothing to her. She opened it at last, and forced herself to consider and understand its contents. It was as follows. Dear Miss Fitzhenry, will your aunt receive me with her wonted kindness when I call tomorrow? I fear to have offended by an appearance of neglect, while my heart has never been absent from Richmond. Plead my cause, I entreat you. I leave it in your hands. Ever and ever yours, Edward Villiers. Grosvenor Square, Saturday. Dearest Ethel, have you guessed at my sufferings? Shall you hail with half the joy that I do a change which enables you to revoke the decree of absence, so galling at least to one of us? If indeed you have not forgotten me, I shall be rewarded for the wretchedness of these last weeks. Ethel kissed the letter and placed it near her heart. A calm joy diffused itself over her mind, and that she could indeed trust and believe in him she loved was the source of a grateful delight, more medicinal than all the balmy winds of Italy and its promised pleasures. When Villiers had last quitted Richmond, he had resolved not to expose himself again to the influence of Ethel. It was necessary that they should be divided. How far better that they should never meet again. He was not worthy of her. Another more fortunate would replace him, if he sacrificed his own selfish feelings and determinately absented himself from her. As if to confirm his view of their mutual interest, his elder cousin, Mr. Saville, had just offered his hand to the daughter of a wealthy earl, and had been accepted. Villiers took refuge from his anxious thoughts among his pretty cousins, sisters of the bridegroom, and with them the discussion of estates, settlements, princely mansions, and equipages was the order of the day. Edward sickened to reflect how opposite would be the prospect if his marriage with Ethel were in contemplation. It was not that a noble establishment would be exchanged for a modest, humble dwelling. He loved with sufficient truth to feel that happiness with Ethel transcended the wealth of the world. It was the absolute penury, the debt, the care that haunted him and made such miserable contrast with the tens and hundreds of thousands that were the subject of discussion on the present occasion. His resolution not to entangle Ethel in this wilderness of ills gained strength by every chance word that fell from the lips of those around him, and the image, before so vivid, of her home at Richmond, which he might at each hour enter, of her dear face, which at any minute might again bless his sight, faded into a far-off vision of paradise, from which he was banished forever. For a time he persevered in his purpose, if not with ease, yet with less of struggle than he himself anticipated. That he could at any hour break the self-enacted law, and behold Ethel, enabled him day after day to continue to obey it, and to submit to the decree of banishment he had passed upon himself. He loved his pretty cousins, and their kindness and friendship soothed him. He spent his days with them, and the familiar sisterly intercourse, hallowed by long association, and made tender by the grace and sweetness of these good girls, compensated somewhat for the absence of deeper interest. They talked of Horatio also, and that was a more touching string than all. The almost worship, joined to pity and fear for him, with which Edward regarded his cousin, made him cling fondly to those so closely related to him, and who sympathized with and shared his enthusiastic affection. This state of half indifference did not last long. His meeting with Ethel in Hyde Park operated an entire change. He had seen her face but a moment, her dear face, animated with pleasure at beholding him, and adorned with more than her usual loveliness. He hurried away, but the image still pursued him. All at once the world around grew dark and blank. At every instant his heart asked for Ethel. He thirsted for the sweet delight of gazing on her soft, lustrous eyes, touching her hand, listening to her voice, whose tones were so familiar and beloved. He avoided his cousins to hide his regrets. He sought solitude to commune with memory, and the intense desire kindled within him to return to her was all but irresistible. He had received a letter from Horace Saville entreating him to join him at Naples. He had contemplated complying as a means of obtaining forgetfulness. Should he not, on the contrary, make this visit with Ethel for his companion? It was a picture of happiness most enticing. And then he recollected with a pang that it was impossible for him to quit England, that it was only by being on the spot that he obtained the supplies necessary for his existence. With bitterness of spirit he recognized once again his state of beggary and the hopelessness that attended on all his wishes. All at once he was surprised by a message from his father through Lord Maristow. He was told of Colonel Villiers' intended marriage with the only daughter of a wealthy commoner, which yet could not be arranged without the concurrence of Edward, or rather, without sacrifices on his part for the making of settlements. The entire payment of his debts and the promise of 1,500 a year for the future were the bribes offered to induce him to consent. Edward at once notified his compliance. He saw the hour of freedom at hand, and the present was too full of interest, too pregnant with misery or happiness to allow the injury done to his future prospects to weigh with him for a moment. Thus he might purchase his union with Ethel, claim her for his own. With the thought, a whole tide of tenderness and joy poured quick and warm into his heart, and it seemed as if he had never loved so devotedly as now. How false an illusion had blinded him! He fancied that he had banished hope, while indeed his soul was wedded to her image, and the very struggle to free himself had served to make the thought of her more peremptory and indelible. With these thoughts he again presented himself at Richmond. He asked Mrs. Fitzhenry's consent to address her niece, and became the accepted lover of Ethel. The meeting of their two young hearts, in the security of an avowed attachment, after so many hours wasted in despondency and painful struggles, did not visit the fair girl with emotions of burning transport. She felt it rather like a return to a natural state of things after unnatural deprivation. As if, a young nestling, she had been driven from her mother's side, and was now restored to the dear fosterage of her care. She delivered herself up to a calm reliance upon the future, and saw in the interweaving of duty and affection the fulfillment of her destiny, and the confirmation of her earthly happiness. They were to be joined, never to part more. While each breathed the breath of life, no power could sever them. Health or sickness, prosperity or adversity, these became mere words. Her health and her riches were garnered in his heart, and while she bestowed the treasures of her affection upon him, could he be poor? It was not therefore to be her odious part to crush the first and single attachment of her soul, to tear at once the painted veil of life, delivering herself up to cheerless realities, to know that, to do right, she must banish from her recollection those inward-spoken vows which she should deem herself of a base, inconstant disposition ever to forget. It was not reserved for her to pass joyless years of solitude, reconciling herself to the necessity of divorcing her dearest thoughts from their wedded image. The serene and fair-showing home she coveted was open before her. She might pass within its threshold and listen to the closing of the doors behind as they shut out the world from her, with pure and unalloyed delight. Ethel was very young. Yet in youth such feelings are warmer in our hearts than in after years. We do not know then that we can ever change, or that, snake-like, casting the skin of an old careworn habit, a new one will come fresh and bright in seeming as the one before had been at the hour of its birth. We fancy then that if our present and first hope is disappointed, our lives are a mere blank, not worth a pin's fee. The singleness of our hearts has not been split into the million hair-like differences which, woven by time into one texture, clothes us in prudence as with a garment. We are as if exposed naked to the action of passions and events, and receive their influence with keen and fearful sensitiveness. Ethel scarcely heard, and did not listen to nor understand the change of circumstances that brought Villiers back to her. She only knew that he was confirmed her own. Satisfied with this delightful conclusion to her sufferings, she placed her destiny in his hands without fear or question. Mrs. Elizabeth thought her niece very young to marry, but Villiers, who had, while hesitating, done his best to hide his sweet Ethel away from every inquisitive eye, now that she was to be his own, hastened to introduce Lord Maristow (Lady Maristow had died 2 years before) to her, and to bring her among his cousins whom he regarded as sisters. The change was complete and overwhelming to the fair recluses. Where before they lived in perpetual tête-à-tête, or separated but to be alone, they were now plunged into what appeared to them a crowd. Sophia, Harriet, and Lucy Saville were high-born, high-bred, and elegant girls, accustomed to what they called the quiet of domestic life amidst 1,000 relations and 10,000 acquaintances. No female relative had stepped into their mother's place, and they were peculiarly independent and high-spirited. They had always lived in what they called the world, and knew nothing but what that world contained. Their manners were easy, their tempers equable and affectionate. If their dispositions were not all exactly alike, they had a family resemblance that drew them habitually near each other. They received Ethel among their number with cordiality, bestowing on her every attention which politeness and kindness dictated. Yet Ethel felt somewhat as a wild antelope among tame ones. Their language, the topics of their discourse, their very occupations were all new to her. She lent herself to their customs with smiles and sweetness, but her eye brightened when Edward came, and she often unconsciously retreated to his side as a shelter and a refuge. Edward's avocations had been as worldly, perhaps, as those of his pretty cousins. But a man is more thrown upon the reality of life, while girls live altogether in a factitious state. He had travelled much, and seen all sorts of people. Besides, between him and Ethel, there was that mute language which will make those of opposite sexes intelligible to one another, even when literally not understanding each other's dialect. Villiers found no deficiency of intelligence or sympathy in Ethel, while the fashionable girls to whom he had introduced her felt a little at a loss how to entertain the stranger. Lord Maristow and his family had been detained in town till after Mr. Saville's marriage, and were now very eager to leave it. They remained out of compliment to Edward, and looked forward impatiently to his wedding as the event that would set them free. London was empty. The shooting season had begun, yet still he was delayed by his father. He wished to sign the necessary papers and free himself from all business, that he and his bride might immediately join Horatio at Naples. Yet still Colonel Villiers's marriage was delayed, till at last he intimated to his son that it was postponed for the present, and begged that he would not remain in England on his account. Edward was somewhat staggered by this intelligence. Yet, as the letter that communicated it contained a considerable remittance, he quieted himself. To give up Ethel now was a thought that did not for a moment enter his mind. It was but the reflection of the difficulties that would surround them if his prospects failed, that for a few seconds clouded his brow with care. But it was his nature usually to hope the best and to trust to fortune. He had never been so prudent as with regard to his marriage with Ethel, but that was for her sake. This consideration could not again enter, for like her, he would, under the near hope of making her his, have preferred the wilds of the Illinois, with her for his wife, than the position of the richest English nobleman, deprived of such a companion. His heart, delivered up to love, was complete in its devotion and tenderness. He was already wedded to her in soul, and would sooner have severed his right arm from his body than voluntarily have divided himself from this dearer part of himself, this other half, towards whom he felt as if literally he had to give her being. Lent, out of his side to her, nearest his heart, substantial life to have her by his side, henceforth an individual solace, dear. With these feelings, an early day was urged and named, and, drawing near, Ethel was soon to become a bride. On first making his offer, Villiers had written to Lady Lodore, and Mrs. Fitzhenry, much against her will, by the advice of her solicitor, did the same. Lady Lodore was in Scotland. No answer came. The promised day approached, but still she preserved this silence. It became necessary to proceed without her consent. Bans were published, and Ethel became the wife of Villiers on the 25th of October. Lord Maristow hastened down to his castle to kill pheasants, while on her part Mrs. Fitzhenry took her solitary way to Longfield, half consoled for separating from Ethel by this return to the habits of more than 60 years. In vain had London or Richmond wooed her stay. In vain was she pressed to pay a visit to Maristow Castle. To return to her home was a more enticing prospect. Her good old heart danced within her when she first perceived the village steeple. The chimneys of her own house made tears spring into her eyes, and when indeed she found herself by the familiar hearth, in the accustomed armchair, and her attentive housekeeper came to ask if she would not take anything after her journey, it seemed to her as if all the delights of life were summed up in this welcome return to monotony and silence. End of Volume 2, Chapter 9. Recording by Linda Johnson. Section 28 of Lodore. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Lodore by Mary Shelley, Volume 2, Chapter 10. Let me awake your love to my uncomforted brother. Old Play. Meanwhile, Villiers and his bride proceeded on their way to Naples. It mattered little to Ethel whither they were going, or to whom. Edward was all in all to her, and the vehicle that bore them along in their journey was a complete and perfect world, containing all that her heart desired. They avoided large towns, and every place where there was any chance of meeting an acquaintance. They passed up the Rhine, and Ethel often imaged forth in her fancy a dear home in a secluded nook, and longed to remain there, cut off from the world forever. She had no thought but for her husband, and gratitude to heaven for the happiness showered on her. Her soul might have been laid bare, each faculty examined, each idea sifted, and one spirit, one sentiment, one love, would have been found pervading and uniting them all. The heart of a man is seldom as single and devoted as that of a woman. In the present instance, it was natural that Edward should not be so absolutely given up to one thought as was his bride. Ethel's affections had never been called forth except by her father, and by him who was now her husband. When it has been said that she thought of heaven to hallow and bless her happiness, it must be understood that the dead made a part of that heaven, to which she turned her eyes with such sweet thankfulness. She was constant to the first affection of her heart. She might be said to live perpetually in thought beside her father's grave. Before she had wept and sorrowed near it. Now she placed the home of her happy married life close to the sacred earth, and fancied that its mute inhabitant was the guardian angel to watch over and preserve her. Villiers had lived among many friends, and was warmly attached to several. His cousin Horatio was dearer to him than anything had ever been till he knew Ethel. Even now he revered him more, and felt a kind of duteous attachment drawing him towards him. He wanted Horatio to see and approve of Ethel. Not that he doubted what his opinion of her would be, but the delight which his own adoration of her excellence imparted to him would be doubled when he saw it shared and confirmed by his friend. Besides this, he was anxious to see Horace on his own account. He wished to know whether he was happy in his marriage, whether Clorinda were worthy of him, and if Lady Lodore were entirely forgotten. As they advanced on their journey, his desire to see his cousin became more and more present to his mind, and he talked of him to Ethel, and imparted to her a portion of his fervent and affectionate feelings. Entering Switzerland, they came into a world of snow. Here and there, on the southern side of a mountain, a lawny upland might disclose itself in summer verdure, and the brawling torrents, increased by the rains, were not yet made silent by frost. Edward had visited these scenes before, and he could act the guide to his enraptured Ethel, who remembered her father's glowing descriptions, and while she gazed with breathless admiration, saw his step among the hills, and thought that his eye had rested on the wonders she now beheld. Soon the mountains, the sky-seeking palaces of nature, were past, and they entered fair, joyous Italy. At each step they left winter far behind. Ethel would willingly have lingered in Florence and Rome, but once south of the Apennines, Edward was eager to reach Naples, and the letters he got from Seville spurred him on to yet greater speed. Before leaving England, Lucy Saville had said to Ethel, "You are now taking our other comfort from us, and what we are to do without either Horatio or Edward I am unable to conjecture. We shall be like a house without its props. Divided, they are not either of them half what they were joined. Horace is so prudent, so wise, so considerate, so sympathizing. Edward, so active and so kind-hearted. In any difficulty we always asked Horace what we ought to do, and Edward did the thing which he pointed out. Horatio's marriage was a sad blow to us all. You will bring Edward back, and we shall be the happier for your being with him. But shall we ever see our brother again? Or shall we only see him to lament the change? Not that he can ever really alter. His heart, his understanding, his goodness are as firm as rock. But there is that about him which makes him too much the slave of those he is in immediate contact with. He abhors strife. The slightest disunion is mortal to him. He is not of this world. Pure-minded as a woman, honorable as a knight of old, he is more like a being we read of, and his match is not to be found upon earth. Horatio never loved but once, and his attachment was unfortunate. He loved Lady—" Here recollection dyed Miss Saville's cheeks with a crimson. She had forgotten that Lady Lodore was the mother of Ethel. After a moment's hesitation she continued, "I have no right to betray the secrets of others. Horace was a discarded lover, and he was forced to despise the lady whom he had imagined possessed of every excellence. For the first time he was absorbed in what may be termed a selfish sentiment. He could not bear to see any of us. He fled even from Edward, and wandering away we heard at last that he was at Naples, whither he had gone quite unconscious of the spot of earth to which he was bending his steps. The first letter we got from him was dated from that place. His letter was to me, for I am his favourite sister, and God knows my devoted affection, my worship of him deserves this preference. You shall read it. It is the most perfect specimen of enthusiastic and heart-moving eloquence ever penned. He had been as in a trance, and awoke again to life as he looked down from Posilippo on the Bay of Naples. The attachment to one earthly object which preyed on his being was suddenly merged in one universal love and adoration. He saw that the creation was good. He purged his heart at once of the black spot which had blotted and marred its beauty, and opened his whole soul to pure, elevated, heavenly love. I tamely quote his burning and transparent expressions, through which you may discern, as in a glass, the glorious excellence of his soul. But, alas! this state of holy excitement could not endure. Something human will still creep in to mingle with and sully our noblest aspirations. Horatio was taken by an acquaintance to see a beautiful girl at a convent. In a fatal moment an English lady said to him, "Come, and I will show you what perfect beauty is." And those words decided my poor brother's destiny. Of course, I only know our new sister through his letters. He told us that Clorinda was shut up in this convent through the heartless vanity of her mother, who dreaded her as a rival, to wait there till her parents should find some suitable match, which she must instantly accept or be doomed to seclusion forever. In his younger days, Horace had said, "I am in love with an idea, and therefore women have no power over me." But the time came when his heart was to be the dupe of his imagination. So was it with his first love. So now, I fear, did he deceive himself with regard to Clorinda. He declared indeed that his love for her was not an absorbing passion like his first, but a mingling of pity, admiration, and that tenderness which his warm heart was ever ready to bestow. He described her as full of genius and sensibility, a creature of fire and power, but dimmed by sorrow, and struggling with her chains. He visited her again. He tried to comfort. He offered to serve her. It was the first time that a manly, generous spirit had ever presented itself to the desponding girl. The high-souled Englishman appeared as a god beside her sordid countryman. Indeed, Horatio would have seemed such compared with any of his sex. His fascination is irresistible. Clorinda felt it. She loved him with Italian fervor, and the first word of kindness from him elicited a whole torrent of gratitude and passion. Horace had no wish to marry. His old wound was by no means healed, but rather opened and bled afresh when he was called upon to answer the enthusiastic ardor of the Italian girl. He felt at once the difference of his feeling for her and the engrossing sentiment of which he had been nearly the victim. But he could rescue her from an unworthy fate and make her happy. He acted with his usual determination and precipitancy, and within a month she became his wife. Here ends my story. His letters were more concise after his marriage. At first I attributed this to his having a new and dearer friend, but latterly, when he has written, he has spoken with such yearning fondness for home that I fear. And then when I offered to visit him, he negatived my proposition. How unlike Horatio! It can only mean that his wife was averse to my coming. I have questioned slightly any travellers from Italy. Mrs. Saville seldom appears in English society except at balls, and then she is always surrounded by Italians. She is decidedly correct in her conduct, but more I cannot tell. Her letters to us are beautifully written, and of her talents, even her genius, I do not entertain a doubt. Perhaps I am prejudiced, but I fear a Neapolitan, or rather, I should say, I fear a convent education, and that taste which leads her to associate with her own demonstrative, unrefined countrymen, instead of trying to link herself to her husband's friend. I may be wrong. I shall be glad to be found so. Will you tell me whether I am? I rather ask you than Edward, because your feminine eyes will discern the truth of these things quicker than he. Happy girl, you are going to see Horatio, to find a new, gifted, fond friend, one as superior to his fellow creatures as perfection is superior to frailty. This account, remembered with more interest now that she approached the subject of it, excited Ethel's curiosity, and she began as they went on their way from Rome to Naples in a great degree to participate in Edward's eagerness to see his cousin. End of Volume 2, Chapter 10. Recording by Linda Johnson. Section 29 of Lodore. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Lodore by Mary Shelley. Volume 2, Chapter 11. Sad and troubled, how brave her anger shows, how it sets off her natural beauty. Under what happy star was Violette born, to be beloved and sought by two incomparable women? Fletcher. It was the month of December when the travelers arrived at this piece of heaven dropped upon earth, as the natives themselves name it. The moon hung a glowing orb in the heavens, and lighted up the sea to beauty. A blood-red flash shot up now and then from Vesuvius. A summer softness was in the atmosphere, while 1,000 tokens presented themselves of a climate more friendly, more joyous, and more redundant than that of the northern isle from which they came. It was very late at night when they reached their hotel, and they were heartily fatigued, so that it was not till the next morning that immediately after breakfast Villiers left Ethel and went out to seek the abode of his cousin. He had been gone some little time when a waiter of the hotel, throwing open Ethel's drawing-room door, announced, "Signor Orazio." Quite new to Italy, Ethel was ignorant of the custom in that country of designating people by their Christian names, and that Horatio Saville, being a resident in Naples and married to a Neapolitan, was known everywhere by the appellation which the servant now used. Ethel was not in the least aware that it was Lucy's brother who presented himself to her. She saw a gentleman, tall, very slight in person, with a face denoting habitual thoughtfulness, and stamped by an individuality which she could not tell whether to think plain, and yet it was certainly open and kind. An appearance of extreme shyness, almost amounting to awkwardness, was diffused over him, and his words came hesitatingly. He spoke English, and was an Englishman, so much Ethel discovered by his first words, which were, "Villiers is not at home?" And then he began to ask her about her journey, and how she liked the view of the Bay of Naples which she beheld from her windows. They were in this kind of trivial conversation when Edward came bounding upstairs, and with exclamations of delight greeted his cousin. Ethel, infinitely surprised, examined her guest with more care. In a few minutes she began to wonder how she came to think him plain. His deep-set, dark gray eyes struck her as expressive, if not handsome. His features were delicately molded, and his fine forehead betokened depth of intellect. But the charm of his face was a kind of fitful, beamy, inconstant smile, which diffused incomparable sweetness over his physiognomy. His usual look was cold and abstracted. His eye speculated with an inward thoughtfulness. A chilling seriousness sat on his features, but this glancing and varying half-smile came to dispel gloom and to invite and please those with whom he conversed. His voice was modulated by feeling, his language was fluent, graceful in its turns of expression, and original in the thoughts which it expressed. His manners were marked by high breeding, yet they were peculiar. They were formed by his individual disposition and under the dominion of sensibility. Hence, they were often abrupt and reserved. He forgot the world around him and gave token by absence of mind of the absorbing nature of his contemplations. But at a touch this vanished, and a sweet earnestness and a beaming kindliness of spirit at once displaced his abstraction, rendering him attentive, cordial, and gay. Never had Horatio Saville appeared to so little advantage as during his short tête-à-tête with his new relative. At all times, when quiescent, he had a retiring manner and an appearance whose want of pretension did not at first allure, and yet which afterwards formed his greatest attraction. He was always unembarrassed, and Ethel could not guess that towards her alone he felt as timid and shy as a girl. It was with considerable effect that Horatio had commanded himself to appear before the daughter of Lady Lodore. There was something incongruous and inconceivable in the idea of the child of Cornelia, a woman, married to his cousin. He feared to see in her an image of the being who had subdued his heart of hearts, and laid prostrate his whole soul. He trembled to catch the sound of her voice, lest it might echo tones which could disturb to their depths his inmost thoughts. Ethel was so unlike her mother that by degrees he became reassured. Her eyes, her hair, her stature, and tall slender shape were the reverse of Lady Lodore, so that in a little while he ventured to raise his eyes to her face and to listen to her without being preoccupied by a painful sensation which in its violence resembled terror. It is true that by degrees this dissimilarity to her mother became less. She had gestures, smiles, and tones that were all Lady Lodore, and which, when discerned, struck his heart with a pang, stealing away his voice and causing him to stand suspended in the act he was about, like one acted upon by magic. While this mute and curious examination was going on in the minds of Ethel and her visitant, the conversation had not tarried. Edward had never been so far south, and the wonders of Naples were as new to him as to Ethel. Saville was eager to show them, and proposed going that very day to Pompeii. For, as he said, all their winter was not like the present day, so that it was best to seize the genial weather while it lasted. Was Mrs. Villiers too much fatigued? On the contrary, Ethel was quite on the alert, but first she asked whether Mrs. Saville would not accompany them. "Clorinda," said Horatio, "promises herself much pleasure from your acquaintance, and intends calling on you to-day at 24 o'clock, that is, at the Ave Maria. How stupid I am," he continued, laughing. "I quite forget that you are not Italianized, as I am, and do not know the way in which the people here count their time. Clorinda will call late in the afternoon, the usual visiting hour at Naples, but she would find no pleasure in visiting a ruined city and fallen fragments. One house in the Chiaja is worth 50 Pompeiis in the eyes of a Neapolitan, and Clorinda is one, heart and soul. I hope you will be pleased with her, for she is an admirable specimen of her countrywomen, and they are wonderful and often sublime creatures in their way. But do not mistake her for an Englishwoman, or you will be disappointed. She has not one atom of body, one particle of mind that bears the least affinity to England. And now, is your carriage ordered? There it is at the door. So, as I should say to one of my own dear sisters, put on your bonnet, Ethel, quickly, and do not keep us waiting. For though at Naples days are short in December, and we have none of their light to lose." When, after this explanation, Ethel first saw Clorinda, she was inclined to think that Saville had scarcely done his wife justice. Certainly she was entirely Italian, but she was very beautiful. Her complexion was delicate, though dark and without much color. Her hair silken and glossy as the raven's wing, her large bright black eyes resplendent, the perfect arch of her brows, and the marmoreal and harmonious grace of her forehead, such as is never seen in northern lands, except in sculpture imitated from the Greeks. The lower part of her face was not so good. Her smile was deficient in sweetness. Her voice wanted melody and sounded loud to an English ear. Her gestures were expressive, but quick and wanting in grace. She was more agreeable when silent, and could be regarded as a picture, than when called into action. She was complimentary in her conversation, and her manners were winning by their frankness and ease. She gesticulated too much, and her features were too much in motion, too pantomimely expressive, so to speak, not to impress disagreeably one accustomed to the composure of the English. Still, she was a beautiful creature, young, artless, desirous to please, and endowed, moreover, with the vivacious genius, the imaginative talent of her country. She spoke as if she were passionately attached to her husband, but when Ethel mentioned his English home and his relations, a cloud came over the lovely Neapolitan's countenance, and a tremor shook her frame. "Do not think hardly of me," she said. "I do not hate England, but I fear it. I am sure I should be disliked there. I should be censured, perhaps taunted for 1,000 abbots and feelings as natural to me as the air I breathe. I am proud, and I should retort impertinence, and displeasing my husband become miserable beyond words. Stay with us, you I love, and should be wretched to part from. Stay and enjoy this paradise with us. Entreat his sisters, if they wish to see Horatio, to come over. I will be more than a sister to them, but let us all forget that such a place as that cold, distant England exists." This was Clorinda's usual mode of speaking of her husband's native country. But once, when Ethel had urged her going there with more earnestness than usual, suddenly her countenance became disturbed, and with a lowering and stormy expression of face that her English friend could never afterwards forget, she said, "Say not another word, I pray. Horatio he loves an Englishwoman. It is torture enough for me to know this. I would rather be torn in quarters by wild horses, broken in pieces on the rack, than set foot in England. My cousin, as you have pity for me, and value the life of Horace, use your influence to prevent his only dreaming of a return to England. Methinks I could strike him dead if I only knew that such a thought lived for a second in his heart." These words said, Clorinda resumed her smiles, and was, more than usual, desirous of flattering and pleasing Ethel, so that she softened, though she could not erase the impression her vehemence had made. However, there appeared no necessity for Ethel to exert her influence. Horace was equally averse to going to England. He loved to talk of it. He remembered with yearning fondness its verdant beauty, its pretty villages, its meandering streams, its embowered groves, the spots he had inhabited, the trivial incidents of his daily life, were recalled with affection, but he did not wish to return. Villiers attributed this somewhat to his unforgotten attachment to Lady Lodore, but it was more strange that he negatived the idea of one of his sisters visiting him. "She would not like it," was all the explanation he gave. Several months passed lightly over the heads of the new married pair, while they, bee-like, sipped the honey of life, and never cloyed, fed perpetually on sweets. Naples, its galleries, its classic and beautiful environs, offered an endless succession of occupation and amusement. The presence of Saville elevated their pleasures, for he added the living spirit of poetry to their sensations, and associated the treasures of human genius with the sublime beauty of nature. He had a tact, a delicacy, a kind of electric sympathy in his disposition that endeared him to every one that approached him. His very singularities, by keeping alive an interest in him, added to the charm. Sometimes he was so abstracted as to do the most absent things in the world, and the quick alternations of his gaiety and seriousness were often ludicrous from their excess. There was one thing, indeed, to which Ethel found it difficult to accustom herself, which was his want of punctuality, which often caused hours to be lost and their excursions spoiled. Nor did he ever furnish good excuses, but seemed annoyed at being questioned on the subject. Clorinda never joined them in their drives and rides out of the city. She feared to trust herself to winds and waves. The heat, the breeze, the dust annoyed her, and she found no pleasure in looking at mountains, which, after all, were only mountains, or ruins, which were only ruins, stones fit for nothing but to be removed and thrown away. But Clorinda had an empire of her own to which she gladly admitted her English relatives, and the delights of which they fully appreciated. Music, heard in such perfection at the Glory of Naples, the Theatre of San Carlo, and the heavenly strains which filled the churches with an atmosphere of sound more entrancing than incense, all these were hers, and her own voice, rich, full, and well cultivated, made a temple of melody of her own home. There was, it could not be called a wall, but there was certainly a paling of separation between Ethel and Clorinda. The young English girl could not discover in what it consisted, or why she could not pass beyond. The more she saw of the Neapolitan, the more she believed that she liked her. Certainly her admiration increased. Still, she felt that on the first day that Clorinda had visited her, with her caressing manners and well-turned flatteries, she was quite as intimate with her as now, after several weeks. She had surely nothing to conceal. All was open in her conduct, yet often Ethel thought of her as a magician guarding a secret treasure. Something there was that she watched over and hid. There was often a look of anxiety about her which Ethel unconsciously dispelled by some chance word, or a cloud all at once dimmed her face, and her magnificent and dazzling eyes flashed sudden fire without apparent cause. There was something in her manner that always said, "You are English, I am Italian, and there is natural war between my fire and your snow." But no word, no act ever betrayed alienation of feeling. Thus a sort of mystery pervaded their intercourse, which, though it might excite curiosity and was not unakin to admiration, kept the affections in check. Sometimes Ethel thought that Clorinda feared to compromise her salvation, for she was a Catholic. During the revelries of the Carnival, this difference of religion was not so apparent. But when Lent began, it showed itself and divided them on various occasions more than before. At last, Lent also was drawing to a close, and as Villiers and Ethel were anxious to see the ceremonies of Passion Week at Rome, it was arranged that they and Mr. and Mrs. Saville should visit the Eternal City together. Horatio manifested a distaste even to the short residence that it was agreed they should make together during the month they were to spend at Rome, but Clorinda showed herself particularly anxious for the fulfillment of this plan, and the majority prevailing, the whole party left Naples together. Full soon was the veil of mystery then withdrawn, and Villiers and his wife let into the arena of their cousin's life. Horatio had yielded unwillingly to Clorinda's entreaties, and extracted many promises from her before he gave his consent. But all would not do. The natural, the uncontrollable violence of her disposition broke down every barrier, and in spite of his caution, and her struggles with herself, the reality opened fearfully upon the English pair. The lava torrent of Neapolitan blood flowed in her veins, and restraining it for some time, it at last poured itself forth with volcanic violence. It was at the inn at Terracina, on their way to Rome, that a scene took place, such as an English person must cross Alps and Apennines to behold. Ethel had seen that something was wrong. She saw the beauty of Clorinda vanished, changed, melted away and awfully transformed into actual ugliness. She saw tiger-like glances from her eyes, and her lips pale and quivering. Poor Saville strove with gentle words to allay the storm to which some jealous freak gave rise. Perceiving that his endeavours were vain, he rose to quit the room. They were at dinner. She sprung on him with a knife in her hand. Edward seized her arm, and she sunk on the floor in convulsions. Ethel was scarcely less moved. Seeing her terrified beyond all expression, Horatio led her from the room. He was pale. His voice failed him. He left her, and sending Edward to her, returned to his wife. The same evening he said to Villiers, "Do not ask me to stay. Let me go without another word. You see how it is. With what Herculean labour I have concealed this sad truth so long is scarcely conceivable. When Ethel's sweet smile has sometimes reproached my tardiness, I have escaped but half alive from a scene like the one you witnessed. In a few hours, it is true, Clorinda will be shocked, full of remorse, at my feet. That is worse still. Her repentance is as violent as her rage, and both transform her from a woman into something too painful to dwell upon. She is generous, virtuous, full of power and talent, but this fatal vehemence more than neutralizes her good qualities. I can do nothing. I am chained to the oar. I have but one hope. Time, reason, and steadiness of conduct on my part may subdue her. And as she will at no distant period become a mother, softer feelings may develop themselves. Sometimes I am violently impelled to fly from her forever. But she loves me, and I will not desert her. If she will permit me, I will do my duty to the end. Let us go back now. You will return to Naples next winter, and with this separation, which will gall her proud spirit to its core, as a lesson, I hope by that time that she will prove more worthy of Ethel's society." Nothing could be said to this. Saville, though he asked "let us go back," had decreed irrevocably in his own mind not to advance another step with his companions. The parting was melancholy and ominous. He would not permit Clorinda to appear again, for, as he said, he feared her repentance more than her violence, and would not expose Ethel as the witness of a scene of humiliation and shame. 1,000 times over his friends promised to return immediately to Naples, not deferring their visit till the following winter. He was to take a house for them for the summer at Castellammare or Sorrento, and immediately after Easter they were to return. These kind promises were a balm to his disturbed mind. He watched their carriage from the inn at Terracina, as it skimmed along the level road of the Pontine marshes, and could not despair while he expected its quick return. Turning his eyes away, he resumed his yoke again, and melancholy beyond his wont, joined his remorseful wife. They were soon on their way back to Naples, she less demonstrative in her repentance, because more internally and deeply touched than she had ever been before. End of Volume 2, Chapter 11. Recording by Linda Johnson.
Section 30 of Lodore. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Lodore by Mary Shelley, Volume 2, Chapter 12. Shall I compare thee to a summer's day? Thou art more lovely and more temperate. Rough winds do shake the darling buds of May, and summer's lease hath all too short a date, but thy eternal summer shall not fade. Shakespeare. Parting thus sadly from their unfortunate cousin, Villiers and Ethel were drawn together yet nearer, and if possible with a deeper tenderness of affection than before. Here was an example before their eyes that all their fellow creatures were not equally fortunate in the lottery of life, and that worse than a blank befell many, while the ticket which they had drawn was a prize beyond all summing. Edward felt indeed disappointed at losing his cousin's society, as well as deeply grieved at the wretched fate which he had selected for himself. Ethel, on the contrary, was in her heart glad that he was absent. She had no place in that heart to spare away from her husband, and however much she liked Horatio, and worthy as he was of her friendship, she felt him as an encroacher. Now she delivered herself up to Edward, and to the thought of Edward solely, with fresh and genuine delight. No one stood between her and him. None called off his attention or forced her to pass 1 second of time unoccupied by his idea. When she expressed these feelings to Villiers, he called her selfish and narrow-hearted, yet his pride and his affection were gratified, for he knew how true was every word she uttered, and how without flaw or blot was her faith and her attachment. "And yet, my Ethel," he said, "I sometimes ask myself how this boasted affection of yours will stand the trials which I fear are preparing for it." "What trials?" she asked anxiously. "Care, poverty, the want of all the luxuries, perhaps of the comforts of life." Ethel smiled again. "That is your affair," she replied. "Do you rouse your courage if you look upon these as evils? I shall feel nothing of all this while near you. Care, poverty, want, as if I needed anything except your love, you yourself, who are mine." "Yes, dear," replied Villiers, "that is all very well at this moment, rolling along in a comfortable carriage, an hotel ready to receive us with all its luxuries. But suppose us without any of these, Ethel. Suppose yourself in a melancholy little dingy abode, without servants, without carriage, going out on foot." "Not alone," replied his wife, laughing and kissing his hand. "I shall have you to wait on me, to wait upon." "You take it very well now," said Edward. "I hope that you will never be put to the trial. I am far from anticipating this excess of wretchedness, of course, but I cannot help feeling that the prospects of tomorrow are uncertain, and I am anxious for my long-delayed letters from England." With Ethel's deep and warm affection, had she been 10 or only 5 years older, she also must have participated in Edward's inquietude. But care is a word, not an emotion, for the very young. She was only 17. She had never attended to the disbursements of money. She was ignorant of the mechanism of giving and receiving, on which the course of our life depends. It was in vain that she sought in the interior of her mind for an image that should produce fear or regret with regard to the absence or presence of money. No one reflection or association brought into being an idea on the subject. Again she kissed Edward's hand and looked on him with her soft, clear eyes, thinking only, "He is here, and heaven has given me all I ask." Left again to themselves, they were anxious to avoid acquaintances, yet this was impossible during the Holy Week at Rome. Villiers found many persons whom he knew, women of high rank and fashion, men of wealth, or with the appearance of it, enjoying the present, and, while away from England, unencumbered by care. Mr. and Mrs. Villiers were among these, and of them. Their rank and their style of living, resembling theirs, associated them together. All this was necessary to Edward, for he had been accustomed to it. It was natural to Ethel, because, being wholly inexperienced, she did as others did, and as Villiers wished her to do, without reflection or forethought. Yet each day added to Edward's careful thoughts. Easter was gone, and the period approached when they had talked of returning to Naples. The covey of English had taken flight towards the north. They were almost the only strangers in the ancient and silent city, whose every stone breathes of a world gone by, whose surpassing beauty crowns her still the glory of the world. The English pair, left to themselves, roamed through the ruins and loitered in the galleries, never weary of the very ocean of beauty and grandeur which they coursed over in their summer bark. The weather grew warm, for the month of May had commenced, and they took refuge in the vast churches from the heat. At twilight they sought the neighboring gardens, or scrambled about the Colosseum, or the more ruined and weed-grown baths of Caracalla. The fireflies came out, and the splashing of the many fountains reached their ears from afar, while the clear azure of the Roman sky bent over them in beauty and peace. Ethel never alluded to their proposed return to Naples. She feared each day to hear Villiers mention it. She was so happy where she was. She shrunk from any change. The majesty, the simplicity, the quiet of Rome were in unison with the holy stillness that dwelt in her soul. Absorbed as it was by one unchanging image, she had reached the summit of human happiness. She had nothing more to ask. Her full heart, not bursting, yet gently overflowing in its bliss, thanked heaven and drew nearer Edward and was at peace. "God help us!" exclaimed Villiers. "I wonder what on earth will become of us." They were sitting together on a fragment of the Colosseum. They had clambered up its fallen wall and reached a kind of weed-grown chasm whose depth, as it was moonlight, they could not measure by the eye. So they sat beside it on a small fragment, and Villiers held Ethel close to him lest she should fall. The heartfelt and innocent caress of two united in the sight of heaven, wedded together for the endurance of the good and ills of life, hallowed the spot and hour. And then, even while Ethel nestled nearer to him in fondness, Edward made the exclamation that she heard with a wonder which mingled with, yet could not disturb, the calm joy which she felt. "What but good can come of us while we are thus?" she asked. "You will not listen to me nor understand me," replied her husband, "but I do assure you that our position is more than critical. No remittances, no letters come from England. We are in debt here, in debt in Italy, 1,000 miles from our resources. I grope in the dark and see no outlet. Every day's post, with the nothing that it brings, adds to my anxiety." "All will be well," replied Ethel gently. "No real evil will happen to us, be assured." "I wish," said Villiers, "your experience instead of your ignorance suggested the assertion. I would rather die 1,000 deaths than apply to dear Horace, who is ill enough off himself. But every day here adds to our difficulties. Our only hope is in our instant return to England. And by heavens, you kiss me, Ethel, as if we lived in fairyland, and that such were our food. Have you no fears?" "I am sorry to say, none," she answered in a soft voice. "I wish I could contrive some, because I appear unsympathizing to you. But I cannot fear. You are in health and near me. Heaven and my dear father's spirit will watch over us, and all will be well. This is the end and beginning of my anxiety, so dismiss yours, love. For believe me, in a day or two these forebodings of yours will be as a dream." "It is very strange," replied Edward. "Were you not so close to me, I should fancy you a spirit instead of a woman. You seem to have no touch of earthly solicitude." "Well, I will do as you bid me, and hope for tomorrow. And now let us get down from this place before the moon sets and leaves us in darkness." As if to confirm the auguries of Ethel, the following morning brought the long-expected letters. One contained a remittance, another was from Colonel Villiers to say that Edward's immediate presence was requisite in England to make the final arrangements before his marriage. With a glad heart Villiers turned his steps northward, while Ethel, if she could have regretted aught while with him, would have sighed to leave their lonely haunts in Rome. She well knew that whatever of sublime nature might display, or man might congregate of beautiful in art elsewhere, there was a calm majesty, a silent and awful repose in the ruins of Rome, joined to the delights of a southern climate and the luxuriant vegetation of a sunny soil, more in unison with her single and devoted heart than any other spot in the universe could boast. They would both have rejoiced to have seen Savile again, yet they were unacknowledgedly glad not to pursue their plan of domesticating near him at Naples, a remediless evil which is forever the source of fresh disquietude, is one that tasks human fortitude and human patience more than those vaster misfortunes which elevate while they wound. The proud, aspiring spirit of man craves something to raise him from the dust, and to adorn his insignificance. He seeks to strengthen his alliance with the lofty and the eternal, and shrinks from low-born cares as being the fetters and bolts that link him to his baser origin. Savile, the slave of a violent woman's caprice, struggling with passions at once so fiery and so feeble as to excite contempt, was a spectacle which they were glad to shun. Their own souls were in perfect harmony, and discord was peculiarly abhorrent to them. They traveled by the beaten route of Mount Cenis, Lyons, and Calais, and in less than a month arrived in England. As the presence of Villiers was requisite in London, after staying a few days at an hotel in Brook Street, they took a furnished house in the same street for a short time. The London season had passed its zenith, but its decline was scarcely perceptible. Ethel had no wish to enter into its gaieties, and it had been Edward's plan to avoid them until they were richer. But here they were, placed by fate in the very midst of them, and as when their affairs were settled they intended again to return abroad, he could not refuse himself the pleasure of seeing Ethel in the first flower of her loveliness, mingling with and outshining every other beauty of her country. It would have been difficult indeed, placed within the verge of the English aristocracy assembled in London, to avoid its engagements and pleasures, for he also was an Arcadian, and made one of the self-enthroned world. The next 2 months, therefore, while still every settlement was delayed by his father, they spent in the fashionable circles of London. They did not indeed enter into its amusements with the zest and resolution of tyros. To Villiers the scene was not new, and therefore not exceedingly enticing, and Ethel's mind was not of the sort to be borne along in the stream of folly. They avoided going to crowded entertainments. They were always satisfied with 1 or 2 parties in the evening. Nay, once or twice in the week they usually remained at home, and not unseldom dined tête-à-tête. The serpent fang of pleasure and the paltry ambition of society had no power over Ethel. She often enjoyed herself because she often met people of either sex, whose fame or wit or manners interested and pleased her, but as little vanity as mortal woman ever had fell to her share. Very young, and to use the phrase of the day, very new, flattery and admiration glanced harmlessly by her. Her personal vanity was satisfied when Villiers was pleased, and for the rest she was glad to improve her mind and to wear away the timidity which she felt that her lonely education had induced by mingling with the best society of her country. She had also some curiosity, and as she promised herself but a brief sojourn in this land of lions, she wished to see several things and persons she might never come in contact with again. Various names which had reached her in the Illinois here grew from shadows into real human beings, ministers of state, beauties, authors, and wits. She visited once or twice the ventilator of St. Stephen's, and graced a red bench of the House of Lords on the prorogation of Parliament. Villiers was very much pleased with her throughout. His pride was gratified by the approval she elicited from all. Men admired her, but distantly, as a being they could not rudely nor impertinently approach. Women were not afraid of her, because they saw that though she made no display of conjugal attachment, she loved her husband. Her extreme youth, the perpetual sunshine of her countenance, and the gentle grace of her manners won more the liking than the praise of her associates. They drew near her as to one too untaught to understand their mysteries, and too innocent to judge them severely. An atmosphere of kindness and of repose followed her wherever she went. This her husband felt more than any other, and he prized his Ethel at the worth she so truly deserved. One of the reasons which caused Mrs. Villiers to avoid large assemblies was that Lady Lodore was in town, and that in such places they sometimes met. Ethel did not well know how to act. Youth is ever fearful of making unwelcome demonstration, and false shame often acts more powerfully to influence it than the call of duty or the voice of affection. Villiers had no desire to bring the mother and daughter together, and stood neutral. Lady Lodore had once or twice recognized her by a bow and a smile, but after such she always vanished, and was seen no more that evening. Ethel often yearned to approach, to claim her tenderness, and to offer her filial affection. Villiers laughed at such flights. "The safe thing to do," he said, "is to take the tone of Lady Lodore. She is held back by no bashfulness. She does the thing she wishes without hesitation or difficulty. Did she desire her lovely grown-up daughter to play a child's part towards her, she would soon contrive to bring it about. Lady Lodore is a woman of the world. She was nursed in its lessons, and piously adheres to its code. Its ways are hers, and the objects of ambition which it holds out are those which she desires to attain. She is talked of, as admired, and followed by the Earl of D. You may spoil all if you put yourself forward." Ethel was not quite satisfied. The voice of nature was awake within, and she yearned to claim her mother's affection. Until now she had regarded her more as a stranger, but at this time a filial instinct stirred her heart, impelling her to some outward act, some demonstration of duty. Whenever she saw Lady Lodore, which was rarely, and at a distance, she gazed earnestly on her, and tried to read within her soul whether Villiers was right, and her mother happy. The shining uniform outside of a woman of fashion baffled her endeavours without convincing her. One evening at the opera she discerned Lady Lodore in the tier below her. Ethel drew back and shaded herself with the curtain of her box, so that she could not be perceived, while she watched her mother intently. A succession of visitors came into Lady Lodore's box, and she spoke to all with the animation of a heart at ease. There was an almost voluptuous repose in her manner and appearance that contrasted with, while it adorned, the easy flow of her conversation, and the spring tide of wit which, to judge from the amusement of her auditors, flowed from her lips. Yet Ethel fancied that her smile was often forced, so suddenly did it displace an expression of listlessness and languor, which, when she turned from the people in her box to the stage, came across her countenance like a shadow. It might be the gas, which shadows so unbecomingly the fair audience at the King's Theatre. It might be the consequences of raking, for Lady Lodore was out every night. But Ethel thought that she saw a change. She was less brilliant, her person thinner, and had lost some of its exquisite roundness. Still, as her daughter gazed, she thought, "She is not happy." Yet what could she do? How pour sweetness into the bitter stream of life? As Villiers had said, any advance of hers might spoil all. The sister of the nobleman he had mentioned was her companion at the opera. Lord D. himself came, though late, to fetch her away. She had therefore her own prospects, her own plans, which doubtless she desired to pursue undisturbed, however they might fail to charm away the burthen of life. Once, and only once, Ethel heard her mother's voice, and was spoken to by her. She had gone to hear the speech from the throne on the prorogation of Parliament. She got there late, so that every bench was filled. Room was made for her near the throne, immediately under the gallery, as the house was constructed until last year, but she was obliged to be separated from her party, and sat half annoyed at being surrounded by strangers. A peer, whom she recognized as the Earl of D., came up and entered into conversation with the lady sitting behind her. Could it be her mother? She remembered that as she sat down she had glanced at some one whom she thought she knew, and she did not doubt that this was Lady Lodore. A sudden thrill passed as an electric shock through her frame. Every joint in her body trembled, her knees knocked together, and the color forsook her cheeks. She tried to rally. Why should she feel agitated as if possessed by terror on account of this near contact with the dearest relation heaven has bestowed on its creatures? Why not turn, and if she did not speak, claim with beseeching eyes her mother's love? Was it indeed her? The lady spoke, and her voice entered and stirred Ethel's beating heart with strange emotion. Every drop of blood within her seemed to leap at the sound, but she sat still as a statue, saying to herself, "When Lord D. leaves her, I will turn and speak." After some trivial conversation on topics of the day, the peers were ordered to take their seats, and Lord D. departed. Then Ethel tried to summon all her courage, but now the doors were thrown open, the king entered, and everyone stood up. At this moment, as she, in the confusion of being called upon while abstracted to do any act, however slight, had for a moment half forgotten her mother, her arm was touched, and the same voice which had replied to Lord D. said to her, "Your earring is unfastened, Ethel. It will fall out." Ethel could not speak. She raised her hands mechanically to arrange the ornament, but her trembling fingers refused to perform the office. "Permit me," said the lady, drawing off her glove, and Ethel felt her mother's hand touch her cheek. Her very life stood suspended. It was a bitter pain, yet a pleasure inconceivable. There was a suffocation in her throat, and the tears filled her eyes, but even the simple words, "I thank you," died on her lips. Her voice could frame no sound. The world, and all within its sphere, might have passed away at that moment, and she been unconscious of any change. "Yes, she will love me," was the idea that spoke audibly within, and a feeling of confidence, a flow of sympathy and enthusiastic affection burst on her heart. As soon as she could recollect herself, she turned. Lady Lodore was no longer there. She had glided from her seat, and Ethel just caught a glimpse of her as she contrived another for herself behind a column, which afterwards so hit her that her daughter could only see the waving of her plumes. On these she fixed her eyes until all was over, and then Lady Lodore went out hurriedly, with averted face, as if to escape her recognition. This put the seal on Ethel's dream. She believed that her mother obviously signified her desire that they should continue strangers to each other. It was hard, but she must submit. She had no longer that prejudice against Lady Lodore, that exaggerated notion of her demerits, which the long exile of her father and the abhorrence of Mrs. Fitzhenry had before instilled. Her mother was no longer a semi-Gorgon, hid behind a deceptive mask, a Medea without a touch of human pity. She was a lovely, soft-voiced, angelic-looking woman, whom she would have given worlds to be permitted to love and wait upon. She found excuses for her errors. She lavished admiration on all her attractions. She could do all but muster courage to vanquish the obstacles that existed to their intercourse. She fondly cherished her image as an idol placed in the sanctuary of her heart, which she could regard with silent reverence and worship, but whose concealing veil she could not raise. Villiers smiled when she spoke in this way to him. He saw in her enthusiasm the overflowing of an affectionate heart which longed to exhaust itself in loving. He kissed her and bade her think anything, so that she did nothing. The time for doing had indeed, for the present, passed away. Lady Lodore left town, and when mother and daughter met again, it was not destined to be beneath a palace roof, surrounded by the nobility of the land. End of Volume 2, Chapter 12. Section 31 of Lodore. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Lodore by Mary Shelley, Volume 2, Chapter 13. I choose to comfort myself by considering that even while I am lamenting my present uneasiness, it is passing away. Horace Walpole. An event occurred at this time which considerably altered the plans of Mr. and Mrs. Villiers. They had been invited to spend some time at Maristow Castle, and were about to proceed thither with Lord Maristow and his daughters, when the sudden death of Mr. Savile changed everything. He died of a malignant fever, leaving a young widow and no child to inherit his place in society. Through this unlooked-for event, Horatio became the immediate heir of his father's title. He stepped from the slighted position of a younger son into the rank of the eldest, and thus became another being in all men's eyes, but chiefly in his father's. Viscount Maristow had deeply regretted his son's foreign marriage, and argued against his choice of remaining abroad. He was a statesman, and conceived that Horatio's talents and eloquence would place him high among the legislators of St. Stephen's. The soundness of his understanding and the flowing brilliancy of his language were pledges of his success. But Savile was not ambitious. His imagination rose high above the empty honours of the world. To be useful was a better aim, but he did not conceive that his was a mind calculated to lead others in its train. Its framework was too delicate, too finely strung, to sound in accord with the many. He wanted the desire to triumph, and was content to adore truth in the temple of his own mind, without defacing its worship by truckling to the many falsehoods and errors which demand subserviency in the world. Lord Maristow had hitherto submitted to his disappointment, not without murmurs, but without making any great effort at victory. He had written many letters entreating his son to cast off the drowsy Neapolitan sloth. He had besought Villiers, previous to his departure the preceding year, to bring his cousin back with him, and this was all. The death of his eldest son quickened him to exertion. He resolved to trust no longer to written arguments, but to go himself to Italy, and by force of paternal authority or persuasions to induce his son to come back to his native country, and to fill with honour the post to which fortune had advanced him. He did not doubt that Horatio would himself feel the force of his new duties, but it would be clenching his purpose, and paying an agreeable compliment to Clorinda, to make this journey, and to bring them back with him when he returned. Whatever Mrs. Savile's distaste to England might be, it must yield to the necessity that now drew her thither. Lord Maristow could not imagine any resistance so violent as to impede his wishes. The projected journey charmed his daughters, saddened as they were by their recent loss. Lucy was overjoyed at the prospect of seeing her beloved brother. She felt sure that Clorinda would be brought to reason. And thus, with their hearts set upon one object, one idea, they bade adieu to Ethel and her husband, as if their career was to be as sunny and as prosperous as they doubted not that their own would be. Lord Maristow alone guessed how things might stand. "Edward, my dear boy," he said, "give me credit for great anxiety on your account. I wish this marriage of yours had not taken place. Then you might have roughed it as other young men do, and have been the better for a little tart experience. I do not like this shuffling on your father's part. I hear for a certainty that this marriage of his will come to nothing. The friends of the young lady are against it, and she is very young, and only an heiress by courtesy. Her father can give her as many tens of thousands as he pleases, but he has sworn not to give her a shilling if she marries without his consent, and he has forbidden Colonel Villiers his house. He still continues at Cheltenham, and assures every one that he is on safe ground, that the girl loves him, and that when once his, the father must yield. It is too ridiculous to see him playing a boy-lover's part at his time of life, trying to undermine a daughter's sense of duty, he who may soon be a grandfather. The poor little thing, I am told, is quite fascinated by his dashing manners and station in society. We shall see how it will end. I fear ill. Her father might pardon a runaway match with a lover of her own age, but he will never forgive the cold-blooded villainy, of a man of 3 times her age, who for gain, and gain only, is seeking to steal her from him. Such is the sum of what I am told by a friend of mine just arrived from Cheltenham. The whole thing is the farce of the day, and the stolen interviews of the lovers, and the loud, vulgarly spoken denunciations of her father, vary the scene from a travesty of Romeo and Juliet to the comedies of Plautus or Molière. I beg your pardon, Edward, for my frankness, but I am angry. I have been used as a cat's paw. I have been treated unfairly. I was told that the marriage wanted but your signature. My representations induced you to offer to Miss Fitzhenry, and now you are a ruined man. I am hampered by my own family and cannot come forward to your assistance. My advice is that you wait a little and see what turn matters take. Once decided, however they conclude, strong representations shall be made to your father, and he shall be forced to render proper assistance. Then, if politics take a better turn, I may do something for you, or you can live abroad till better times. Villiers thanked Lord Maristow for his advice, and made no remarks either on his details or promises. He saw his own fate stretched drearily before him, but his pride made him strong to bear without any outward signs of wincing. He would suffer all, conceal all, and be pitied by none. The thought of Ethel alone made him weak. Were she sheltered during the storm which he saw gathering so darkly, he would have felt satisfied. What was to be done? To go abroad was to encounter beggary and famine. To remain exposed him to 1,000 insults and dangers from which there was no escape. Such were the whisperings of despair, but brighter hopes often visited him. All could not be so evil as it seemed. Fortune, so long his enemy, would yield at last 1 inch of ground, 1 inch to stand upon, where he might wait in patience for better days. Had he indeed done his utmost to avert the calamities he apprehended? Certainly not. Thus spoke his sanguine spirit. More could and should be done. His father might find means, he himself be enabled to arrange with his lawyer some mode of raising a sum of money which would at least enable him to go on the continent with his wife. He spent his thoughts and wishes for the attainment of this desirable conclusion to his adversity, till the very earnestness of his expectations seemed to promise their realization. It could not be that the worst would come. Absurd! Something must happen to assist them. Seeking for this unknown something, which in spite of all his efforts would take no visible or tangible form, he spent weary days and sleepless nights, his brain spinning webs of thought, not like those of the spider, useful to their weaver. A tangled skein they were rather, where the clue was inextricably hid. He did not speak of these things to Ethel, but he grew sad, and she was anxious to go out of town to have him all to herself, when she promised herself to dispel his gloom, and as she darkly guessed at the source of his disquietude, by economy and a system of rigid privation, to show him how willing and able she was to meet the adversity which he so much dreaded. End of Volume 2, Chapter 13. Section 32 of Lodore. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Lodore by Mary Shelley, Volume 2, Chapter 14. The pure, the open, prosperous love that pledged on earth and sealed above grows in the world's approving eyes, in friendship's smile and home's caress, collecting all the heart's sweet ties into one knot of happiness. Lalla Rookh. Another month withered away in fruitless expectation. Villiers felt that he was following an ignis fatuus, yet knew not how to give up his pursuit. At length he listened more docilely to Ethel's representations of the expediency of quitting town. She wished to pay her long-promised visit to her aunt, and Villiers at last consented to accompany her. They gave up their house, dispersed a tolerably numerous establishment, and left town for their sober and rural seclusion in Essex. Taken from the immediate scene, where care met him at every turn, Edward's spirits rose, and the very tranquillity and remoteness of Longfield became a relief and an enjoyment. It was bright October weather, the fields were green, the hedges yet in verdant trim. The air was so still that the dead leaves hung too lazy to fall. from the topmost boughs of the earlier trees. The oak was still dressed in a dark, sober green. The fresh July shoot, having lost its summer hue, was unapparent among the foliage. The varying tints of beech, ash, and elm diversified the woods. The morning and evening skies were resplendent with crimson and gold, and the moonlight nights were sweeter than the day. Fatigued by the hurry of town, and one at least worn out with care, the young pair took a new lease of love in idleness in this lonely spot. A slight attack of rheumatism confined Aunt Bessie to her chimney corner, but in spite of her caution to Ethel not to incur the same penalty from all the array of wet walks and damp shoes, it was her best pleasure each morning to tie on her bonnet, take her husband's arm, and they wandered away together, returning only to find their horses ready, and then they departed for hours, coming back late and unwillingly after the sun was down. Mrs. Elizabeth wondered where all the beautiful spots were which Ethel described so enthusiastically as to be found in the neighborhood. The good lady longed to go out herself to see if she could not reap equal delight from viewing the grouping of trees whose various autumnal tints were painted in Ethel's speech with hues too bright for earth, or to discover what there could be so extraordinarily picturesque in a moss-grown cottage near a brook, with a high bank clothed with wood behind, which she believed must be one Dame Nixon's cottage in the Vale of Bewling, and which she knew she must have passed 1,000 times, and yet she had never noticed its beauty. Very often Ethel could give no information of whither they had been, only they had lost themselves in majestic woods, lingered in winding lanes which led to resplendent views, or even reached the margin of the barren sea, to behold the enveloping atmosphere reflected in its fitful mirror, to watch the progress of evanescent storms, or to see the moon light up her silvery pathway on the dusky waste. Villiers took his gun with him in his walks, but though American bred, Ethel was so unfeignedly distressed by the sight of death that he never brought down a bird. He shot in its direction now and then to keep his pointer in practice, and to laugh at his wife's glad triumph when he missed his feathery mark. Ethel was especially delighted to renew her acquaintance with Longfield, her father's boyhood home, under such sunny circumstances. She had loved it before, with anguish in her heart and heavy sadness weighing on her steps. She had loved it for his sake. But now that it became the home, the dedicated garden of love, it received additional beauty in her eyes from its association with the memory of Lord Lodore. All things conjoined, the season calmed and brightened, as if for her especial enjoyment, remembrance of the past, and the undivided possession of her Edward's society combined to steep her soul in happiness. Even he, whose more active and masculine spirit might have fretted in solitude and sloth, was subdued by care and uncertainty to look on the peace of the present moment as the dearest gift of the gods. Both so young, and the minds of both open as day to each other's eyes, no single blot obscured their intercourse. They never tired of each other, and the teeming spirit of youth filled the empty space of each hour as it came, with a new growth of sentiments and ideas. The long evening had its pleasures, with its close-drawn curtains and cheerful fire. Even whist with the white-haired parson and Mrs. Fitzhenry in her spectacles imparted pleasure. Could anything duller have been devised, which would have been difficult, it had not been so to them. And a stranger coming in and seeing their animated looks and hearing their cheerful tones and light-hearted laugh must have envied the very elysium of delight which Aunt Bessie's usually so sober drawing-room contained. Merely to see Ethel leaning on her husband's arm and looking up in his face as he drew her yet closer, and while his fingers were twined among her silken ringlets, kissed so fondly her fair brow, must have demonstrated to a worldling the irrefragable truth that happiness is born a twin, love being the parent. The beauty of a pastoral picture has but short duration in this cloudy land, and happiness, the sun of our moral existence, is yet more fitful in its visitations. Villiers and his young wife took their accustomed ride through shady lanes and copses, and through parks, where, though the magnificent features of nature were wanting, the eye was delighted by a various prospect of wood and lawny upland. The soft, though wild west wind drove along vast masses of snowy clouds, which displayed in their intervals the deep stainless azure of the boundless sky. The shadows of the clouds now darkened the pathway of our riders, and now they saw the sunlight advance from a distance, coming on with steps of light and air, till it reached them, and they felt the warmth and gladness of sunshine descend on them. The various colored woods were now painted brightly in the beams, and now half lost in shadow. There was life and action everywhere, yet not the awakening activity of spring, but rather a vague, uneasy restlessness, allied to languor and pregnant with melancholy. Villiers was silent and sad. Ethel too well knew the cause wherefore he was dispirited. He had received letters that morning which stung him into a perception of the bitter realities which were gathering about them. One was to say that no communication had been received from his father, but that it was believed that he was somewhere in London. The other was from his banker, to remind him that he had overdrawn his credit, nearly the most disagreeable intelligence a man can hear when he possesses no immediate means of replenishing his drained purse. Ethel was grieved to see him pained, but she could not acutely feel these pecuniary distresses. She tried to divert his thoughts by conversation, and pointing out the changes which the advancing season made in the aspect of the country. "Yes," said Villiers, "it is a beautiful world. Poets tell us this, and religious men have drawn an argument for their creed from the wisdom and loveliness displayed in the external universe, which speaks to every heart and every understanding. The azure canopy fretted with golden lights, or, as now, curtained by wondrous shapes, which, though they are akin to earth, yet partake the glory of the sky, the green expanse variegated by streams, teeming with life and prolific of food to sustain that life, and that very food the chief cause of the beauty we enjoy. With such magnificence has the Creator set forth our table. All this, and the winds that fan us so balmily, and the flowers that enchant our sight, do not all these make earth a type of heaven?" Ethel turned her eyes on him to read in his face the expression of the enthusiasm and enjoyment that seemed to dictate his words. But his countenance was gloomy, and as he continued to speak his expressions took more the color of his uneasy feelings. "How false and senseless all this really is," he pursued. "Find a people who truly make earth, its woods and fells and inclement sky, their unadorned dwelling place, who pluck the spontaneous fruits of the soil, or slay the animals as they find them, attending neither to culture nor property, and we give them the name of barbarians and savages, untaught, uncivilized, miserable beings, and we, the wiser and more refined, hunt and exterminate them. We who spend so many words, either as preachers or philosophers, to vaunt that with which they are satisfied, we feel ourselves the greater, the wiser, the nobler, the more barriers we place between ourselves and nature, the more completely we cut ourselves off from her generous but simple munificence." "But is this necessary?" asked the forest-bred girl. "When I lived in the wilds of the Illinois, the simplest abode, food, and attire were all I knew of human refinements, and I was satisfied." Villiers did not appear to heed her remark, but continued the train of his own reflections. "The first desire of man is not for wealth nor luxury, but for sympathy and applause. He desires to remove to the furthest extremity of the world contempt and degradation, and according to the ideas of the society in which he is bred, so are his desires fashioned. We, the most civilized, high-bred, prosperous people in the world, make no account of nature unless we add the ideas of possession, and of the labors of man. We rate each individual, and we all desire to be rated as individuals distinct from and superior to the mass, not by himself, but by his house, his park, his income. This is a trite observation, yet it appears new when it comes home. What is lower, humbler, more despicable than a poor man? Give him learning, give him goodness, see him with manners acquired in poverty, habits dyed in the dusky hues of penury, and if we do not despise him, yet we do not admit him to our tables or society. Refinement may only be the varnish of the picture, yet it is necessary to make apparent to the vulgar eye even the beauties of Raphael. To the vulgar eye, repeated Ethel emphatically. And I seem one of those by the way I speak, said Edward, smiling. Yet indeed I do not despise any man for being poor except myself. I can feel pride in showing honor where honor is due, even though clad in the uncouth and forbidding garb of plebeianism. But I cannot claim this for myself. I cannot demand the justice of men, which they would nickname pity. The Illinois would be preferable far. And the Illinois might be a paradise, said Ethel. We hope for a better. We hope for Italy. Do you remember Rome and the Colosseum, my love? Naples, the Chioggia, and San Carlo? These were better than the savannas of the West. Our hopes are good. It is the present only which is so thorny, so worse than barren. Like the souls of Dante, we have a fiery past to get through before we reach our place of bliss. That we have it in prospect will gift us with fortitude. Meanwhile, I must string myself to my task. Ethel, dearest, I shall go to town tomorrow. And I with you, surely. Do not ask it. This is your first lesson in the lore you were so ready to learn, of bearing all for me. With you, interrupted his wife. With me it shall soon be, replied Edward. But to speak according to the ways of this world, my presence in London is necessary for a few days, for a very few days. A journey there and back for me is nothing, but it would be a real and useless expense if you went. Indeed, Ethel, you must submit to my going without you. I ask it of you, and you will not refuse. A few days, you say, answered Ethel, a very few days. It is hard, but you will not be angry if I should join you if your return is delayed. You will not be so mad, said Villiers. I go with a light heart because I leave you in security and comfort. I will return. I need not protest. You know that I shall return the moment I can. I speak of a few days. It cannot be a week. Let me go then, with what satisfaction I may, to the den of darkness and toil, and not be farther annoyed by the fear that you will not support my absence with cheerfulness. As you love me, wait for me with patience. Remain with your aunt till I return. I will stay for a week if it must be so, replied Ethel. Indeed, my love, it must. Nor will I task you beyond. Before a week is gone by, you shall see me. Ethel looked wistfully at him, but said no more. She thought it hard. She did not think it right that he should go, that he should toil and suffer without her, but she had no words for argument or contention, so she yielded. The next morning, a cold but cheerful morning, at 7 o'clock, she drove over with him in Mrs. Fitzhenry's little pony chaise to the town 4 miles off, through which the stages passed. A first parting is a kind of landmark in life, a starting post whence we begin our career out of illusion and the land of dreams into reality and endurance. They arrived not a moment too soon. She had yet 1,000 things to say, one or two very particular things which she had reserved for the last moment. There was no time, and she was forced to concentrate all her injunctions into one word, write. Every day, and do you. It will be my only pleasure, replied his wife. Take care of yourself. He was on the top of the stage and gone, and Ethel felt that a blank loneliness had swallowed up the dearest joy of her life. She drew her cloak round her. She gazed along the road. There were no traces of him. She gave herself up to thought, and as he was the object of all her thoughts, this was her best consolation. She reviewed the happy days they had spent together. She dwelt on the memory of his unalterable affection and endearing kindness, and then tears rushed into her eyes. Will any ill ever befall him? She thought. Oh no, none ever can. He must be rewarded for his goodness and his love. How dear he ought to be to me. Did he not take the poor friendless girl from solitude and grief, and disdaining neither her poverty nor her orphan state, give her himself, his care, his affection? Oh, my Edward, what would Ethel have been without you? Her father was gone, her mother repulsed her, she was alone in the wide world, till you generously made her your own. With the true enthusiasm of passion, Ethel delighted to magnify the benefits she had received, and to make those which she herself conferred nothing, that gratitude and love might become yet stronger duties. In her heart, though she reproached herself for what she termed selfishness, she could not regret his poverty and difficulties, if thus she should acquire an opportunity of being useful to him. But she felt herself defrauded of her best privileges of serving and consoling by their separation. Thus, now congratulating herself on her husband's attachment, now repining at the fate that divided them, agitated by various emotions too sweet and bitter for words, she returned to Longfield. Aunt Bessie was in her armchair, waiting for her to begin breakfast. Edward's seat was empty, his cup was not placed, he was omitted in the domestic arrangements. Tears rushed into her eyes, and in vain, trying to calm herself, she sobbed aloud. Aunt Bessie was astonished, and when all the explanation she got was, "He is gone," she congratulated herself that her single state had spared her the endurance of these conjugal distresses. End of Volume 2, Chapter 14.
Section 33 of Lodore. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Lodore by Mary Shelley, Volume 2, Chapter 15. How like a winter hath my absence been from thee, the pleasure of the fleeting year! What freezings have I felt, what dark days seen, what old December's bareness everywhere. Shakespeare. Ethel cheered herself to amuse her aunt, and as in her days of hopeless love, she tried to shorten the hours by occupation. It was difficult, for all her thoughts were employed in conjectures as to where Edward was, what doing, in looking at her watch, and following in her mind all his actions, or in meditating how hereafter she might remedy any remissness on her part, so tender was her conscience, and best contribute to his happiness. Such reveries beguiled many hours, and enabled her to endure with some show of courage the pains of absence. Each day she heard from him, each day she wrote, and this entire pouring out of herself on paper formed the charm of her existence. She endeavored to persuade him how fortunate their lot might hereafter be, how many of his fears were unfounded or misplaced. "Remember, dearest love," she said, "that I have nothing of the fine lady about me. I do not even feel the want of those luxuries so necessary to most women. This I owe to my father. It was his first care, while he brought me up in the most jealous retirement, to render me independent of the services of others. Solitude is to me no evil, and the delight of my life would be to wait upon you. I am not, therefore, an object of pity. When fortune deprives me of the appurtenances of wealth, which rather annoy than serve me, my devotion and sacrifice, as you are pleased to call the intense wish of my heart to contribute to your happiness, are nothing. I sacrifice all when I give up 1 hour of your society. There is the sting, There the merit of my permitting you to go without me. I can ill bear it. I am impatient and weak. Do not then, Edward dearest, task me too far. Recall me to your side if your return is delayed. Recall your fond girl to the place near your heart where she desires to remain forever." Villiers answered with few but expressive words of gratitude and fidelity. His letters breathed disappointment and anxiety. "It is too true," he said. "As I found it announced when I first came to town, my father is married. He got the banns published in an obscure church in London. He persuaded Miss Gregory to elope with him, and they are married. Her father is furious. He returns every letter unopened. His house and heart, he says, are still open to his daughter, but I will not repeat his words, who stole her from him, shall never benefit by a shilling of his money. Let her return, and all shall be pardoned. Let her remain with her husband, and starve he cares not. My father has spent much time and more money on this pursuit. In the hope of securing many thousands, he raised hundreds at a prodigal and ruinous interest, which must now be paid. He has not £10 in the world, so he says. My belief is that he is going abroad to secure to himself the payment of the scanty remnant of his income. I have no hopes. I would beg at the corner of a street rather than apply to a man who never has been a parent to me, and whose last act is that of a villain. Excuse me, you will be angry that I speak thus of my father, but I know that he speaks of the poor girl he has deluded with a bitterness and insult which prove what his views were in marrying her. In this moment of absolute beggary, my only resource is to raise money. I believe I shall succeed, and the moment I have put things in train, with what heartfelt, what unspeakable joy shall I leave this miserable place for my own Ethel's side, long to remain." Villiers' letters varied little, but yet they got more desponding, and Ethel grew very impatient to see him again. She had counted the days of her week, they were fulfilled, and her husband did not return. Everything depended, he said, on his presence, and he must remain yet for another day or two. At first he implored her to be patient. He besought her, as she loved him, to endure their separation yet for a few more days. His letters were very short, but all in this style. They were imperative with his wife. She obeyed, yet she did so, she told him, against her will and against her sense of right. She ought to be at his side to cheer him under his difficulties. She had married him because she loved him, and because the first and only wish of her heart was to conduce to his happiness. To travel together, to enjoy society and the beauties of nature in each other's society were indeed blessings, and she valued them, but there was another, dearer still, of which she felt herself defrauded, and for which she yearned. "The aim of my life, and its only real joy," she said, "is to make your existence happier than it would have been without me. When I know and feel that such a moment or hour has been passed by you with sensations of pleasure, and that through me, I have fulfilled the purpose of my destiny. Deprived of the opportunity to accomplish this, I am bereft of that for which I breathe. You speak as if I were better off here than if I shared the inconveniences of your lot. Is not this strange language, my own Edward? You talk of security and comfort. Where can I be so secure as near you? And for comfort, what heart-elevating joy it would be to exchange this barren, meagre scene of absence for the delight, the comfort of seeing you, of waiting on you. I do not ask you to hasten your return so as to injure your prospects, but permit me to join you. Would not London itself, dismal as you describe it, become sunny and glad if Ethel were with you?" To these adjurations Villiers scarcely replied. Time crept on. 3 weeks had already elapsed. Now and then a day intervened, and he did not write. and his wife's anxiety grew to an intolerable pitch. She did not for an instant suspect his faith, but she feared that he must be utterly miserable, since he shrunk from communicating his feelings to her. His last letter was brief. "I have just come from my solicitor," he said, "and have but time to say that I must go there again tomorrow, so I shall not be with you. Oh, the heavy hours in this dark prison! You will reward me and make me forget them when I see you, but how shall I pass the time till then?" These words made Ethel conceive the idea of joining him in town. He could not be angry. He could not bring his mind to ask her to share his discomforts, but ought she not to volunteer, to insist upon his permitting her to come? Permit! The same pride that prevented his asking would induce him to refuse her request. But should she do wrong if, without his express permission, she were to join him? A thrill, half fear, half transport, made her heart's blood stand still at the thought. The day after this last she got no letter. The following day was Monday, and there would be no post from town. Her resolution was taken, and she told her aunt that she should go up to London the following day. Mrs. Elizabeth knew little of the actual circumstances of the young pair. Villiers had made it an express condition that she should not be informed of their difficulties, for he was resolute not to take from her little store, which, in the way she lived, was sufficient, yet barely so, for her wants. She did not question her niece as to the journey. She imagined that it was a thing arranged. But Ethel herself was full of perplexity. She remembered what Villiers had said of expense. She knew that he would be deeply hurt if she used a public conveyance, and yet to go post would consume the little money she had left, and she did not like to reach London penniless. She began to talk to her aunt, and faltered out something about want of money for posting. The good lady's purse was instantly in her hand. Ethel had not the same horror as her husband of pecuniary obligation. She was too inexperienced to know its annoyances, and in the present instance to receive a small sum from her aunt appeared to her an affair that did not merit hesitation. She took £20 for her journey, and felt her heart lighter. There yet remained another question. Hitherto they had travelled in their own carriage, with a valet and lady's maid. Villiers had taken his servant to town with him. In a postscript to one of his letters he said, "I was able to recommend Laurie to a good place, so I have parted with him, and I shall not take another servant at this moment." Laurie had been long and faithfully attached to her husband, who had never lived without an attendant, and who from his careless habits was peculiarly helpless. Ethel felt that this dismissal was a measure of economy, and that she ought to imitate it. Still, as any measure to be taken always frightened her, she had not courage to discharge her maid, but resolved to go up to town without her. Aunt Bessie was shocked at her going alone, but Ethel was firm. Nothing could happen to her, and she should prove to Edward her readiness to endure privation. On Monday, at 11 in the forenoon, on the 28th of November, Ethel, having put together but a few things, for she expected a speedy return, stepped into her travelling chariot and began her journey to town. She was all delight at the idea of seeing Edward. She reproached herself for having so long delayed giving this proof of her earnest affection. She listened with beaming smiles to all her aunt's injunctions and cautions, and, the carriage once in motion, drawing her shawl round her as she sat in the corner, looking on the despoiled yet clear prospect, her mind was filled with the most agreeable reveries, her heart soothed by the dearest anticipations. To pay the post-horses, to gift the postilion herself, were all events for her. She felt proud. Edward said, "I must begin to learn the ways of the world, and this is my first lesson in economy and care," she thought, as she put into the post-boy's hand just double the sum he had ever received before. "And how good and attentive and willing everybody is! I am sure women can very well travel alone. Everyone is respectful and desirous to serve," was her next internal remark as she undrew her little silken purse to give a waiter half a crown who had brought her a glass of water, and whose extreme alacrity struck her as so very kind-hearted. Her spirits flagged as the day advanced. In spite of herself, an uneasy feeling diffused itself through her mind when, the sun going down, a misty, chilly twilight crept over the landscape. Had she done right, she asked herself? Would Edward indeed be glad to see her? She felt half frightened at her temerity, alarmed at the length of her journey, timid when she thought of the vast London she was about to enter without any certain bourne. She supposed that Villiers went each day to his club, and she knew that he lodged in Duke Street, St. James's. But she was ignorant of the number of the house, and the street itself was unknown to her. She did not remember ever to have been in it in her life. Her carriage entered labyrinthine London by Blackwall and threaded the wilds of Lothbury. A dense and ever-thickening mist, palpable, yellow, and impervious to the eye, enveloped the whole town. Ethel had heard of a November fog, but she had never witnessed one, and the idea of it did not occur to her memory. She was half frightened, thinking that some strange phenomena were going on, and fancying that her postilion was hurrying forward in terror. At last, in Cheapside, they stopped, jammed up by carts and coaches, and then she contrived to make herself heard, asking what was the matter. The word eclipse hung upon her lips. "Only, ma'am, the street has got blocked up like in the fog. We shall get on presently." The word fog solved the mystery, and again her thoughts were with Villiers. What a horrible place for him to live in! And he had been enduring all this wretchedness while she was breathing the pure atmosphere of the country. Again they proceeded through the murky air, and through an infinitude of mischances. The noise, the hubbub, the crowd, as she could distinguish it, as if veiled by dirty gauze, by the lights in the shops, all agitated and vexed her. Through Fleet Street and the Strand they went, and it seemed as if their progress would never come to an end. The whole previous journey from Longfield was short in comparison to this tedious procession. 20 times she longed to get out and walk. At last they got free, and with a quicker pace drove up to the door of the Union Club in Charing Cross. The postboy called one of the waiters to the carriage door, and Ethel asked, "Is Mr. Villiers here?" "Mr. Villiers, ma'am, has left town." Ethel was aghast. She had watched assiduously along the road, yet she had felt certain that if he had meant to come, she would have seen him on Sunday, and till this moment she had not entertained a real doubt but that she should find him. She asked falteringly, "When did he go?" "Last week, ma'am. Last Thursday, I think it was." Ethel breathed again. The man's information must be false. She was too inexperienced to be aware that servants and common people have a singular tact in selecting the most unpleasant intelligence and being very alert in communicating it. "Do you know," she inquired, "where Mr. Villiers lodges?" "Can't say indeed, ma'am, but the porter knows. Here, Saunders." No Saunders answered. "The porter's not in the way, but if you can wait, ma'am, he'll be back presently." The waiter disappeared. The postboy came up. He touched his hat. "Wait," said Ethel. "We must wait a little," and he removed himself to the horses' heads. Ethel sat in her lonely corner, shrouded by fog and darkness, watching every face as it passed under the lamp near, fancying that Edward might appear among them. The ugly faces that haunt, in quick succession, the imagination of one oppressed by nightmare might vie with those that passed successively in review before Ethel. Most of them hurried on, looking neither to the right nor left. Some entered the house, some glanced at her carriage, One or two, perceiving a bonnet, evidently questioned the waiter. He stood there for her own service, Ethel thought, and she watched his every movement, his successive disappearances and returns, the people he talked to. Once she signed to him to come, but "No, ma'am, the porter has not come back yet," was all his answer. At last, after having stood half whistling for some 5 minutes, it appeared to Ethel half an hour, without having received any visible communication, he suddenly came up to the carriage door, saying, "The porter could not stay to speak to you, ma'am. He was in such a hurry. He says Mr. Villiers lodges in Duke Street, St. James's. He should know the house, but has forgotten the number." "Then I must wait till he comes back again. I knew all that before. Will he be long?" "A long time, ma'am. 2 hours at least. He said that the woman of the house is a widow woman, Mrs. Durham." Thus, as if by torture, but, as with the whipping boys of old, hers was the torture, not the delinquent's, Ethel extracted some information from the stupid, conceited fellow. On she went to Duke Street to discover Mrs. Durham's residence. A few wrong doors were knocked at, and a beer boy at last was the mercury that brought the impatient, longing wife to the threshold of her husband's residence. Happy beer boy! She gave him a sovereign. He had never been so rich in his life before. Such chance medleys do occur in this strange world. End of Volume 2, Chapter 15. Recording by Linda Johnson. Section 34 of Lodore. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Lodore by Mary Shelley. Volume 2, Chapter 16. Oh, my reviving joy! Thy quickening presence makes the sad night sit like a youthful spring upon my blood. I cannot make thy welcome rich enough with all the wealth of words. Middleton. The boy knocked at the door. A servant girl opened it. "Does Mr. Villiers lodge here?" asked the postilion from his horse. "Yes," said the girl. "Open the door quickly and let me out!" cried Ethel, as her heart beat fast and loud. The door was opened, the steps let down, operations tedious beyond measure, as she thought. She got out and was in the hall going upstairs. "Mr. Villiers is not at home," said the maid. Through the low blinds of the parlor window, Mrs. Durham had been watching what was going on. She heard what her servant said and now came out. "Mr. Villiers is not at home," she reiterated. "Will you leave any message?" "No, I will wait for him. Show me into his room." "I am afraid that it is locked," answered Mrs. Durham repulsively. "Perhaps you can call again. Who shall I say asked for him?" "Oh, no!" cried Ethel. "I must wait for him. Will you permit me to wait in your parlor? I am Mrs. Villiers." "I beg pardon," said the good woman. "Mrs. Villiers is in the country." "And so I am," replied Ethel. "At least, so I was this morning. Don't you see my traveling carriage? Look, you may be sure that I am Mrs. Villiers." She took out of her little bag one of Edward's letters, with the perusal of which she had beguiled much of her way to town. Mrs. Durham looked at the direction, the Honorable Mrs. Villiers. Her countenance brightened. Mrs. Durham was a little, plump, well-preserved woman of 54 or 5. She was kind-hearted and, of course, shared the worship for rank which possesses every heart born within the 4 seas. She was now all attention. Villiers's room was open. He was expected very soon. "He is so seldom out in an evening. It is very unlucky, but he must be back directly," said Mrs. Durham, as she showed the way up the narrow staircase. Ethel reached the landing and entered a room of tolerable dimensions, considerably encumbered with litter, which opened into a smaller room with a tent bed. A little bit of fire glimmered in the grate. The whole place looked excessively forlorn and comfortless. Mrs. Durham bustled about to bestow a little neatness on the room, saying something of the untidiness of gentlemen, and so many lodgers in the house. Ethel sat down. She longed to be alone. There was the post-boy to be paid, and to be ordered to take the carriage to a coach-house. And then Mrs. Durham asked her if she would not have something to eat. She herself was at tea, and offered a cup, which Ethel thankfully accepted, acknowledging that she had not eaten since the morning. Mrs. Durham was shocked. The rank, beauty, and sweet manners of Ethel had made a conquest, which her extreme youth redoubled. "So young a lady," she said, "to go about alone! She did not know how to take care of herself, she was sure. She must have some supper. A roast chicken should be ready in an hour, by the time Mr. Villiers came in." "But the tea," said Ethel, smiling. "You will let me have that now?" Mrs. Durham hurried away on this hint, and the young wife was left alone. She had been married a year, but there was still a freshness about her feelings, which gave zest to every change in her wedded life. "This is where he has been living without me," she thought. "Poor Edward! It does not look as if he were very comfortable." She rose from her seat and began to arrange the books and papers. A glove of her husband's lay on the table. She kissed it with a glad feeling of welcome. When the servant came in, she had the fire replenished, the hearth swept, and in a minute or two the room had lost much of its disconsolate appearance. Then, with a continuation of her feminine love of order, she arranged her own dress and hair, giving to her attire, as much as possible, an at-home appearance. She had just finished, just sat down, and begun to find the time long, when a quick, imperative knock at the door, which she recognized at once, made her heart beat and her cheek grow pale. She heard a step, a voice, and Mrs. Durham answer, "Yes, sir, the fire is in, everything comfortable." And Ethel opened the door as she spoke, and in an instant was clasped in her husband's arms. It was not a moment whose joy could be expressed by words. He had been miserable during her absence, and had thought of sending for her, but he looked round his single room, remembered that he was in lodgings, and gave up his purpose with a bitter murmur. And here she was, uncalled for, but most welcome. She was here, in her youth, her loveliness, her sweetness. These were charms, but others more transcendent now attended on and invested her. The sacred tenderness of a wife had led her to his side, and love in its most genuine and beautiful shape shed an atmosphere of delight and worship about her. Not one circumstance could alloy the unspeakable bliss of their meeting. Poverty and its humiliations vanished from before the eyes of Villiers. He was overflowingly rich in the possession of her affections, her presence. Again and again he thanked her in broken accents of expressive transport. "Nothing in the whole world could make me unhappy now," he cried. And Ethel, who had seen his face look elongated and gloomy at the moment he had entered, felt indeed that Medea, with all her potent herbs, was less of a magician than she in the power of infusing the sparkling spirit of life into one human frame. It was long before either were coherent in their inquiries and replies. There was nothing, indeed, that either wished to know. Life and its purposes were fulfilled, rounded, complete, without a flaw. They loved and were together. Together, not for a transitory moment, but for the whole duration of the eternity of love, which never could be exhausted in their hearts. After more than an hour spent in gradually becoming acquainted and familiar with the transporting change, from separate loneliness to mutual society and sympathy, the good-natured face of Mrs. Durham showed itself, to announce that Ethel's supper was ready. These words brought back to Edward's recollection his wife's journey and consequent fatigues. He grew more desirous than Mrs. Durham to feed his poor famished bird, whose eyes, in spite of the joy that shone in them, began to look languid, and whose cheek was pale. The little supper table was laid, and they sat down together. Lady Mary Wortley Montagu has recorded the pleasure to be reaped. When we meet with champagne and a chicken at last. And perhaps social life contains no combination so full of enjoyment as a tête-à-tête supper. Here it was, with its highest zest. They feared no prying eyes, they knew no ill. It was not a scanty hour of joy snatched from an age of pain, a single spark illuminating a long blank night. It came after separation, and possessed, therefore, the charm of novelty. But it was the prelude to a long reunion, the seal set on their being once again joined, to go through together each hour of the livelong day. Full of unutterable thankfulness and gladness, as were the minds of each, there was, besides, a sacred and home-felt delight, a sober certainty of waking bliss, which is the crown and fulfillment of perfect human happiness. Imparadised by each other's presence, no doubt, no fear of division on the morrow, no dread of untoward event, suspicion or blame clouded the balmy atmosphere which their hearts created around them. No Eden was required to enhance their happiness. There needed no crisped brooks rolling on orient pearl and sands of gold, no happy rural seat with a various view, decked with flowers of all hue, all trees of noblest kind for sight, smell, taste, nor cool recess, nor vernal airs breathing the smell of field and grove. In their narrow abode, their nook of a room, cut off from the world, redolent only of smoke and fog, their two fond hearts could build up bowers of delight and store them with all of ecstasy which the soul of man can know, without any assistance of eye or ear or scent. So rich and prodigal and glorious in its gifts is faithful and true-hearted love, when it knows the sacrifices which it must make to merit them, and consents willingly to forego vanity, selfishness, and the exactions of self-will in unlimited and unregretted exchange. Mutual esteem and gratitude sanctified the unreserved sympathy which made each so happy in the other. Did they love the less for not loving in sin and fear? Far from it. The certainty of being the cause of good to each other tended to foster the most delicate of all passions, more than the rougher ministrations of terror, and a knowledge that each was the occasion of injury to the other. A woman's heart is peculiarly unfitted to sustain this conflict. Her sensibility gives keenness to her imagination, and she magnifies every peril and writhes beneath every sacrifice which tends to humiliate her in her own eyes. The natural pride of her sex struggles with her desire to confer happiness, and her peace is wrecked. Far different was the happy Ethel's situation. Far otherwise were her thoughts employed than in concealing the pangs of care and shame. The sense of right adorned the devotion of love. She read approbation in Edward's eyes and drew near him in full consciousness of deserving it. They sat at their supper, and long after by the cheerful fire, talking of 1,000 things connected with the present and the future, the long, long future which they were to spend together, and every now and then their eyes sparkled with the gladness of renewed delight in seeing each other. Mine, my own, forever! And was this exultation in possession to be termed selfish? By no other reasoning, surely, than that used by a cold and meaningless philosophy, which gives this name to generosity and truth, and all the nobler passions of the soul. They congratulated themselves on this mutual property, partly because it had been a free gift one to the other, partly because they looked forward to the right it ensured to each of conferring mutual benefits, and partly through the instinctive love God has implanted for that which, being ours, is become the better part of ourselves. They were united for better and worse, and there was a sacredness in the thought of the worse they might share, which gave a mysterious and celestial charm to the present better. End of Volume 2, Chapter 16. Recording by Linda Johnson. Section 35 of Lodore. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Lodore by Mary Shelley. Volume 2, Chapter 17. Do you not think yourself truly happy? You have the abstract of all sweetness by you, the precious wealth youth labors to arrive at, nor is she less in honor than in beauty. Beaumont and Fletcher. The following day was one of pouring, unintermitting rain. Villiers and Ethel drew their chairs near their cheerful fire and were happy. Edward could not quite conquer his repugnance to seeing his wife in lodgings, and in those also of so mean and narrow a description. But the spirit of Ethel was more disencumbered of earthly particles. That had found its rest in the very home of love. The rosy light of the divinity invested all things for her. Cleopatra on the Cydnus, in the bark which, like a burnished throne burnt on the water, borne along by purple sails, so perfumed that the winds were lovesick with them, was not more gorgeously attended than Ethel was to her own fancy, lapped and cradled in all that love has of tender, voluptuous, and confiding. Several days passed before Villiers could withdraw her from this blissful dream to gaze upon the world as it was. He could not make her disgusted with her fortunes nor her abode, but he awakened anxiety on his own account. His father, as he had conjectured, was gone to Paris, leaving merely a message for his son, that he would willingly join him in any act for raising money, by mortgage or the absolute disposal of a part of the estate. Edward had consulted with his solicitor, who was to look over a vast variety of papers, to discover the most eligible mode of making some kind of sale. Delay, in all its various shapes, waited on these arrangements, and Villiers was very averse to leaving town till he held some clue to the labyrinth of obstacles which presented themselves at every turn. He talked of their taking a house in town, but Ethel would not hear of such extravagance. In the first place, their actual means were at a very low ebb, with little hope of a speedy supply. There was another circumstance, the annoyance of which he understood far better than Ethel could. He had raised money on annuities, the interest of which he was totally unable to pay. This exposed him to a personal risk of the most disagreeable kind, and he knew that his chief creditor was on the point of resorting to harsh measures against him. These things, dingy-visaged, dirty-handed realities as they were, made a strange contrast with Ethel's feeling of serene and elevated bliss, but she, with unshrinking heart, brought the same fortitude and love into the crooked and sordid ways of modern London which had adorned heroines of old as they wandered amidst trackless forests and over barren mountains. Several days passed, and the weather became clear though cold. The young pair walked together in the parks at such morning hours as would prevent their meeting any acquaintances, for Edward was desirous that it should not be known that they were in town. Villiers also traced his daily, weary, disappointing way to his solicitor, where he found things look more blank and dismal each day. Then, when evening came and the curtains were drawn, they might have been at the top of Mount Caucasus instead of in the centre of London, so completely were they cut off from everything except each other. They then felt absolutely happy. The lingering disgusts of Edward were washed clean away by the bounteous, ever-springing love that flowed, as waters from a fountain, from the heart of Ethel in one perpetual tide. In those hours of unchecked talk she learned many things she had not known before. The love of Horatio Saville for Lady Lodore was revealed to her, but the story was not truly told, for the prejudices as well as the ignorance of Villiers rendered him blind to the sincerity of Cornelia's affection and regret. Ethel wondered, and in spite of the charm with which she delighted to invest the image of her mother, she could not help agreeing with her husband that she must be irrevocably wedded to the most despicable worldly feelings, so to have played with the heart of a man such as Horatio, a man whose simplest word bore the stamp of truth and genius, one of those elected few whom nature elevates to her own high list of nobility and greatness. How could she, a simple girl, interest feelings which were not alive to Seville's merits? She could only hope that in some dazzling marriage Lady Lodore would find a compensation for the higher destiny which might have been hers, but that, like the base Indian, she had thrown a pearl away, richer than all his tribe. There was a peaceful quiet in their secluded and obscure life, which somewhat resembled the hours spent on board ship, when you long for, yet fear, the conclusion of the voyage, and shrink involuntarily from exchanging a state, whose chief blessing is an absence of every care, for the variety of pains and pleasures which chequer life. Ethel possessed her all, so near, so undivided, so entirely her own, that she could not enter into Villiers' impatience, nor quite sympathize with the disquietude he could not repress. After considerable delays, his solicitor informed him that his father had so entirely disposed of all his interest in the property that his readiness to join in any act of sale would be useless. The next thing to be done was for Edward to sell a part of his expectations, and the lawyer promised to find a purchaser, and begged to see him 3 days hence, when no doubt he should have some proposal to communicate. Whoever has known what such things are, whoever has waited on the demurs and objections, and suffered the alternations of total failure and suddenly renewed hopes, which are the Tantalus food held to the lips of those under the circumstances of Villiers, can follow in imagination his various conferences with his solicitor, as day after day something new was discovered, still to drag on or to impede the tortoise pace of his negotiations. It will be no matter of wonder to such that a month instead of 3 days wasted away, and found him precisely in the same position, with hopes a little raised, though so frequently blasted, and nothing done. In recording the annoyances, or rather the adversity which the young pair endured at this period, a risk is run, on the one hand, of being censured for bringing the reader into contact with degrading and sordid miseries, and on the other of laying too much stress on circumstances which will appear to those in a lower sphere of life as scarcely deserving the name of misfortune. It is very easy to embark on the wild ocean of romance, and to steer a danger-fraught passage amidst giant perils. The very words employed excite the imagination and give grace to the narrative. But all beautiful and fairy-like as was Ethel Villiers in tracing her fortunes, it is necessary to descend from such altitudes, to employ terms of vulgar use, and to describe scenes of commonplace and debasing interest, so that if she herself, in her youth and feminine tenderness, does not shed light and holiness around her, we shall grope darkling and fail utterly in the scope which we proposed to ourselves in selecting her history for the entertainment of the reader. End of Volume 2, Chapter 17. Recording by Linda Johnson. Section 36 of Lodore. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Lodore by Mary Shelley, Volume 2, Chapter 18. I saw her upon nearer view, a spirit, yet a woman too, a creature not too bright or good for human nature's daily food, for transient sorrows, simple wiles, praise, blame, love, kisses, tears, and smiles. Wordsworth. The end of December had come. New Year's Day found and left them still in Duke Street. On the 4th of January, Villiers received a letter from his uncle, Lord Maristow, entrusting a commission to him, which obliged him to go to the neighbourhood of Egham. Not having a horse, he went by the stage. He set out so late in the day that there was no chance of his returning the same night, and he promised to be back early on the morrow. Ethel had letters to write to Italy and to her aunt, and with these she tried to beguile the time. She felt lonely. The absence of Villiers for so many hours engendered an anxiety which she found some difficulty in repressing. Accustomed to have him perpetually at her side, and without any other companion or resource, she repined at her solitude. There was his empty chair, and no hope that he would occupy it, and she sat in her little room so near to thousands, and yet so cut off from every one, with such a sense of desolation as Mungo Park might have felt in Central Africa, or a shipwrecked mariner on an uninhabited island. Her pen was taken up, but she did not write. She could not command her thoughts to express anything but the overflowing, devoted, all-engrossing affection of her heart, her adoration for her husband. That would not amuse Lucy, she thought, and she had commenced another sheet with "My dearest aunt," when the maid-servant ushered a man into her presence, a stranger, a working man. What could he want with her? He seemed confused, and stammered out, "Mr. Villiers is not in?" "He will be at home tomorrow, if you want him, or have you any message that I can give?" "You are Mrs. Villiers, ma'am?" "Yes, my good man, I am Mrs. Villiers." "If you please, ma'am, I'm Saunders, one of the porters at the Union Club." "I remember. Has any message come there? Or does Mr. Villiers owe you any money?" And her purse was in her hand. "Oh, no, ma'am. Mr. Villiers is a good gentleman, and he has been particular generous to me, and that's why I come, because I'm afraid," continued the man, lowering his tone, "that he is in danger." "Good heavens! Where? How?" cried Ethel, starting from her chair. "Tell me at once." "Yes, ma'am, I will. So you must know that this evening—" "Yes, this evening? What has happened? He left me at 6 o'clock. What is it?" "Nothing, I hope, this evening, ma'am. I'm only afraid for tomorrow morning, and I will tell you all I know as quick as ever I can." The man then proceeded to relate that someone had been inquiring about Mr. Villiers at the club-house. One of the servants had told him that he lived in Duke Street, St. James's, and that was all he knew. But Saunders came up, and the man questioned him. He instantly recognized the fellow, and knew what his business must be, and he tried to deceive him, and declared that Mr. Villiers was gone out of town. But the fellow said that he knew better than that, and that he had been seen that very day in the Strand. He should look for him, no thanks to Saunders, in Duke Street. "And so, ma'am, you see they'll be sure to be here early tomorrow morning, so don't let Mr. Villiers stay here on no account whatsomever." "Why?" asked Ethel simply. "They can't hurt him." "I'm sure, ma'am," said Saunders, his face brightening. "I'm very glad to hear that. You know best. They will arrest him for sure, but—" "Arrest him?" "Yes, ma'am, for I've seen the tall one before. There were 2 of 'em bailiffs." Ethel now began to tremble violently. These were strange cabalistic words to her, the more awful from their mystery. "What am I to do?" she exclaimed. "Mr. Villiers will be here in the morning. He sleeps at Egham, and will be here early. I must go to him directly." "I'm glad to hear he's so far," said Saunders, "and if I can be of any use, you have but to say it. Shall I go to Egham? There are night coaches that go through, and I might warn him." Ethel thought. She feared to do anything. She imagined that she should be watched, that all her endeavors would be of no avail. She looked at the man. Honesty was written on his face, but there was no intelligence, nothing to tell her that his advice was good. The possibility of such an event as the present had never occurred to her. Villiers had been silent with regard to his fears on this head. She was suddenly transported into a strange sea, hemmed in by danger without a pilot or knowledge of a passage. Again she looked at the man's face. "What is best to be done?" she exclaimed. "I'm sure, ma'am," he replied, as if she had asked him the question, "I think what I said is best, if you will tell me where I can find Mr. Villiers. I should think nothing of going, and he could send word by me what he wished you to do." "Yes, that would indeed be a comfort. I will write 3 lines, and you shall take them." In a moment she had written. "Give this note into his own hand. He will sleep there. I have written the direction of the house, or at some inn at Egham. Do not rest till you have given the letter, and here is for your trouble." She held out 2 sovereigns. "Depend on me, ma'am, and I will bring an answer to you by 9 in the morning. Mr. Villiers will pay me what he thinks fit. You may want your money. Only, ma'am, don't be frightened when them men come tomorrow. If the people here are good sort of folks, you had better give them a hint. It may save you trouble." "Thank you, you are a good man, and I will remember you and reward you. By 9 tomorrow you will be punctual?" The man again assured her that he would use all diligence, and took his leave. Ethel felt totally overwhelmed by these tidings. The unknown is always terrible, and the ideas of arrest and prison and bolts and bars and straw floated before her imagination. Was Villiers safe even where he was? Would not the men make inquiries, learn where he had gone, and follow him, even if it were to the end of the world? She had heard of the activity employed to arrest criminals, and mingled every kind of story in her head, till she grew desperate from terror. Not knowing what else to do, she became eager for Mrs. Derham's advice, and hurried downstairs to ask it. She had not seen much of the good lady since her first arrival. Every day, when Villiers went out, she came up indeed on the momentous question of orders for dinner, and then she bestowed the benefit of some 5 or 10 minutes' garrulity on her fair lodger. Ethel learnt that she had seen better days, and that, were justice done her, she ought to be riding in her coach instead of letting lodgings. She learned that she had a married daughter living at Kennington, poor enough, but struggling on cheerfully with her mother's help. The best girl in the world she was, and a jewel of a wife, and had 2 of the most beautiful children that ever were beheld. This was all that Ethel knew, except that once Mrs. Derham had brought her one of her grandchildren to be seen and admired. In all that the good woman said, there was so much kindness, such a cheerful endurance of the ills of life, and she had shown such a readiness to oblige, that the idea of applying to her for advice relieved Ethel's mind of much of its load of anxiety. She was too much agitated to think of ringing for the servant to ask to see her, but hurried downstairs and knocked at the parlour door almost before she was aware of what she was doing. "Come in," said a feminine voice. Ethel entered, and started to see one she knew, and yet again she doubted. Was it indeed Fanny Derham whom she beheld? The recognition afforded mutual pleasure, checked a little on Ethel's part by her anxieties, and on Fanny's by a feeling that she had been neglected by her friend. A few letters had passed between them when first Ethel had visited Longfield. Since then their correspondence had been discontinued till after her return to England from Italy, when Mrs. Villiers had wrote. But her letter was returned by the post office, no such person being to be found, according to the address. The embarrassment of the moment passed away. Ethel forgot, or rather did not advert to, her friend's lowly destiny in the joy of meeting her again. After a minute or 2, also, they had become familiar with the change that time had operated in their youthful appearance, which was not much, and most in Ethel. Her marriage and conversance with the world had changed her into a woman, and endowed her with easy manners and self-possession. Fanny was still a mere girl, tall beyond the middle height, yet her young ingenuous countenance was unaltered, as well as that singular mixture of mildness and independence in her manners which had always characterized her. Her light blue eyes beamed with intelligence, and her smile expressed the complacency and condescension of a superior being. Her beauty was all intellectual, open, sincere, passionless, yet benignant. You approached her without fear of encountering any of the baser qualities of human beings, their hypocrisy or selfishness. Those who have seen the paintings of the calm-visaged, blue-eyed deities of the frescoes of Pompeii may form an idea of the serene beauty of Fanny Durham. When Mrs. Villiers entered, she was reading earnestly, a large dictionary open before her. The book on which she was intent was in Greek characters. "You have not forgotten your old pursuits," said Ethel, smiling. "Say rather I am more wedded to them than ever," she replied, "since more than ever I need them to give light and glory to a dingy world. But you, dear Ethel, if so I may call you, you looked anxious as you entered. You wished to speak to my mother. She is gone to Kennington and will not return tonight. Can I be of any use?" Her mother? How strange! And Mrs. Durham, while she had dilated with pride on her elder daughter, had never mentioned this pearl of price, which was hers also. "Alas, I fear not," replied Ethel. "It is experience I need, experience in things you can know nothing about, nor your mother either, probably, yet she may have heard of such things and know how to advise me." Mrs. Villiers then explained the source of her disquietude. Fanny listened with looks of the kindest sympathy. "Even in such things," she said, "I have had experience. Adversity and I are become very close friends since I last saw you. We are intimate, and I know much good of her, so she is grateful and repays me by prolonging her stay. Be composed. No ill will happen, I trust, to Mr. Villiers. At least you need not be afraid of his being pursued. If the man you have sent be active and faithful, all will be well. I will see these troublesome people tomorrow when they come, and prevent your being annoyed. If Saunders returns early and brings tidings of Mr. Villiers, you will know what his wishes are. You can do nothing more tonight, and there is every probability that all will be well." "Do you really think so?" cried Mrs. Villiers. "Oh, that I had gone with him! Never will I again let him go anywhere without me." Fanny entered into more minute explanations, and succeeded to a great degree in calming her friend. She accompanied her back to her own room, and sat with her long. She entered into the details of her own history, the illness and death of her father, the insulting treatment her mother had met from his family, the kindness of a relation of her own who had assisted them and enabled them to pursue their present mode of life, which procured them a livelihood. Fanny spoke generally of these circumstances, and in a spirit that seemed to disdain that such things were, not because they were degrading in the eyes of others, but because they interfered with the philosophic leisure and enjoyment of nature which she so dearly prized. She thought nothing of privation or the world's impertinence, but much of being immured in the midst of London, and being forced to consider the inglorious necessities of life. Her desire to be useful to her mother induced her often to spend precious time in making the best of things, which she would readily have dispensed with altogether as the easiest as well as the wisest way of freeing herself from their trammels. Her narration interested Ethel, and served to calm her mind. She thought, "Can I not bear those cares with equanimity for Edward's sake, which Fanny regards as so trivial, merely because Plato and Epictetus bid her do so? Will not the good God, who has implanted in her heart so cheerless a consolation, bring comfort to mine, which has no sorrow but for another's sake?" These reflections tranquilized her when she laid her head on her pillow at night. She resigned her being and destiny to a power superior to any earthly authority, with a conviction that its most benign influence would be extended over her. End of Volume 2, Chapter 18. Recording by Linda Johnson. Section 37 of Lodore. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Lodore by Mary Shelley. Volume 3, Chapter 1. If the dull substance of my flesh were thought, injurious distance should not stop my way, for then, despite of space, I would be brought from limits far remote where thou dost stay. Shakespeare. The still hours of darkness passed silently away, and morning dawned when all rose to do the task he set to each who shaped us to his ends and not our own. Ethel had slept peacefully through the livelong night, nor woke till a knock at her door roused her. A rush of fear, a sense of ill, made her heart palpitate as she opened her eyes to the light of day. While she was striving to recall her thoughts and to remember what the evil was with which she was threatened, again the servant tapped at her door to say that Saunders had returned and to deliver the letter he had brought. She looked at her watch. It was past 10 o'clock. She felt glad that it had grown so late and she not disturbed. Yet, as she took the letter brought to her from her husband, all her tremor returned, and she read it with agitation, as if it contained the announcement of her final doom. "You send me disagreeable tidings, my sweet Ethel," wrote Villiers. "I hope unfounded, but caution is necessary. I shall not therefore come to Duke Street. Send me a few lines, by Saunders, to tell me if anything has happened. If what he apprehended has really taken place, you must bear, my love, the separation of a day. You do not understand these things, and will wonder when I tell you that when the clock strikes 12 on Saturday night, the magic spells and potent charms of Saunders' friends cease to have power. At that hour I shall be restored to you. Wait till then, and then we will consult for the future. Have patience, dearest love. You have wedded poverty, hardship, and annoyance, but joined to these is the fondest, the most faithful heart in the world, a heart you deign to prize. So I will not repine at ill fortune. Adieu till this evening, and then, as Belvidera says, remember 12, Saturday morning." After reading these lines, Ethel dressed herself hastily. Fanny Derham had already asked permission to see her, and she found her waiting in her sitting-room. It was an unspeakable comfort to have one as intelligent and kind as Fanny to communicate with during Edward's absence. The soft, pleading eyes of Ethel asked her for comfort and counsel, and in spite of her extreme youth, the benignant and intelligent expression of Fanny's countenance promised both. "I am sorry to say," she said, "that Saunders' prognostics are too true. Such men as he describes have been here this morning. They were tolerably civil, and I convinced them with greater ease than I had hoped that Mr. Villiers was absent from the house, and I assured them that after this visit of theirs he was not likely to return." "And do you really believe that they were—" Ethel faltered. "Bailiffs? Assuredly," replied Fanny. "They told me that they had the power to search the house, but if they were strong, they were also merciful. And now what do you do? Saunders tells me he's waiting to take back a letter to Mr. Villiers at the London Coffee House. Write quickly while I make your breakfast." Ethel gladly obeyed. She wrote a few words to her husband. That it was already Saturday cheered her. 12 at night would soon come. After her note was dispatched, she addressed Fanny. "What trouble I give," she said. "What will your mother think of such degrading proceedings?" "My mother," said Fanny, "is the kindest-hearted woman in the world. We have never exactly suffered this disaster, but we are in a rank of life which causes us to be brought into contact with such among our friends and relations, and she is familiar with trouble in almost all shapes." You are a great favourite of hers, and now that she can claim a sort of acquaintance, she will be heart and soul your friend." "It is odd," observed Ethel, "that she never mentioned you to me. Had the name of Fanny been mentioned, I should have recollected who Mrs. Durham was." "Perhaps not," said Fanny. "It would have required a great effort of the imagination to have fancied Mrs. Durham the wife of my father. You never knew him, but Lord Lodore made you familiar with his qualities, the most shrinking susceptibility to the world's scorn, joined to the most entire abstraction from all that is vulgar. A morbid sensibility and delicate health placed him in glaring contrast with my mother. They never in the least assimilated, and her character has gained in excellence since his loss. Before, she was fretted and galled by his finer feelings. Now she can be good in her own way. Nothing reminds her of his exalted sentiments except myself, and she is willing enough to forget me." "And you do not repine?" asked her friend. "I do not. She is happy in and with Sarah. I should spoil their notions of comfort did I mingle with them. They would torture and destroy me did they interfere with me. I lost my guide, preserver, my guardian angel when my father died. Nothing remains but the philosophy which he taught me, the disdain of low-thoughted care which he sedulously cultivated. This joined to my cherished independence, which my disposition renders necessary to me." "And thus you foster sorrow and waste your life in vain regrets?" "Pardon me, I do not waste my life," replied Fanny with her sunny smile. "Nor am I unhappy, far otherwise. An ardent thirst for knowledge is as the air I breathe, and the acquisition of it is pure and unalloyed happiness. I aspire to be useful to my fellow creatures, but that is a consideration for the future, when fortune shall smile on me. Now I have but one passion. It swallows up every other. It dwells with my darling books, and is fed by the treasures of beauty and wisdom which they contain." Ethel could not understand. Fanny continued, "I aspire to be useful. Sometimes I think I am. Once I know I was. I was my father's almoner. We lived in a district where there was a great deal of distress and a great deal of oppression. We had no money to give, but I soon found that determination and earnestness will do much. It was my father's lesson that I should never fear anything but myself. He taught me to penetrate, to anatomize, to purify my motives, but once assured of my own integrity, to be afraid of nothing. Words have more power than anyone can guess. It is by words that the world's great fight, now in these civilized times, is carried on. I never hesitated to use them when I fought any battle for the miserable and oppressed. People are so afraid to speak. It would seem as if half our fellow creatures were born with deficient organs. Like parrots, they can repeat a lesson, but their voice fails them when that alone is wanting to make the tyrant quail." As Fanny spoke, her blue eyes brightened and a smile irradiated her face. These were all the tokens of enthusiasm she displayed, yet her words moved Ethel strangely, and she looked on her with wonder as a superior being. Her youth gave grace to her sentiments and were an assurance of their sincerity. She continued, "I am becoming flighty, as my mother calls it." But as I spoke, many scenes of cottage distress passed through my memory when, holding my father's hand, I witnessed his endeavors to relieve the poor. That is all over now, he is gone, and I have but one consolation, that of endeavoring to render myself worthy to rejoin him in a better world. It is this hope that impels me continually, and without any flagging of spirit, to cultivate my understanding and to refine it. Oh, what has this life to give, as worldlings describe it, worth one of those glorious emotions which raise me from this petty sphere into the sunbright regions of mind which my Father inhabits? I am rewarded even here by the elevated feelings which the authors, whom I love so passionately, inspire. while I converse each day with Plato and Cicero and Epictetus, the world as it is passes from before me like a vain shadow." These enthusiastic words were spoken with so calm a manner and in so equable a voice that there seemed nothing strange nor exaggerated in them. It is vanity and affectation that shock, or any manifestation of feeling not in accordance with the real character. But while we follow our natural bent, and only speak that which our minds spontaneously inspire, there is a harmony which, however novel, is never grating. Fanny Derham spoke of things which, to use her own expression, were to her as the air she breathed, and the simplicity of her manner entirely obviated the wonder which the energy of her expressions might occasion. Such a woman as Fanny was more made to be loved by her own sex than by the opposite one. Superiority of intellect, joined to acquisitions beyond those usual even to men, and both announced with frankness, though without pretension, forms a kind of anomaly little in accord with masculine taste. Fanny could not be the rival of women, and therefore all her merits were appreciated by them. They love to look up to a superior being, to rest on a firmer support than their own minds can afford, and they are glad to find such in one of their own sex, and thus destitute of those dangers which usually attend any services conferred by men. From talk like this they diverged to subjects nearer to the heart of Ethel. They spoke of Lord Lodore, and her father's name soothed her agitation even more than the consolatory arguments of her friend. She remembered how often he had talked of the trials to which the constancy of her temper and the truth of her affection might be put, and she felt her courage rise to encounter those now before her without discontent, or rather with that cheerful fortitude which sheds grace over the rugged form of adversity. End of Volume 3, Chapter 1. Recording by Linda Johnson. Section 38 of Lodore. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Lodore by Mary Shelley, Volume 3, Chapter 2. Marian. Could you so long be absent? Robin. What, a week? Was that so long? Marian. How long are lovers' weeks? Do you think, Robin, when they are asunder? Are they not prisoners' years? Ben Jonson. The day passed on more lightly than Ethel could have hoped. Much of it, indeed, was gone before she opened her eyes to greet it. Night soon closed in, and she busied herself with arrangements for the welcome of her husband. Fanny loved solitude too well herself not to believe that others shared her taste. She retired, therefore, when evening commenced. No sooner was Ethel alone than every image except Edward's passed out of her mind. Her heart was bursting with affection. Every other idea and thought, to use a chemical expression, was held in solution by that powerful feeling which mingled and united with every particle of her soul. She could not write nor read. If she attempted, before she had finished the shortest sentence, she found that her understanding was wandering, and she reread it with no better success. It was as if a spring, a gush from the fountain of love, poured itself in, bearing away every object which she strove to throw upon the stream of thought, till its own sweet waters alone filled the channel through which it flowed. She gave herself up to the bewildering influence, and almost forgot to count the hours till Edward's expected arrival. At last it was 10 o'clock, and then the sting of impatience and uncertainty was felt. It appeared to her as if a whole age had passed since she had seen or heard of him, as if countless events and incalculable changes might have taken place. She read again and again his note, to assure herself that she might really expect him. The minutes meanwhile stood still, or were told heavily by the distinct beating of her heart. The east wind bore to her ear the sound of the quarters of hours as they chimed from various churches. At length 11, half past 11, was past, and the hand of her watch began to climb slowly upwards toward the zenith which she desired so ardently that it should reach. She gazed on the dial plate till she fancied that the pointers did not move. She placed her hands before her eyes resolutely, and would not look for a long, long time. 3 minutes had not been travelled over when again she viewed it. She tried to count her pulse as a measurement of time. Her trembling fingers refused to press the fluttering artery. At length another quarter of an hour elapsed, and then the succeeding one hurried on more speedily. Clock after clock struck. They mingled their various tones as the hour of 12 was tolled throughout London. It seemed as if they would never end. Silence came at last, a brief silence, succeeded by a firm, quick step in the street below, and a knock at the door. "Is he not too soon?" poor fearful Ethel asked herself. But no, and in a moment after he was with her, safe in her glad embrace. Perhaps of the two, Villiers showed himself the most enraptured at this meeting. He gazed on his sweet wife, followed every motion, and hung upon her voice with all the delight of an exile restored to his long-lost home. "What a transporting change," he said, "to find myself with you, to see you in the same room with me, to know again that, lovely and dear as you are, that you are mine, that I am again myself, not the miserable dog that has been wandering about all day, a body without a soul. For a few short hours, at least, Ethel will call me hers." "Indeed, indeed, love," she replied, "we will not be separated again." "We will not even think about that to-night," said Villiers. "The future is dark and blank, the present as radiant as your own sweet self can make it." On the following day, and the following day did come in spite of Ethel's wishes, which would have held back the progress of time, it came and passed away, hour after hour stealing along, till it dwindled to a mere point. On the following day they consulted earnestly on what was to be done. Villiers was greatly averse to Ethel's leaving her present abode, where everyone was so very kind and attentive to her, and he was sanguine in his hopes of obtaining in the course of the week just commenced a sum sufficient to carry them to Paris or Brussels, where they could remain till his affairs were finally arranged and the payment of his debts regulated in a way to satisfy his creditors. 1 week of absence, Villiers used all his persuasion to induce Ethel to submit to it. "Where you can be, I can be also," was her answer, and she listened unconvinced to the detail of the inconveniences which Villiers pointed out. At last he almost got angry. "I could call you unkind, Ethel," he said, "not to yield to me." "I will yield to you," said Ethel, "but you are wrong to ask me." "Never mind that," replied her husband. "Do concede this point, dearest, if not because it is best that you should, then because I wish it and ask it of you. You say that your first desire is to make me happy, and you pain me exceedingly by your, I had almost said, perverseness." Thus, not convinced but obedient, Ethel agreed to allow him to depart alone. She bargained that she should be permitted to come each day in a hackney coach to a place where he might meet her, and they could spend an hour or two together. Edward did not like this plan at all, but there was no remedy. "You are at least resolved," he said, "to spur my endeavours. I will not rest day or night till I am enabled to get away from this vast dungeon." The hours stole on. Even Edward's buoyant spirits could not bear up against the sadness of watching the fleeting moments till the one should come which must separate him from his wife. "This nice dear room," he said, "I am sure I beg its pardon for having despised it so much formerly. It is not as lofty as a church, nor as grand as a palace, but it is very snug, and now you are in it, I discern even elegance in its exceedingly queer tables and chairs. When our carriage broke down on the Apennines, how glad we should have been if a room like this had risen, like an exhalation, for our shelter. Do you remember the barn of a place we got into there, and our droll bed of the leaves of Indian corn which crackled all night long and awoke us 20 times with the fear of robbers? Then, indeed, 12 o'clock was not to separate us." As he said this he sighed. The hour of 11 was indicated by Ethel's watch, and still he lingered. But she grew frightened for him and forced him to go away, while he besought the delay of but a few minutes. Ethel exerted herself to endure as well as she could the separation of the ensuing week. She was not of a repining disposition, yet she found it very hard to bear. The discomfort to which Villiers was exposed annoyed her, and the idea that she was not permitted to alleviate it added to her painful feelings. In her prospect of life, every evil was neutralized when shared. Now they were doubled, because the pain of absence from each other was superadded. She did not yield to her husband, in her opinion that this was wrong. She was willing to go anywhere with him, and where he was she also could be. There could be no degradation in a wife waiting on the fallen fortunes of her husband. No debasement can arise from any services dictated by love. It is despicable to submit to hardship for unworthy and worldly objects, but everything that is suffered for the sake of affection is hallowed by the disinterested sentiment, and affords triumph and delight to the willing victim. Sometimes she tried in speech or on paper to express these feelings, and so by the force of irresistible reasoning to persuade Edward to permit her to join him, but all argument was weak. There was something beyond that no words could express, which was stronger than any reason in her heart. Who can express the power of faithful and single-hearted love? As well attempt to define the laws of life, which occasions a continuity of feeling from the brain to the extremity of the frame, as try to explain how love can so unite two souls as to make each feel maimed and half alive while divided. A powerful impulse was perpetually urging Ethel to go, to place herself near Villiers, to refuse to depart. It was with the most violent struggles that she overcame the instigation. She could never forget herself while away from him, or find the slightest alleviation to her disquietude except while conversing with Fanny Durham, or rather while drawing her out and listening to her and wondering at a mechanism of mind so different from her own. Each had been the favorite daughter of men of superior qualities of mind. They had been educated by their several fathers with the most sedulous care, and nothing could be more opposite than the result, except that, indeed, both made duty the master motive of their actions. Ethel had received, so to speak, a sexual education. Lord Lodore had formed his ideal of what a woman ought to be, of what he had wished to find his wife, and sought to mold his daughter accordingly. Mr. Durham contemplated the duties and objects befitting an immortal soul, and had educated his child for the performance of them. The one fashioned his offspring to be the wife of a frail human being, and instructed her to be yielding and to make it her duty to devote herself to his happiness and to obey his will. The other sought to guard his from all weakness, to make her complete in herself, and to render her independent and self-sufficing. Born to poverty as Fanny was, it was thus only that she could find happiness in rising above her sphere. And besides, a sense of pride surviving his sense of injury caused him to wish that his child should set her heart on higher things than the distinctions and advantages of riches or rank, so that if ever brought into collision with his own family, she could look down with calm superiority on the low ambition of the wealthy. While Ethel made it her happiness and duty to give herself away with unreserved prodigality to him whom she thought had every claim to her entire devotion, Fanny zealously guarded her individuality, and would have scorned herself could she have been brought to place the treasures of her soul at the disposal of any power except those moral laws which it was her earnest endeavour never to transgress. Religion, reason, and justice, these were the landmarks of her life. She was kind-hearted, generous, and true. So also was Ethel, but the one was guided by the tenderness of her heart, while the other consulted her understanding, and would have died rather than have acted contrary to its dictates. To guard Ethel from every contamination, Lord Lodore had secluded her from all society, and forestalled every circumstance that might bring her into conjunction with her fellow creatures. He was equally careful to prevent her fostering any pride except that of sex, and never spoke to her as if she were of an elevated rank. And the communication, however small, which she necessarily had with the Americans, made such ideas foreign to her mind. But she was exceedingly shy, tremblingly alive to the slightest repulse, and never perfectly fearless, morally so, that is, except when under the shelter of another's care. Fanny's first principle was, that what she ought to do, that she could do, without hesitation or regard for obstacles. She had something quixotic in her nature, or rather she would have had if a clear head and some experience, even young as she was, had not stood in the way of her making any glaring mistakes, so that her enterprises were never ridiculous, and being usually successful could not be called extravagant. For herself she needed but her liberty and her books. For others she had her time, her thoughts, her decided and resolute modes of action, all at their command, whenever she was convinced that they had a just claim upon them. It was singular that the resolute and unshrinking Fanny should be the daughter of Francis Durham, and the timid, retiring Ethel of his bold and daring protector. But this is no uncommon case. We feel the evil results of our own faults, and endeavour to guard our children from them, forgetful that the opposite extreme has also its peculiar dangers. Lord Lodore attributed his early misfortunes to the too great freedom he had enjoyed, or rather to the unlimited scope given to his will from his birth. Mr. Durham saw the unhappiness that had sprung from his own yielding and undecided disposition. The one brought up his child to dependence, the other taught his to disdain every support except the applause of her own conscience. Lodore fostered all the sensibility, all the softness of Ethel's feminine and delicate nature, while Fanny's father strove to harden and confirm a character in itself singularly steadfast and upright. In spite of the great contrast thus exhibited between Ethel and Fanny, one quality created a good deal of similarity between them. There was in both a total absence of every factitious sentiment. They acted from their own hearts, from their own sense of right, without the intervention of worldly considerations. A feeling of duty ruled all their actions, and however excellent a person's dispositions may be, it yet requires considerable elevation of character never to deviate from the strict line of honor and integrity. Fanny's society a little relieved Ethel's solitude, yet that did not weigh on her, and had she not been the child of her father's earliest friend and the companion of past days, she would have been disinclined at this period to cultivate an intimacy with her. She needed no companion except the thought of Edward, which was never absent from her mind. But amidst all her affection for her husband, which gained strength, and as it were covered each day a larger portion of her being, any one associated with the name of Lodore, of her beloved father, had a magic power to call forth her warmest feelings of interest. Both ladies repeated to each other what they had heard from their several parents. Mr. Durham had, among his many lessons of usefulness, descanted on the generosity and boldness of Fitzhenry, as offering an example to be followed. And during the last months of Lodore's life he had recurred with passionate fondness to the memory of his early years, and painted in glowing colors the delicacy of feeling, the deep sense of gratitude, and the latent but fervid enthusiasm which adorned the character of Francis Derham. End of Volume 3, Chapter 2. Recording by Linda Johnson. Section 39 of Lodore. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Lodore by Mary Shelley, Volume 3, Chapter 3. It does much trouble me to live without you. Our loves and loving souls have been so used to one household in us. Beaumont and Fletcher. The week passed on. It was the month of January and very cold. A black frost bound up everything with ice, and the piercing air congealed the very blood. Each day Ethel went to see her husband. Each day she had to encounter Mrs. Derham's entreaties not to go, and the reproaches of Villiers for coming. Both were unavailing to prevent the daily pilgrimage. Mrs. Derham sighed heavily when she saw her enter the rickety hackney coach, whose damp lining, gaping windows, and miserable straw made it a cold bed for catarrh, a very temple for the spirit of winter. Villiers each day besought her to have horses put to their chariot, if she must come, but Ethel remembered all he had ever said of expense, and his prognostications of how ill she would be able to endure the petty, yet galling annoyances of poverty, and she resolved to prove that she could cheerfully bear everything except separation from him. With this laudable motive to incite her, she tasked her strength too far. She kept up her spirits to meet him with a cheerful countenance, and she contrived to conceal the sufferings she endured while they were together. They got out and walked now and then, and this tended to keep up the vital warmth. Their course was generally taken over Blackfriars Bridge, and it was on their return across the river, on whose surface large masses of ice floated, while a bitter northeast wind swept up, bearing on its blasts the unthawed breath of the German Ocean, that she felt the cold enter her heart and make her head feel dizzy. Still she could smile and ask Villiers why he objected to her taking an exercise even necessary for her health, and repeat again and again that, bred in America, an English winter was but a faint reflex of what she had encountered there, and insist upon being permitted to come on the following day. These were precious moments in her eyes, worth all the pain they occasioned, well worth the struggle she made for the repetition. Edward's endearing attentions, the knowledge she had that she was loved, the swelling and earnest affection that warmed her own heart, hallowed these hard-earned minutes, and gave her the sweet pleasure of knowing that she demonstrated, in some slight degree, the profound and all-engrossing attachment which pervaded her entire being. They parted, and often she arrived nearly senseless at Duke Street, and once or twice fainted on entering the warm room. But it was not pain she felt then. The emotions of the soul conquered the sensation of her body, and pleasure, the intense pleasure of affection, was predominant through all. Sunday came again, and brought Villiers to her home. Mrs. Derham took the opportunity to represent to him the injury that Ethel was doing herself, and begged him, as he cared for her health, to forbid her exposing herself to the inclement weather. "You hear this, Ethel," said Villiers, "and yet you are obstinate. Is this right? What can I urge? What can I do to prevent this wrong-headed pertinacity?" "You use such very hard words," replied Ethel, smiling, "that you frighten me into believing myself criminal. But so far am I from conceding that you only give me courage to say that I cannot any longer endure the sad and separate life we lead. It must be changed, dearest, we must be together." Villiers was pacing the room impatiently. With an exclamation almost approaching to anger, he stopped before his wife to remonstrate and to reproach. But as he gazed upon her upturned face, Fixed so beseechingly and fondly on him, he fancied that he saw the hues of ill health stealing across her cheeks, and thinness displacing the roundness of her form. A strange emotion flashed across him, a new fear, too terrible even to be acknowledged to himself, which passed like the shadow of a storm across his anticipations and filled him with inquietude. His reprehension was changed to a caress, as he said, "You are right, my love, quite right. We must not live thus. You are unable to take care of yourself, and I am very wrong to give up my dearest privilege of watching day and night over the welfare of my only treasure. We will be together, Ethel. If the worst come, it cannot be very bad while we are true to each other." Tears filled the poor girl's eyes, tears of joy and tenderness, at hearing Edward echo the sentiments she cherished as the most sacred in the world. For a few minutes they forgot everything in the affectionate kiss, which ratified as it were this new law, and then Edward considered how best he could carry it into effect. "Gayland," he said, he was his solicitor, "has appointed to see me on Thursday morning, and has good hopes of definitively arranging the conditions for the loan of the £500, which is to enable us to wait for better things. On Thursday evening we will leave town. We will go to some pretty country inn to wait till I have signed these papers, and trust to Providence that no ill will arise. We must not be more than 15 or 20 miles from London, so that when I am obliged to go up, I can return again in a few hours. Tell me, sweet, does this scheme please you?" Ethel expressed her warmest gratitude, and then Villiers insinuated his condition, that she should not come to see him in the interval, but remain taking care of herself till on Thursday afternoon at 6 o'clock she came, with their chariot, to the northern side of St. Paul's churchyard, where he would immediately join her. They might write meanwhile. He promised letters as long as if they were to go to India, and soothed her annoyance with every expression of thankfulness at her giving up this point. She did give it up, with all the readiness she could muster, and this increased as he dwelt upon the enjoyment they would share in exchanging foggy, smoky London for the ever-pleasing aspect of nature which, even during frost and snow, possesses her own charms, her own wonders, and can gratify our senses by 1,000 forms of beauty which have no existence in a dingy metropolis. When the evening hour came for the young pair to separate, their hearts were cheered by the near prospect of reunion, and a belief that the, to them, trivial privations of poverty were the only ones they would have to endure. The thrill of fear which had crossed the mind of Villiers as to the health and preservation of his wife had served to dissipate the lingering sense of shame and degradation inspired by the penury of their situation. He felt that there was something better than wealth, and the attendance of his fellow creatures, something worse than poverty, and the world's scorn. Within the fragile form of Ethel there beat a heart of more worth than a king's ransom, and its pulsations were ruled by him. To lose her! What would all that earth can afford of power or splendor appear without her? He pressed her to his bosom, and knew that his arms encircled all life's worth for him. Never again could he forget the deep-felt appreciation of her value, which then took root in his mind, while she, become conscious by force of sympathy of the kind of revolution that was made in his sentiments, felt that the foundations of her life grew strong, and that her hopes in this world became steadfast and enduring. Before, a wall of separation, however slight, had divided them. They had followed a system of conduct independent of each other, and passed their censure upon the ideas of either. This was over now. They were one sense of right, one feeling of happiness, and when they parted that night, each felt that they truly possessed the other, and that by mingling every hope and wish, they had confirmed the marriage of their hearts. End of Volume 3, Chapter 3. Recording by Linda Johnson. Section 40 of Lodore. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Lodore by Mary Shelley. Volume 3, Chapter 4. Think but whither now you can go, what you can do to live, how near you have barred all ports to your own succor, except this one that here I open, love. Beaumont and Fletcher. The most pleasing thoughts shed their balmy influence on Ethel's repose that night. Edward's scheme of a country inn, where the very freedom would make them more entirely dependent upon each other, was absolutely enchanting. Where we establish ourselves and look forward to the passage of a long interval of time, we form ties with, and assume duties towards, many of our fellow creatures, each of which must diminish the singleness of the soul's devotion towards the selected one. No doubt this is the fitting position for human beings to place themselves in, as affording a greater scope for utility. But for a brief space to have no occupation but that of contributing to the happiness of him to whom her life was consecrated appeared to Ethel a very heaven upon earth. It was not that she was narrow-hearted. So much affection demands a spacious mansion for its abode. But in their present position of struggle and difficulty, there was no possibility of extending her sphere of benevolence, and she gladly concentrated her endeavors in the one object whose happiness was in her hands. All night, even in sleep, a peculiar sense of calm enjoyment soothed the mind of Ethel, and she awoke in the morning with buoyant spirits and a soul all alive to its own pleasurable existence. She sat at her little solitary breakfast table, musing with still renewed delight upon the prospect opened before her, when suddenly she was startled by the vision of an empty purse. What could Villiers intend? She felt assured that his stock was very nearly exhausted, and for herself 2 sovereigns, which were not sufficient to meet the demands of the last week, was all that she possessed. She tried to recollect if Edward had said anything that denoted any expectation of receiving money. On the contrary, diving into the recesses of her memory, she called to mind that he had said, "We shall receive your poor little dividend of £100 in less than a fortnight, so we shall be able to live, even if Gayland should delay getting the other money. I suppose we have enough to get on till then." He had said this inquiringly, and she knew that she had made a sign of assent, though at the time she had no thought of the real purport of his question or of her answer. What was to be done? The obvious consequence of her reflections was at once to destroy the cherished scheme of going out of town with Villiers. This was a misfortune too great to bear, and she at last decided upon having again recourse to her aunt. Unused to every money transaction, she had not that terror of obligation, nor dislike of asking, which is so necessary to preserve our independence and even our sense of justice through life. Money had always been placed like counters in her hand. She had never known whence it came, and until her marriage she had never disposed of more than very small sums. Subsequently, Villiers had been the director of their expenses. This was the faulty part of her father's system of education. But Lodore's domestic habits were for a great part founded on experience in foreign countries, and he forgot that an English wife is usually the cashier, the sole controller of the disbursements of her family. It seemed as easy a thing for Ethel to ask for money from Mrs. Fitzhenry as she knew it would be easy for her to give. In compliance, however, with Villiers' notions, she limited her request to £10, and tried to word her letters so as to create no suspicion in her aunt's mind with regard to their resources. This task achieved, she dismissed every annoying thought, And when Fanny came to express her hope that, bleak and snowy as was the day, she did not intend to make her accustomed pilgrimage, with a countenance beaming with delight she dilated on their plan, and spoke as if on the much desired Thursday the gates of Elysium were to be thrown open for her. There would have appeared something childish in her gladness to the abstracted and philosophic mind of Fanny, but that the real evils of her situation and the fortitude, touching in its unconscious simplicity, with which she encountered them commanded respect. Ethel, as well as her friend, was elevated above the commonplace of life. She also fostered a state of mind, lofty and magnificent, fitted rather to command than to obey, not only suffering patiently, but even making light of all human cares, a grand and dignified self-possession which fears nothing, yields to no one, and remains forever unvanquished. When Fanny, in one of their conversations, while describing the uses of philosophy, had translated this eulogium of its effects from Cicero, Ethel had exclaimed, "This is love! It is love alone that divides us from sordid earth-born thoughts, and causes us to walk alone, girt by its own beauty and power." Fanny smiled. Yet, while she saw slavery rather than a proud independence in the creed of Ethel, she admired the warmth of heart which could endow with so much brilliancy a state of privation and solitude. At the present moment, when Mrs. Villiers was rapturously announcing their scheme for leaving London, an expression of pain mantled over Fanny's features. Her clear blue eyes became suffused. A large tear gathered on her lashes. "What is the matter?" asked Ethel anxiously. "That I am a fool. But pardon me, for the folly is already passed away. For the first time you have made it hard for me to keep my soul firm in its own single existence. I have been debarred from all intercourse with those whose ideas rise above the soil on which they tread, except in my dear books, and I thought I should never be attached to anything but them. Yet do not think me selfish. Mr. Villiers is quite right. It is much better that you should not be apart. I am delighted with his plan." "Away or near, dear Fanny," said Ethel, in a caressing tone, "I never can forget your kindness, never cease to feel the warmest friendship for you. Remember, our fathers were friends, and their children ought to inherit the same faithful attachment." Fanny smiled faintly. "You must not seduce me from my resolves," she said. "I know my fate in this world, and I am determined to be true to myself to the end. Yet I am not ungrateful to you, even while I declare that I shall do my best to forget this brief interval, during which I have no longer, like Demogorgon, lived alone in my own world, but become aware that there are ties of sympathy between me and my fellow creatures in whose existence I did not believe before." Fanny's language, drawn from her books, not because she tried to imitate, but because, conversing perpetually with them, it was natural that she should adopt their style, was always energetic and imaginative, but her quiet manner destroyed every idea of exaggeration of sentiment. It was necessary to hear her soft and low, but very distinct voice utter her lofty sentiments, to be conscious that the calm of deep waters was the element in which she dwelt, not the fretful breakers that spend themselves in sound. The day seemed rather long to Ethel, who counted the hours until Thursday. Gladly she laid her head on the pillow at night and bade adieu to the foregone hours. The first thing that awoke her in the morning was the postman's knock. It brought, as she had been promised, a long, long letter from Edward. He had never before written with so much affection or with such an overflowing of tenderness that made her the centre of his world, the calm fair lake to receive into its bosom the streams of thought and feeling which flowed from him, and yet which, after all, had their primal source in her. "I am a very happy girl," thought Ethel, as she kissed the beloved papers and gazed on them in ecstasy. more happy than I thought it was ever given us to be in this world." She rose and began to dress. She delayed reading more than a line or two, that she might enjoy her dearest pleasure for a longer time. Then again, unable to control her impatience, she sat half-dressed and finished all, and was beginning anew, when there was a tap at her door. It was Fanny. She looked disturbed and anxious, and Ethel's fears were in a moment awake. "Something annoying has occurred," she said. "Yet I do not think that there is anything to dread, though there is a danger to prevent." "Speak quickly," cried Ethel. "Do not keep me in suspense." "Be calm. It is nothing sudden. It is only a repetition of the old story. A boy has just been here, a boy you gave a sovereign to. Do you remember? The night of your arrival. It seems that he has vowed himself to your service ever since. Those two odious men who were here once are often at his master's place, an alehouse, you know. Well, yesterday night he overheard them saying that Mr. Villiers's resort at the London coffee-house was discovered, or at least suspected, and that a writ was to be taken out against him in the city." "What does that mean?" cried Ethel. "That Mr. Villiers will probably be arrested today or tomorrow if he remains where he is." "I will go directly to him," cried Ethel. "We must leave town at once. God grant that I am not too late." Seeing her extreme agitation, Fanny remained with her, forced her to take some breakfast, and then, fearing that if anything had really taken place she would be quite bewildered, asked her permission to accompany her. "Will you indeed come with me?" Ethel exclaimed. "How dear, how good you are!" "Oh yes, do come. I can never go through it all alone. I shall die if I do not find him." A hackney coach had been called, and they hastened with what speed they might to their destination. A kind of panic seized upon Ethel. A tremor shook her limbs, so that when they at last stopped she was unable to speak. Fanny was about to ask for Mr. Villiers when an exclamation of joy from Ethel stopped her. Edward had seen them and was at the coach door. The snow lay thick around on the roofs of the houses, and on every atom of vantage ground it could obtain. It was then snowing, and as the chilly fleece dropped through or was driven about in the dark atmosphere, it spread a most disconsolate appearance over everything, and nothing could look more dreary than poor Ethel's jumbling vehicle, with its drooping animals and the half-frozen driver. Villiers had made up his mind that he should never be mortified by seeing her again in this sort of equipage, and he hurried down, the words of reproach already on his lips. "Is this your promise?" he asked. "Yes, dearest, it is. Come in, there is danger here. Come in, we must go directly." Seeing Fanny, Villiers became aware that there was some absolute cause for their journey, so he obeyed and quickly heard the danger that threatened him. "It would have been better," he said, "that you had come in the carriage and that we had instantly left town." "Impossible!" cried Ethel. "Till tomorrow, that is quite impossible. We have no money until tomorrow." "Well, my love, since it is so, we must arrange as well as we can. Do you return home immediately. This cold will kill you. I will take care of myself, and you can come for me on Thursday evening as we proposed." "Do not ask it of me, Edward," said Ethel. "I cannot leave you. I could never live through these 2 days away from you. You must not desire it. You will kill me." Edward kissed her pale cheek. "You tremble," he said. "How violently you tremble! Good God, what can we do? What would you have me do?" "Anything, so that we remain together. It is of so little consequence where we pass the next 24 hours, so that we are together. There are many hotels in town. I must not venture to any of these, and then to take you in this miserable manner, without servants or anything to command attendance, but you shall have your own way. Having deprived you of every other luxury, at least you shall have your will, which you know compensates for everything with your obstinate sex." Ethel smiled, rejoicing to find him in so good and accommodating a humour. "Yes, pretty one," he continued, marking her feelings, "you shall be as wretched and uncomfortable as your heart can desire. We will play the incognito in such a style that, if our adventures were printed, they would compete with those of Don Quixote and the fair Dulcinea. But Miss Derham must not be admitted into our vagabondizing. We will not detain her." "Yet she must know whither we are going to bring us the letters that will confer freedom on us." Villiers wrote hastily an address on a card. "You will find us there," he said. "Do not mention names when you come. We shall remain, I suppose, till Thursday." "But we shall see you sometime tomorrow, dear Fanny?" asked Ethel. Already she looked bright and happy. She esteemed herself fortunate to have gained so easily a point she had feared she must struggle for, or perhaps give up altogether. Fanny left them, and the coachman, having received his directions, drove slowly on through the deep snow which fell thickly on the road, while they, nestling close to each other, were so engrossed by the gladness of reunion that had Cinderella's godmother transmuted their crazy vehicle for a golden coach redolent of the perfumes of fairyland, they had scarcely been aware of the change. Their own hearts formed a more real fairyland, which accompanied them whithersoever they went, and could as easily spread its enchantments over the shattered machine in which they now jumbled along as amidst the cloth of gold and marbles of an Eastern palace. End of Volume 3, Chapter 4. Recording by Linda Johnson. Section 41 of Lodore. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Lodore by Mary Shelley, Volume 3, Chapter 5. Few people know how little is necessary to live. What is called or thought hardship is nothing. One unhappy feeling is worse than 1,000 years of it. Lord Edward Fitzgerald. Uncertain what to do, Villiers had hastily determined that they should take up their abode at a little inn near Brixton to wait till Thursday. He did not know the place except by having passed it, and observed a smart landlady at the door, so he trusted that it would be neat and clean. There was nothing imposing in the appearance of the young pair and their hackney coach. Accordingly, there was no bustling civility displayed to receive them. However, when the fire was once lighted, the old-fashioned sofa drawn near, and dinner ordered, they sat together and felt very happy, outcasts though they were, wanderers from civilized existence, shut out through poverty from the refinements and gilt elegancies of life. One only cloud there was, when Villiers asked his wife an explanation about their resources, and inquired whence she expected to receive money on the following day. Ethel explained. Villiers looked disturbed. There was something almost of anger in his voice when he said, "And so, Ethel, you feel no compunction in acting in exact opposition to my wishes, my principles, my resolves?" "But, dear Edward, what can principles have to do with borrowing a few pounds from dear good Aunt Bessie? Besides, we can repay her." "Be assured that we will," replied Villiers, "and you will never again, I trust, behave so unjustly by me. There are certain things in which we must judge and act for ourselves, and the question of money transactions is one. I may suffer, and you, alas, may also through poverty, though you have taken pains to persuade me that you do not feel the struggles which, for your sake chiefly, embitter my existence. Yet they are nothing in comparison with the loss of my independence, the sense of obligation, the knowledge that my kind friends can talk over my affairs, take me to task, and call me a burthen to them. Why am I as I am? I have friends and connections who would readily assist me at this extremity, if I asked it, and I might turn their kind feelings into sterling gold if I would. But I have no desire to work this transmutation. I prefer their friendship." "Do you mean," inquired his wife, "that your friends would not love you the better for having been of service to you?" "If they could serve me without annoyance to themselves, they might. But high in rank and wealthy as many of my relations are, there is not one among them, at least of those to whom I could have recourse, who do not dispose of their resources to the uttermost shilling in their own way. I then come to interfere with and to disarrange their plans. At first this might not be much, but presently they would weigh me against the gold I needed, and it might happen that my scale would kick the beam. I speak for myself, not for others. I may be too proud, too sensitive, but so I am. Ever since I knew what pecuniary obligations were, I resolved to lay under such to no man, and this resolve was stronger than my love for you. Judge, therefore, of its force, and the violence you do me, when you would oblige me to act against it. Did I begin to borrow, a train of thoughts would enter the lender's mind, the consciousness of which would haunt me like a crime. My actions would be scanned. I should be blamed for this, rebuked for that. Even your name, my Ethel, which I would place like a star in the sky, far above their mathematical measurements, would become stale in their mouths, and the propriety of our marriage canvassed. Could you bear that?" "I yield to all you say," she answered. "Yet this is strange morality. Are generosity, benevolence, and gratitude to be exploded among us? Is justice, which orders that the rich give of his superfluity to the poor, to be banished from the world?" "You are eloquent," said Villiers, "but, my little wild American, this is philosophy for the backwoods only. We have got beyond the primeval simplicity of barter and exchange among gentlemen, and it is such if I give gratitude in return for £50, by and by my fellow trader may grumble at the bargain. All this will become very clear to you hereafter, I fear, when knowledge of the world teaches you what sordid knaves we all are. It is to prevent your learning this lesson in a painful way that I guard you so jealously from making a wrong step at this crisis." "You speak of dreams," said Ethel, "as if dear Aunt Bessie would feel anything but pleasure in sending her mite to her own dear niece." "I have told you what I wish," replied her husband. "My honor is in your hands, and I implore you on this point to preserve it in the way I desire. There is but one relationship that authorizes anything like community of goods. It is that of parent and child. But we are orphans, dearest, stepchildren, who are not permitted to foster our filial sentiments. My father is unworthy of his name. The animal who destroys its offspring at its birth is merciful in comparison with him. Had he cast me off at once, I should have hardened my hands with labor and earned my daily bread. But I was trained to high-born necessities, and have all the wide wants and narrow powers of the heir of wealth. But let us dismiss this ungrateful subject. I never willingly advert, even in my own mind, to my father's unpaternal conduct. Let us instead fancy, sweet love, that we were born to what we have, that we are cottagers, the children of mechanics or wanderers in a barbarous country, where money is not, and imagine that this repose, this cheerful fire, this shelter from the pelting snow without, is an unexpected blessing. Strip a man bare to what nature made him and place him here, and what a hoard of luxury and wealth would not this room contain? In the Illinois, love, few mansions could compete with this." This was speaking in a language which Ethel could easily comprehend. She had several times wished to express this very idea, but she feared to hurt the refined and exclusive feelings of her husband. A splendid dwelling, costly living, and many attendants were with her the adjuncts, not the material, of life. If the stage on which she played her part was to be so decorated, it was well. If otherwise, the change did not merit her attention. Love scoffed at such idle trappings, and could build his tent of canvas and sleep close, nestled in her heart as softly, being only the more lovely and the more true from the absence of every meretricious ornament. This was another of Ethel's happy evenings, when she felt drawn close to him she loved, and found Elysium in the intimate union of their thoughts. The dusky room showed them but half to each other, and the looks of each, beaming with tenderness, drank life from one another's gaze. The soft shadows thrown on their countenances gave a lamp-like lustre to their eyes, in which the purest spirit of affection sat, weaving such unity of sentiment, such strong bonds of attachment, as made all life dwindle to a point, and freighted the passing minute with the hopes and fears of their entire existence. Not much was said, and their words were childish words. Intellette dar loro soli ambedui, which a listener would have judged to be meaningless. But the mystery of love gave a deep sense to each syllable. The hours flew lightly away. There was nothing to interrupt, nothing to disturb. Night came, and the day was at an end, but Ethel looked forward to the next, with faith in its equal felicity, and did not regret the fleet passage of time. They had been asked during the evening if they were going by any early coach on the following morning, and a simple negative was given. On that morning they sat at their breakfast, with some diminution of the sanguine hopes of the previous evening. For morning is the time for action, of looking forward, of expectation, and they must spend this in waiting, cooped up in a little room, overlooking no cheering scene. A high road, thickly covered with snow, on which various vehicles were perpetually passing, was immediately before them. Opposite was a row of mean-looking houses, between which might be distinguished low fields buried in snow, and the dreary, dark-looking sky bending over all added to the forlorn aspect of nature. Villiers was very impatient to get away, yet another day must be passed here, and there was no help. On the breakfast table the waiter had placed the bill of the previous day. It remained unnoticed, and he left it on the table when the things were taken away. "I wonder when Fanny will come," said Ethel. "Perhaps not at all to-day," observed Villiers. "She knows that we intend to remain till to-morrow here, and if your aunt's letter is delayed till then, I see no chance of her coming, nor any use in it." "But Aunt Bessie will not delay. Her answer is certain of arriving this morning." "So you imagine, love. You know little of the various chances that wait upon borrowing." Soon after, unable to bear confinement to the house, uneasy in his thoughts, and desirous a little to dissipate them by exercise, Villiers went out. Ethel, taking a small Shakespeare, which her husband had had with him at the coffee-house, occupied herself by reading, or, turning from the written page to her own thoughts, gave herself up to reverie, dwelling on many an evanescent idea, and reverting delightedly to many scenes which her memory recalled. She was one of those who know the pleasures of solitude when we hold commune alone with the tranquil solemnity of nature. The thought of her father, of the Illinois, and the measureless forest rose before her, and in her ear was the dashing of the stream which flowed near their abode. Her light feet again crossed the prairie, and 1,000 appearances of sky and earth departed forever were retraced in her brain. Would not Edward be happy there, she thought. Why should we not go? We should miss dear Horatio, but what else could we regret that we leave behind? And perhaps he would join us, and then we should be quite happy. And then her fancy pictured her new home and all its delights, till her eyes were suffused with tender feeling as her imagination sketched a variety of scenes, the pleasant labors of cultivation, the rides, the hunting, the boating, all commonplace occurrences, which, attended on by love, were exalted into a perpetual, gorgeous procession of beatified hours. And then again she allowed to herself that Europe or America could contain the same delights. She recollected Italy, and her feelings grew more solemn and blissful as she meditated on the wondrous beauty and changeful but deep interest of that land of memory. Villiers did not return for some hours. He also had indulged in reverie, long drawn but not quite so pleasant as that of his inexperienced wife. The realities of life were kneaded up too entirely with his prospects and schemes for them to assume the fairy hues that adorned Ethel's. He could not see the end to his present struggle for the narrowest independence. Very slender hopes had been held out to him, and thus he was to drag out an embittered existence, spent upon sordid cares, till his father died, an ungrateful idea, from which he turned with a sigh. He walked speedily on account of the cold, and as his blood began to circulate more cheerily in his frame, a change came over the tenor of his thoughts. From the midst of the desolation in which he was lost, a vision of happiness arose that forced itself on his speculations, in spite, as he imagined, of his better reason. The image of an elegant home, here or in Italy, adorned by Ethel, cheered by the presence of friends, unshadowed by any cares, presented itself to his mind with strange distinctness and pertinacity. At no time had Villiers loved so passionately as now. The difficulties of their situation had exalted her who shared them with such cheerful fortitude into an angel of consolation. The pride of man in possessing the affections of this lovely and noble-minded creature was blended with the tenderest desire of protecting and serving her. His heart glowed with honest joy at the reflection that her happiness depended upon him solely, and that he was ready to devote his life to secure it. Was there any action too arduous, any care too minute, to display his gratitude and his perfect affection? As his recollection came back, he found that he was at a considerable distance from her, so he swiftly turned his steps homeward, that was his home where she was, and scarcely felt that he trod earth, as he recollected that each moment carried him nearer, and that he should soon meet the fond gaze of the kindest, sweetest eyes in the world. Thus they met, with a renewed joy, after a short absence, each reaping from their separate meditations a fresh harvest of loving thoughts and interchange of grateful emotion. Great was the pity that such was their situation, that circumstances, all mean and trivial, drew them from their heaven-high elevation to the more sordid cares of this dirty planet. Yet why name it pity? Their pure natures could turn the grovelling substance presented to them to ambrosial food for the sustenance of love. End of Volume 3, Chapter 5. Recording by Linda Johnson. Section 42 of Lodore. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Lodore by Mary Shelley, Volume 3, Chapter 6. There's a bliss beyond all that the minstrel has told, when two that are linked in one heavenly tie, with heart never changing and brow never cold, love on through all ills, and love on till they die. Lalla Rookh. Villiers had not been returned long when the waiter came in and informed them that his mistress declined serving their dinner till her bill of the morning was paid, and then he left the room. The gentle pair looked at each other and laughed. "We must wait till Fanny comes, I fear," said Ethel, "for my purse is literally empty." "And if Miss Derham should not come?" remarked Villiers. "But she will. She has delayed, but I am perfectly certain that she will come in the course of the day. I do not feel the least doubt about it." To quicken the passage of time, Ethel employed herself in netting a purse. the inutility of which Villiers smilingly remarked, while her husband read to her some of the scenes from Shakespeare's play of Troilus and Cressida. The profound philosophy and intense passion of this drama, adorned by the most magnificent poetry that can even be found in the pages of this prince of poets, caused each to hang attentive and delighted upon their occupation. As it grew dark, Villiers stirred up the fire and still went on, till having with difficulty deciphered the lines, "She was beloved, she loved, she is and doth, but still sweet love is food for fortune's tooth," he closed the book. "It is in vain," he said, "our liberator does not come, and these churls will not give us lights." "It is early yet, dearest," replied Ethel, "not yet 4 o'clock. Would Troilus and Cressida have repined at having been left darkling a few minutes? How much happier we are than all the heroes and heroines that ever lived or were imagined. They grasped at the mere shadow of the thing, whose substance we absolutely possess. Let us know and acknowledge our good fortune. God knows I do, and am beyond words grateful. It is much to be grateful for, sharing the fortunes of a ruined man." "You do not speak as Troilus does," replied Ethel, smiling. "He knew better the worth of love compared with worldly trifles." "You would have me protest, then?" said Villiers. "But, alas, I am as true as truth's simplicity, and simpler than the infancy of truth. So that all I can say is, that you are a very ill-used little girl, to be mated as you are, so buried, with all your loveliness, in this obscurity, so bound, though akin to heaven, to the basest dross of earth." "You are poetical, dearest, and I thank you. For my own part, I am in love with ill luck. I do not think we should have discovered how very dear we are to each other had we sailed forever on a summer sea." Such talk, a little prolonged, at length dwindled to silence. Edward drew her nearer to him, and as his arm encircled her waist, she placed her sweet head on his bosom, and they remained in silent reverie. He, as with his other hand he played with her shining ringlets and parted them on her fair brow, was disturbed in thought and saddened by a sense of degradation. Not to be able to defend the angelic creature who depended on him from the world's insults galled his soul and embittered even the heart's union that existed between them. She did not think, she did not know of these things. After many minutes of silence, she said, "I have been trying to discover why it is absolute pleasure to suffer pain for those we love." "Pleasure in pain? You speak riddles." "I do," she replied, raising her head, "but I have divined this. The great pleasure of love is derived from sympathy, the feeling of union, of unity. Anything that makes us alive to the sense of love, that imprints deeper on our plastic consciousness the knowledge of the existence of our affection, causes an increase of happiness. There are 2 things to which we are most sensitive, pleasure and pain. But habit can somewhat dull the first, and that which was in its newness, ecstasy, our being joined forever, becomes, like the air we breathe, a thing we could not live without, but yet in which we are rather passively than actively happy. But when pain comes to awaken us to a true sense of how much we love, when we suffer for one another's dear sake, the consciousness of attachment swells our hearts. We are recalled from the forgetfulness engendered by custom, and the awakening and renewal of the sense of affection brings with it a joy that sweetens to its dregs the bitterest cup." "Encourage this philosophy, dear Ethel," replied Villiers. "You will need it, but it shames me to think that I am your teacher in this mournful truth." As he spoke, his whole frame was agitated by tenderness and grief. Ethel could see by the dull firelight a tear gather on his eyelashes. It fell upon her hand. She threw her arms round him and pressed him to her heart with a passionate gush of weeping, occasioned partly by remorse at having so moved him, and partly by her heart's overflowing with the dear security of being loved. They had but a little recovered from this scene when the waiter, bringing in lights, announced Miss Derham. Her coming had been full of disasters. After many threatenings and much time consumed in clumsy repairs, her hackney coach had fairly broken down. She had walked the rest of the way, but they were much further from town than she expected, and thus she accounted for her delay. She brought no news, but held in her hand the letter that contained the means of freeing them from their awkward predicament. "We will not stay another minute in this cursed place," said Villiers. "We will go immediately to Salt Hill, where I intended to take you tomorrow. I can return by one of the many stages which pass continually, to keep my appointment with Gayland, and be back with you again by night. So if these stupid people possess a post-chaise, we will be gone directly." Ethel was well pleased with this arrangement, and it was put in execution immediately. The chaise and horses were easily procured. They set Fanny down in their way through town. Ethel tried to repay her kindness by heartfelt thanks, and she, in her placid way, showed clearly how pleased she was to serve them. Leaving her in Piccadilly, not far from her own door, they pursued their way to Salt Hill, and it seemed as if, in this mere change of place, they had escaped from a kind of prison, to partake again in the immunities and comforts of civilized life. Ethel was considerably fatigued when she arrived, and her husband feared that he had tasked her strength too far. The falling and fallen snow clogged up the roads, and their journey had been long. She slept, indeed, the greater part of the way, her head resting on him, and her languor and physical suffering were soothed by emotions the most balmy and by the gladdening sense of confidence and security. They arrived at Salt Hill late in the evening. The hours were precious, for early on the following day Villiers was obliged to return to town. On inquiry, he found that his best mode was to go by a night coach from Bath, which would pass at 7 in the morning. They were awake half the night, talking of their hopes, their plans, their probable deliverance from their besetting annoyances. By this time Ethel had taught her own phraseology, and Villiers had learned to believe that whatever must happen would fall upon both, and that no separation could take place fraught with any good to either. When Ethel awoke, late in the morning, Villiers was gone. Her watch told her indeed that it was near 10 o'clock, and that he must have departed long before. She felt inclined to reproach him for leaving her, though only for a few hours, without an interchange of adieu. In truth, she was vexed that he was not there. The world appeared to her so blank, without his voice to welcome her back to it from out of the regions of sleep. While this slight cloud of ill humour, may it be called, was passing over her mind, she perceived a little note, left by her husband, lying on her pillow. Kissing it 1,000 times, she read its contents, as if they possessed talismanic power. They breathed the most passionate tenderness. They besought her, as she loved him, to take care of herself, and to keep up her spirits until his return, which would be as speedy as the dove flies back to its nest, where its sweet mate fondly expects him. With these assurances and blessings to cheer her, Ethel arose. The sun poured its wintry yet cheering beams into the parlour, and the sparkling, snow-clad earth glittered beneath. She wrapped herself in her cloak and walked into the garden of the hotel. Long immured in London, living as if its fogs were the universal vesture of all things, her spirits rose to exultation and delight as she looked on the blue sky spread cloudlessly around. As the pure breeze freshened her cheek, a kind of transport seized her. Her spirit took wings. She felt as if she could float on the bosom of the air, as if there was a sympathy in nature whose child and nursling she was, to welcome her back to her haunts, and to reward her bounteously for coming. The trees, all leafless and snow-bedecked, were friends and intimates. She kissed their rough barks, and then laughed at her own folly at being so rapt. The snowdrop, as it peeped from the ground, was a thing of wonder and mystery, and the shapes of frost, beautiful forms to be worshipped. All sorrow, all care passed away, and left her mind as clear and bright as the unclouded heavens that bent over her. End of Volume 3, Chapter 6. Recording by Linda Johnson. Section 43 of Lodore. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Lodore by Mary Shelley, Volume 3, Chapter 7. Herein shall my captivity be made my happiness, since what I lose in freedom I regain with interest. Beaumont and Fletcher. The glow of enthusiasm and gladness, thus kindled in her soul, faded slowly as the sun descended, and human tenderness returned in full tide upon her. She longed for Edward to speak to. When would he come back? She walked a little way on the London road. She returned. Still her patience was not exhausted. The sun's orb grew red and dusky as it approached the horizon. She returned to the house. It was yet early. Edward could not be expected yet. He had promised to come as soon as possible, but he had prepared her for the likelihood of his arrival only by the mail at night. It was long since she had written to Seville. Cooped up in town, saddened by her separation from her husband, or enjoying the brief hours of reunion, she had felt disinclined to write. Her enlivened spirits now prompted her to pour out some of their overflowings to him. She did not allude to any of the circumstances of their situation, for Edward had forbidden that topic. Still, she had much to say, for her heart was full of benevolence to all mankind. Besides her attachment to her husband, the prospect of becoming a mother within a few months opened another source of tenderness. There seemed to be a superabundance of happiness within her, a portion of which she desired to impart to those she loved. Daylight had long vanished, and Villiers did not return. She felt uneasy. Of course he would come by the mail, yet if he should not, what could prevent him? Conjectures would force themselves on her. Unreasonable, she told herself, yet her doubts were painful, and she listened attentively each time that the sound of wheels grew and again faded upon her ear. If the vehicle stopped, she was in a state of excitation that approached alarm. She knew not what she feared, yet her disquiet increased into anxiety. "Shall I ever see him again?" were words that her lips did not utter, and yet which lingered in her heart, although unaccompanied by any precise idea to her understanding. She had given 1,000 messages to the servants, and at last the mail arrived. She heard a step. It was the waiter. "The gentleman is not come, ma'am," he said. "I knew it," she thought. Yet why? Why? At one time she resolved to set off for town. Yet whither to go? Where to find him? An idea struck her, that he had missed the mail, but as he would not leave her a prey to uncertainty, he would come by some other conveyance. She got a little comfort from this notion, and resumed her occupation of waiting, though the vagueness of her expectations rendered her 1,000 times more restless than before. And all was vain. The mail had arrived at 11 o'clock. At 12 she retired to her room. She read again and again his note, his injunction that she should take care of herself, induced her to go to bed at a little after 1, but sleep was still far from her. Till she could no longer expect, till it became certain that it must be morning before he could come, she did not close her eyes. As her last hope quitted her, she wept bitterly. Where was the joyousness of the morning, the exuberant delight with which her veins had tingled, which had painted life as a blessing? She hid her face in her pillow and gave herself up to tears, till sleep at last stole over her senses. Early in the morning her door opened and her curtain was drawn aside. She awoke immediately and saw Fanny Derham standing at her bedside. "Edward, where is he?" she exclaimed, starting up. "Well, quite well," replied Fanny. "Do not alarm yourself, dear Mrs. Villiers. He has been arrested." "I must go to him immediately. Leave me for a little while, dear Fanny. I will dress and come to you. Do you order the chaise meanwhile. I can hear everything as we are going to town." Ethel trembled violently. Her speech was rapid but inarticulate. The paleness that overspread her face, blanching even her marble brow, and the sudden contraction of her features alarmed Fanny. The words she had used in communicating her intelligence were cabalistic to Ethel, and her fears were the more intolerable because mysterious and undefined. The blood trickled cold in her veins, and a chilly moisture stood on her forehead. She exerted herself violently to conquer this weakness, but it shackled her powers as bands of rope would her limbs, and after a few moments she sank back on her pillow, almost bereft of life. Fanny sprang to the bell, then sprinkled her with water. Some salts were procured from the landlady, and gradually the colour revisited her cheeks, and her frame resumed its functions. An hysteric fit, the first she had ever had, left her at last exhausted, but more composed. She herself became frightened lest illness should keep her from Villiers. She exerted herself to become tranquil, and lay for some time without speaking or moving. A little refreshment contributed to restore her, and she turned to Fanny with a faint sweet smile. "You see," said she, "what a weak, foolish thing I am. But I am quite well now, quite rallied. There must be no more delay." Her cheerful voice and lively manner gave her friend confidence. Fanny was one who believed much in the mastery of mind, and felt sure that nothing would be so prejudicial to Mrs. Villiers as contradiction, and obstacles put in the way of her attaining the object of her wishes. In spite, therefore, of the good people about who insisted that the most disastrous consequences would ensue, she ordered the horses and prepared for their immediate journey to town. Ethel repaid her cares with smiles, while she restrained her curiosity, laid, as it were, a check on her too impatient movements, and forced a calm of manner which gave her friend courage to proceed. It was not until they were on their way that the object of their journey was mentioned. Fanny then spoke of the arrest as a trifling circumstance, mentioned bail, and 20 things which Ethel only comprehended to be mysterious methods of setting him free. And then, also, she asked the history of what had happened. The tale was soon told. The moment Mr. Villiers had entered Piccadilly, he had caused a coach to be called, but on passing to it from the stage, 2 men entered it with him, whose errand was too easily explained. He had driven first to his solicitors, hoping to put everything in train for his instant liberation. The day was consumed in these fruitless endeavours. He did not give up hope till past 10 at night, when he sent to Fanny, asking her to go down to Mrs. Villiers as early as possible in the morning, and to bring her up to town. His wish was, he said, that Ethel should take up her abode at Mrs. Derham's till this affair could be arranged, and they were enabled to leave London. His note was hurried. He promised that another, more explicit, should await his wife on her arrival. "You will tell the driver," said Ethel, when this story was finished, "to drive to Edward's prison. I would not stay away 5 minutes from him in this present situation to purchase the universe." Any one but Miss Derham might have resisted Ethel's wish, have argued with her, and irritated her by the display of obstacles and inconveniences. It was not Fanny's method ever to oppose the desires of others. They knew best, she affirmed, their own sensations and what was most fitting for them. What is best for me, habit, education, and a different texture of character, may render the worst for them. In the present instance, also, She saw that Ethel's feelings were almost too high wrought for her strength, that opposition, by making a further call on her powers, might upset them wholly. She had, besides, the deepest respect for her attachment to her husband, and was willing to reward it by bringing her to him without delay. Having thus fortunately fallen into reasonable hands, guided by one who could understand her character, and not torture her by forcing notions the opposite of those on which she felt herself compelled to act, Ethel became tranquil, and saw the mere panic of inexperience in her previous excessive alarm. They now approached London. Fanny called the post-boy to the window of the chaise, and gave him directions, at which he a little stared, but said nothing. She gave things their own names, and never dreamt of saving appearances, as it is called. What ought to be done, that she dared do in the face of the whole world, and therefore to make a mystery of their destination, never once occurred to her. They drove through the long interminable suburbs, through Piccadilly and the Strand. Ethel's cheeks flushed with the excitement, and something like apprehension made her heart flutter. She had endeavoured to form an image in her own mind of whither they were going. It was vague and therefore frightful. But Edward was there, and she also would share the horrors of his prison house. They passed through Temple Bar, and going down an obscure street or two, stopped at a dingy doorway. "This is not right," said Ethel, almost gasping for breath. "This is not a prison." "Something very like it, as you will find too soon," said her friend. Still, Ethel's imagination was relieved by the absence of the massy walls, the portentous gates, the gloomy immensity of an absolute prison. The door of the house being opened, Ethel stepped out from the chaise and asked for Mr. Villiers. The man whom she addressed hesitated, but Ethel had learnt one only worldly lesson, which was, whenever she needed the services of people of the lower orders, to disseminate money plentifully. Her purse was in her hand, and she gave a sovereign to the man, who then at once showed them upstairs, which she ascended, though every limb nearly refused to perform its office as she approached the spot where again she was to see him whose image lived eternally in her heart, and whom it was the sole joy of her life to wait on, to be sheltered by, to live near. The door was opened. In the dingy, dusty room beside the fire, which looked as if it could not burn, and was never meant to warm even the black neglected grate, Villiers sat, reading. His first emotion was shame when he saw Ethel enter. There was no accord between her spotless loveliness and his squalid prison room. Anyone who has seen a sunbeam suddenly enter and light up a scene of housewifely neglect and vulgar discomfort, and felt how obtrusive it rendered all that might be half forgotten in the shade, can picture how the simple elegance of Ethel displayed yet more distinctly to her husband the worse than beggarly scene in which she found him. His cheeks flushed, and almost he would have turned away. He would have reproached, but a tenderness and an elevation of feeling animated her expressive countenance, which turned the current of his thoughts. Whether it were their fate to suffer the extremes of fortune in the savage wilderness, or in the more appalling privations of civilized life, love and the poetry of love accompanied her, and gilded and irradiated the commonest forms of penury. She looked at him, and her eyes then glanced to the barred windows. As Fanny and their conductor left them, she heard the key turn in the lock with an impertinent, intrusive loudness. She felt pained for him, but for herself it was as if the world and all its cares were locked out, and as if, in this near association with him, she reaped the reward of all her previous anxiety. There was no repining in her thoughts, no dejection in her manner. Villiers could read in her open countenance as plainly as through the clearest crystal the sentiments that were passing in her mind. It was something more satisfied than resignation, more contented than fortitude. It was a knowledge that, whatever evil might attend her lot, the good so far outweighed it that For his sake only could she advert to any feelings of distress. It was a consciousness of being in her place and of fulfilling her duty, accompanied by a sort of rapture in remembering how thrice dear and hallowed that duty was. Angels could not feel as she did, for they cannot sacrifice to those they love. Yet there was in her that absence of all self-emanating pain which is the characteristic of what we are told of the angelic essences. As when at night autumnal winds are howling and vast masses of winged clouds are driven with indescribable speed across the sky, we note the islands of dark ether, built round by the white fleecy shapes, and as we mark the stars which gem their unfathomable depth, silence and sublime tranquillity appear to have found a home in that deep vault, and we love to dwell on the peace and beauty that live there, while the clouds still rush on, and the face of the lower heaven is more mutable than water. Thus the mind of Ethel, surrounded by the world's worst forms of adversity, showed clear and serene, entirely possessed by the repose of love. It was impossible but that, in spite of shame and regret, Villiers should not participate in these feelings. He gave himself up to the softening influence. He knew not how to repine on his own account. Ethel's affection demanded to stand in place of prosperity, and he could not refuse to admit so dear a claim. The door had closed on them, and every outlet to liberty or the enjoyment of life was barred up. Edward drew Ethel towards him and kissed her fondly. Their eyes met, and the speechless tenderness that beamed from hers reached his heart and soothed every ruffled feeling. Sitting together and interchanging a few words of comfort and hope, mingled with kind looks and affectionate caresses, they neither of them remembered indignity nor privation. The tedious mechanism of civilized life and the odious interference of their fellow creatures were forgotten, and they were happy. End of Volume 3, Chapter 7. Recording by Linda Johnson. Section 44 of Lodore. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Lodore by Mary Shelley. Volume 3, Chapter 8. Veggo purtroppo che favola è la vita, e la favola mia non è compita. Petrarca. The darker months of winter had passed away, and the chilly, blighting English spring begun. Towards the end of March, Lady Lodore came to town. She had long ago, in her days of wealth, fitted up a house in Park Lane, so she returned to it as to a home, if home it might be called, where no one welcomed her, where none sat beside her at the domestic hearth. For the first time she felt keenly this circumstance. During her mother's lifetime she had had her constantly for a companion, and afterwards, as events pressed upon her, and while the anguish she felt upon Horatio Saville's marriage was still fresh, she had not reverted to her lonely position as the source of pain. The haughty, the firm, the self-exalting soul of Cornelia had borne up long. She had often felt that she walked on the borders of a precipice, and that, if once she admitted sentiments of regret, she should plunge without retrieve into a gulf, dark, portentous, inextricable. She had often repeated to herself that fate should not vanquish her, and that in spite of despair she would be happy. It is true that the misery occasioned by Saville's marriage was a canker at her heart, for which there was no cure, but she had recourse to dissipation that she might endeavor to forget it. A sad and ineffectual remedy. She was surrounded by admirers, whom she disdained, and by friends to whom she would have died rather than betray the naked misery of her soul. She had never planned nor thought of marriage. The report concerning the Earl of D was one of those which the world always makes current, when two persons of opposite sexes are, by any chance, thrown much together. His sister was Lady Lodore's friend, and she had chaperoned her, and been of assistance to her during the courtship of the gentleman who was at present her husband. It was their house that Lady Lodore had just quitted on arriving in town. The newborn happiness of early wedded life had been a scene to call her back to thoughts which were the sources of the bitterest anguish. She abhorred herself that she could envy, that she could desire to exchange places with any created being. She abridged her visit, and fancied that she should regain peace in the independence of her own home. But the enjoyment of liberty was cold in her heart, and loneliness added a freezing chilliness to her feeling. The mind of Cornelia was much above the world she lived in, though she had sacrificed all to it, and so to speak much above herself. Take pride from her, and there was understanding, magnanimity, and great kindliness of disposition, but pride had been the wall of China to shut up all her better qualities, and to keep them from communicating with the world beyond. Pride, which grew strong by resistance, and towered above every aggressor. Pride, which crumbled away when time and change were its sole assailants, till her inner being was left unprotected and bare. She found herself alone in the world. She felt that her life was aimless, unprofitable, blank. She was humiliated and saddened by her relative position in the world. She did not think of her daughter as a resource. She was in the hands of her enemies, and no hope lay there. She entertained the belief that Mrs. Villiers was weak both in character and understanding, and that to make any attempt to interest herself in her would end in disappointment, if not disgust. Imagining, as we are all apt to do, how we should act in another person's place, she had formed a notion of what she would have done had she been Ethel, and as nothing was done, she almost despised and quite pitied her. No, there was no help. She was alone. None loved, none cared for her, and the flower of the field, which a child plucks and wears for an hour and then casts aside, was of more worth than she. Every amusement grew tedious, all society vacant and dull. When she came back from dinners or assemblies to her luxurious but empty abode, the darkest thoughts engendered by spleen hung over its threshold and welcomed her return. At such times she would dismiss her attendant and remain half the night by her fireside, encouraging sickly reveries, struggling with the fate that bound her, yet unable in any way to make an effort for freedom. Time, thus would her thoughts fashion themselves. Yes, time rolls on, and what does it bring? I live in a desert. Its barren sands feed my hourglass, and they come out fruitless as they went in. Months change their names, years their ciphers. My brow is sadly trenched. The bloom of youth is faded. My mind gathers wrinkles. What will become of me? Hopes of my youth, where are ye? My aspirations, my pride, my belief that I could grasp and possess all things. Alas, there is nothing of all this. My soul lies in the dust, and I look up to know that I have been playing with shadows, and that I am fallen forever. What do I see around me? The tide of life is ebbing fast. I had fancied that pearls and gold would have been left by the retiring waves, and I find only barren, lonely sands. No voice reaches me from across the waters. No one stands beside me on the shore. Would, oh, would I could lay my head on the spray-sprinkled beach and sleep forever. This is madness. These incoherent images that throng my brain are the ravings of insanity. Yet what greater madness than to know that love, affection, the charities of life, the hopes of existence, are empty words for me? Am I indeed to have done with these? What is it that still moves up and down in my soul, making me feel as if something might yet be accomplished? Is it that the ardor of youth is not yet tamed? Alas, my youth has departed forever. Yet wherefore these sighs which wrap an eternity of wretchedness in their evanescent breath? Why these tears that, flowing from the inmost fountains of the soul, endeavor to give passage to the flood of sorrow that deluges and overwhelms it? The husband of my youth! The thought of him passes like a shadow across me. Had he borne with me a little longer, had I submitted to his control, how different my destiny had been! But I will not think of that. I do not. A mightier storm than any he could raise has swept across me since, and laid all waste. My soul has been set upon a hope which has vanished, and desolation has come in its room. Could God, in his anger, bestow a bitterer curse on a condemned spirit than that which weighs on me when I reflect that through my own fault I lost him, whom but to see was paradise? The thought haunts me like a crime, yet when is it absent from me? It sleeps with me, rises with me. It is by me now, and I would willingly die only to dismiss it forever. Miserable Cornelia, thou hast been courted, lauded, waited on, loved. It is all over. I am alone. My poor, poor mother, my much reviled, my dearest mother. By you at least I was valued. Ah, why are you gone, leaving your wretched child alone? Oh, that I could take wings and rise from out of the abyss into which I am fallen! Can I not, myself being miserable, take pleasure in the pleasure of others, and by force of strong sympathy forget my selfish woes? With whom can I sympathize? None desire my care, and all would repay my officiousness with ingratitude, perhaps with scorn. Once I could assist the poor. Now I am poor myself. My limited means scarce suffice to keep me in that station in society from which, did I once descend, I were indeed trampled upon and destroyed forever. Tears rush from my eyes. My heart sinks within me as I look forward. Again, the same cares, the same coil, the same bitter result. Hopes held out only to be crushed. Affections excited only to be scattered to the winds. I blamed myself for struggling too much with fate, for rowing against wind and tide, for resolving to control the events that form existence. Now I yield. I have long yielded. I have let myself drift, as I hoped, into a quiet creek, where indifference and peace ruled the hour, and lo, it is a whirlpool, to swallow all I had left of enjoyment upon earth. It was not until she had exhausted herself by these gloomy and restless reflections that she laid her head upon her pillow and tried to sleep. Morning usually dawned before she closed her eyes, and it was nearly noon before she rose, weary and unrefreshed. It was with a struggle that she commenced a new day, a day that was to be cheered by no event, nor feeling capable of animating her to any sense of joy. She had never occupied herself by intellectual exertion. Her employments had been the cultivation of what are called accomplishments merely, and when now she reverted to these, it was with bitterness. She remembered the interval when she had been inspirited by the delightful wish to please Horatio. Now none cared how the forlorn Cornelia passed her time. No one would hang enraptured on her voice, or hail with gladness the development of some new talent. It is the same, she thought, how I get rid of the heavy hours, so that they go. I have but to give myself up to the sluggish stream that bears me on to old age, not more bereft or unregarded than these wretched years. Thus she lingered idly through the morning, her only enjoyment being when she secured to herself a solitary drive, and, reclining back in her carriage, felt herself safe from every intrusion, and yet enjoying a succession of objects that a little varied the tenor of her thoughts. She had deserted the park, and sought unfrequented drives in the environs of London. Evening at last came, and with it her uninteresting engagements, which yet she found better than entire seclusion. Forced to rouse herself to adopt, as a mask, the smiling appearance which had been natural to her for many years, she often abhorred every one around her, and yet, hating herself more, took refuge among them from her own society. Her chief care was to repress any manifestation of her despair, which too readily rose to her lips or in her eyes. The glorious hues of sunset, the subduing sounds of music, even the sight of a beautiful girl, resplendent with happiness and youth, moving gracefully in dance, had power to move her to tears. Her blood seemed to curdle and grow thick, while gloomy shadows mantled over her features. Often she could scarcely forbear expressing the bitterness of her feelings and indulging in acrimonious remarks on the deceits of life and the inanity of all things. It seemed to her sometimes that she must die if she did not give vent to the still increasing horror with which she regarded the whole system of the world. Nor were her sufferings always thus negative. One evening especially, a young travelled gentleman approached her, with all the satisfaction painted on his countenance, which he felt at having secured a topic for the entertainment of the fashionable Lady Lodore. "You are intimate with the Misses Saville," he said. "What charming girls they are! I have just left them at Naples, where they have been spending the Carnival. I saw them almost every day, and capitally we enjoyed ourselves. Their Italian sister-in-law spirited them up to mask and to make a real Carnival of it. A most lovely woman, that. Did you ever see Mrs. Saville, Lady Lodore?" "Never," replied his auditress. "Such eyes! Gazelles and stars and suns, and the whole range of poetic imagery might be sought in vain to do justice to her large dark eyes. She is very young, scarcely 20, and to see her with child is positively a finer tableau than any Raphael or Correggio in the world. She has a little girl, not a year old, with golden hair and eyes as black as the mother's, the most beautiful little thing, and so intelligent. Saville dotes on it. No wonder he is not himself handsome, you know, though the lovely Clorinda would stab me if she heard me say so. She positively adores him. You should have seen them together." Lady Lodore turned on him one of her sweetest smiles, and in her blandest tone said, "If you could only get me an ice from that servant who I see immovable behind those dear, wonderful dowagers, you would so oblige me." He was gone in a minute, and on his return Lady Lodore was so deeply engrossed in being persuaded to go to the next drawing-room by the young and new-married Countess of G that she could only reward him with another heavenly smile. He was obliged to take his Carnival at Naples to some other listener. Cornelia scarcely closed her eyes that night. The thought of the happy wife and lovely child of Seville pierced her as with remorse. She had entirely broken off her acquaintance with his family, so that she was ignorant of Clorinda's disposition, and readily fancied that she was as happy as she believed that the wife of Horatio Saville must be. She would not acknowledge that she was wicked enough to repine at her felicity, but that he should be rendered happy by any other woman than herself, that any other woman should have become the sharer of his dearest affections, stung her to the core. Yet why should she regret? She were well exchanged for one so lovely and so young. At the age of 34, which she had now reached, Cornelia persuaded herself that the name of beauty was a mockery as applied to her, though her own glass might have told her otherwise. For time had dealt lightly with her, so that the extreme fascination of her manner and the animation and intelligence of her countenance made her compete with many younger beauties. She felt that she was deteriorated from the angelic being she had seemed when she first appeared as Lodore's bride, and this made all compliments show false and vain. Now she figured to herself the dark eyes of the Neapolitan, and easily believed that the memory of her would contrast like a faded picture with the rich hues of Clorinda's face, while her sad and withered feelings were in yet greater opposition to the vivacity she had heard described and praised, to the triumphant and glad feelings of a beloved wife. It seemed to her as if she must weep forever, and yet that tears were unavailing to diminish in any degree the sorrow that weighed so heavily at her heart. These reflections sat like a nightmare on her pillow, troubling the repose she in vain courted. She arose in the morning, scarcely conscious that she had slept at all, languid from exhaustion, her sufferings blunted by their very excess. End of Volume 3, Chapter 8. Recording by Linda Johnson.
Section 45 of Lodore. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Lodore by Mary Shelley. Volume 3, Chapter 9. Oh, where have I been all this time? How friended that I should lose myself thus desperately, and none for pity show me how I wandered. Beaumont and Fletcher. While it was yet too early for visitors, and before she had ordered herself to be denied to everyone, as she intended to do, she was surprised by a double knock at the door, and she rang hastily to prevent anyone being admitted. The servants, with contradictory orders, found it difficult to evade the earnest desire of the visitor to see their lady, and at last they brought up a card, on which was written, "Miss Derham wishes to be permitted to see Lady Lodore for Mrs. Villiers." "From" had first been written, erased, and "for" substituted. Lady Lodore was alarmed, and the ideas of danger and death instantly presenting themselves, she desired Miss Derham to be shown up. She met her with a face of anxiety, and with that frankness and kindness of manner which was the irresistible sceptre she wielded to subdue all hearts. Fanny had hitherto disliked Lady Lodore. She believed her to be cold, worldly, and selfish, and now in a moment she was convinced by the powerful influence of manner that she was the contrary of all this, so that instead of the chilling address she meditated, she was impelled to throw off her reserve and to tell her story with animation and detail. She spoke of what Mrs. Villiers had gone through previous to the arrest of her husband, and how constantly she had kept her resolve of remaining with him, though her situation, day by day becoming more critical, demanded attentions and luxuries which she had no means of attaining. "Yet," said Fanny, "I should not have intruded on you even now, but that they cannot go on as they are. Their resources are utterly exhausted, and until next June I see no prospect for them. Why does not Mr. Villiers apply to his father, even if letters were of no avail, a personal appeal? I am afraid that Colonel Villiers has nothing to give," replied Fanny, "and at all events Mr. Villiers' imprisonment." "Prison!" cried Lady Lodore. "You do not mean Ethel cannot be living in prison." "They live within the rules, if you understand that term. They rent a lodging close to the prison on the other side of the river." "This must indeed be altered," said Lady Lodore. "This is far too shocking. Poor Ethel! She must come here. Dear Miss Derham, will you tell her how much I desire to see her, and entreat her to make my house her home?" Fanny shook her head. "She will not leave her husband. I should make your proposal in vain." Lady Lodore looked incredulous. After a moment's thought she persuaded herself that Ethel's having refused to return to the house of Mrs. Derham, or having negatived some other proposed kindness, originated this notion, and she believed that she had only to make her invitation in the most gracious possible way, not to have it refused. "I will go to Ethel myself," she said. "I will myself bring her here, and so smooth all difficulties." Fanny did not object. Under her new favourable opinion of Lady Lodore, she felt that all would be well if the mother and daughter were brought together, though only for a few minutes. She wrote down Ethel's address, and took her leave, while at the same moment Lady Lodore ordered her carriage, and assured her that no time should be lost in removing Mrs. Villiers to a more suitable abode. Lady Lodore's feelings on this occasion were not so smiling as her looks. She was grieved for her daughter, but she was exceedingly vexed for herself. She had desired some interest, some employment in life, but she recoiled from any that should link her with Ethel. She desired occupation, and not slavery. But to bring the young wife to her own house, and make it a home for her, was at once destructive of her own independence. She looked forward with repugnance to the familiarity that must thence ensue between her and Villiers. Even the first step was full of annoyance, and she was displeased that Fanny had given her the task of going to her daughter's habitation, and forced her to appear personally on so degrading a scene. There was, however, no help. She had undertaken it, and it must be done. Every advance she made toward the wretched part of the town where Ethel lived added to her ill humour. She felt almost personally affronted by the necessity she was under of first coming in contact with her daughter under such disastrous circumstances. Her spleen against Lord Lodore revived. She viewed every evil that had ever befallen her as arising from his machinations. If Ethel had been entrusted to her guardianship, she certainly had never become the wife of Edward Villiers, nor ever have tasted the dregs of opprobrious poverty. At length her carriage drew near a row of low, shabby houses, and as the name caught her eye, she found that she had reached her destination. She resolved not to see Villiers, if it could possibly be avoided, and then, making up her mind to perform her part with grace and every show of kindness, she made an effort to smooth her brow and recall her smiles. The carriage stopped at a door. A servant maid answered to the knock. She ordered Mr. Villiers to be asked for. He was not at home. One objection to her proceeding was removed by this answer. Mrs. Villiers was in the house, and she alighted and desired to be shown to her. End of Volume 3, Chapter 9. Section 46 of Lodore. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Lodore by Mary Shelley. Volume 3, Chapter 10. As flowers beneath May's footsteps waken, as stars from night's loose hair are shaken, as waves arise when loud winds call, thoughts sprung where'er that step did fall. Shelley. Never before had the elegant and fastidious Lady Lodore entered such an abode, or ascended such stairs. The servant had told her to enter the room at the head of the first flight, so she made her way by herself and knocked at the door. The voice that told her to come in thrilled through her, she knew not why, and she became disturbed at finding that her self-possession was failing her. Slight things act powerfully on the subtle mechanism of the human mind. She had dressed with scrupulous plainness, and yet her silks and furs were strangely contrasted with the room she entered, and she felt ashamed of all the adjuncts of wealth and luxury that attended her. She opened the door with an effort. Ethel was seated near the fire at work. No place or circumstance could deteriorate from her appearance in her simple, unadorned morning dress. She looked as elegant and as distinguished as she had done when her mother had last seen her in diamonds and plumes in the presence of royalty. There was a charm about both, strikingly in contrast, and yet equal in fascination. The polish of Lady Lodore and the simplicity of Ethel were both manifestations of inward grace and dignity, and as they now met, it would have been difficult to say which had the advantage of the other. Ethel's extreme youth, by adding to the interest with which she must be regarded, was in her favour. Yet full of sensibility and loveliness as was her face, she had never been, nor was she even now, as strikingly beautiful as her mother. Lady Lodore could not restrain the tear that started in her eye on beholding her daughter situated as she was. Ethel's feelings, on the contrary, were all gladness. She had no pride to allay her gratitude for her mother's kindness. "How very good of you to come," she said. "How could you find out where we were?" "How long have you been here?" asked Lady Lodore, looking round the wretched little room. "Only a few weeks, I assure you. It is not so bad as it seems. I should not much mind it, but that Edward feels it so deeply on my account." "I do not wonder," said her mother. "He must be cut to the soul. But thank God it is over now. You shall come to me immediately. My house is quite large enough to accommodate you. I am come to fetch you." My own dearest mother! The words scarcely formed themselves on Ethel's lips. She half feared to offend the lovely woman before her by showing her a daughter's affection. "Yes, call me mother," said Lady Lodore. "I may at last, I hope, be allowed to prove myself one. Come then, dear Ethel, you will not refuse my request. You will come with me?" "How gladly! But will they let Edward go? I thought there was no hope of so much good fortune." "I fear indeed," replied her mother, "that Mr. Villiers must endure the annoyance of remaining here a little longer, but I hope his affairs will soon be arranged." Ethel bent her large eyes inquiringly on her mother, as if not understanding, and then, as her meaning opened on her, a smile diffused itself over her countenance as she said, "Your intentions are the kindest in the world. I am grateful, how far more grateful than I can at all express for your goodness. That you have had the kindness to come to this odious place is more than I could ever dare expect. It is not worth your thanks, although I think I deserve your acquiescence to my proposal. You will come home with me?" Ethel shook her head smilingly. "All my wishes are accomplished," she said, "through this kind visit. I would not have you for the world come here again, but the wall between us is broken down, and we shall not become strangers again." "My dearest Ethel," said Lady Lodore seriously, "I see what you mean. I wish Mr. Villiers were here to advocate my cause. You must come with me. He will be much more at ease when you are no longer forced to share his annoyances. This is in every way an unfit place for you, especially at this time." "I shall appear ungrateful, I fear," replied Ethel, "if I assure you how much better off I am here than I could be anywhere else in the world. This place appears miserable to you. So I dare say it is. To me it seems to possess every requisite for happiness, and were it not so, I would rather live in an actual dungeon with Edward than in the most splendid mansion in England away from him." Her face was lighted up with such radiance as she spoke, There was so much fervour in her voice, such deep affection in her speaking eyes, such an earnest demonstration of heartfelt sincerity, that Lady Lodore was confounded and overcome. Swift as if a map had been unrolled before her, the picture of her own past life was retraced in her mind, its loneliness and unmeaning pursuits, and the bitter disappointments that had blasted every hope of seeing better days. She burst into tears. Ethel was shocked, and tried to soothe her by caresses and assurances of gratitude and affection. "And yet you will not come with me?" said Lady Lodore, making an effort to resume her self-command. "I cannot. It is impossible for me voluntarily to separate myself from Edward. I am too weak, too great a coward." "And is there no hope of liberation for him?" This question of Lady Lodore forced them back to matter-of-fact topics, and she became composed. Ethel related how ineffectual every endeavour had yet been to arrange his affairs, how large his debts, how inexorable his creditors, how neglectful his attorney. "And his father?" inquired her mother. "He seems to me to be kind-hearted," replied Ethel, "and to feel deeply his son's situation, but he has no means. He himself is in want." "He is keeping a carriage at this moment in Paris," said Lady Lodore, "and giving parties. However, I allow that is no proof of his having money. Still, you must not stay here." "Nor shall we always," replied Ethel. "Something, of course, will happen to take us away, though as yet it is all hopeless enough. Aunt Bessie, Mrs. Elizabeth Fitzhenry, might give you assistance. Have you asked her? Has she refused?" "Edward has exacted a promise from me not to reveal our perplexities to her. He is punctilious about money obligations, and I have given my word not to hurt his delicacy on that point." "Then that, perhaps, is the reason why you refused my request to go home with me," said Lady Lodore reproachfully. "No," replied Ethel, "I do not think that he is so scrupulous as to prevent a mother from serving her child. But he shall answer for himself. I expect him back from his walk every minute." "Then forgive me if I run away," said Lady Lodore. "I am not fit to see him now. Better times will come, dearest Ethel, and we shall meet again. God bless you, my child, as so much virtue and patience deserve to be blessed. Remember me with kindness." "Do not you forget me," replied Ethel, "or rather, do not think of me and my fortunes with too much disgust. We shall meet again, I hope." Lady Lodore kissed her, and hurried away. Scarcely was she in her carriage than she saw Villiers advancing. His prepossessing appearance, ingenious countenance, and patrician figure made more intelligible to her world-practised eyes the fond fidelity of his wife. She drew up the window that he might not see her, as she gave her directions for home, and then, retreating to the corner of her carriage, she tried to compose her thoughts, and to reflect calmly on what was to be done. But the effort was vain. The further she was removed from the strange scene of the morning, the more powerfully did it act on her, and agitate her mind. Her soul was in tumults. This was the being she had pitied, almost despised. Her eager imagination now exalted her into an angel. There was something heart-moving in the gentle patience and unrepining contentment with which she bore her hard lot. She appeared in her eyes to be one of those rare examples sent upon earth to purify human nature, and to demonstrate how near akin to perfection we can become. Latent maternal pride might increase her admiration, and maternal tenderness add to its warmth. Her nature had acknowledged its affinity to her child, and she felt drawn towards her with inexpressible yearnings. A vehement desire to serve her sprung up, but all was confused and tumultuous. She pressed her hand on her forehead, as if to restrain the strong current of thought. She compressed her lips, so to repress her tears. Arrived at home, she found herself in prison, within the walls of her chamber. She abhorred its gilding and luxury. She longed for Ethel's scant abode and glorious privations. To alleviate her restlessness, She again drove out, and directed her course through Regent's Park, and along the new road to Hampstead, where she was least liable to meet anyone she knew. It was one of the first fine days of spring. The green meadows, the dark boughs swelling and bursting into bud, the fresh enlivening air, the holiday of nature's birth, all this was lost on her, but added to her agitation. Still her thoughts were with her child in her narrow abode. Every lovely object served but to recall her image, and the wafting of the soft breeze seemed an emanation from her. It was dark before she came back, and sent a hurried note of excuse to the house where she was to have dined. "No more, oh never more," she cried, "will I so waste my being, but learn from Ethel to be happy and to love." Many thoughts and many schemes thronged her brain. Something must be done, or her heart would burst. Pride, affection, repentance, all occupied the same channel, and increased the flood that swept away every idea but one. Her very love for Horatio, true and engrossing as it had been, the source of many tears and endless regrets, appeared as slight as the web of gossamer compared to the chain that bound her to her daughter. She could not herself understand, nor did she wish to know, whence and why this enthusiasm had risen like an exhalation in her soul, covering and occupying its entire space. She only knew it was there, interpenetrating, paramount. Ethel's dark eyes and silken curls, her sweet voice and heavenly smile, formed a moving, speaking picture, which she felt that it were bliss to contemplate forever. She retired at last to bed, but not to rest, and as she lay with open eyes, thinking not of sleep, alive in every pore, her brain working with 10,000 thoughts, one at last grew more importunate than the rest, and demanded all her attention. Her ideas became more consecutive, though not less rapid and imperious. She drew forth in prospect, as it were, a map of what was to be done, and the results. Her mind became fixed, and sensations of ineffable pleasure accompanied her reveries. She was resolved to sacrifice everything to her daughter, to liberate Villiers, and to establish her in ease and comfort. The image of self-sacrifice and of the ruin of her own fortunes was attended with a kind of rapture. She felt as if, in securing Ethel's happiness, she could never feel sorrow more. This was something worth living for. The burden of life was gone, its darkness dissipated, a soft light invested all things, and angels' voices invited her to proceed. While indulging in these reveries, she sunk into a balmy sleep. Such a one she had not enjoyed for many months. Nay, her whole past life had never afforded her so sweet a joy. The thoughts of love, when she believed that she should be united to Seville, were not so blissful, for self-approbation, derived from a consciousness of virtue and well-doing, hallowed every thought. End of Volume 3, Chapter 10. Section 47 of Lodore. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Lodore by Mary Shelley. Volume 3, Chapter 11. Like gentle rains on the dry plains, making that green which late was grey, or like the sudden moon that stains some gloomy chamber's window panes with a broad light like day. Shelley. How mysterious a thing is the action of repentance in the human mind! We will not dive into the debasing secrets of remorse for guilt. Lady Lodore could accuse herself of none, and yet when she looked back, a new light shone on the tedious maze in which she had been lost. A light, and she blessed it, that showed her a pathway out of tempest and confusion into serenity and peace. She wondered at her previous blindness. It was as if she had closed her eyelids and then fancied it was night. No fear that she should return to darkness. Her heart felt so light, her spirit so clear and animated, that she could only wonder how it was she had missed happiness so long, when it needed only that she should stretch out her hand to take it. Her first act on the morrow was to have an interview with her son-in-law's solicitor. Nothing could be more hopeless than Mr. Galen's representation of his client's affairs. The various deeds of settlement and entail through which he inherited his estate were clogged in such a manner as to render an absolute sale of his reversionary prospects impossible, so that the raising of money on them could only be effected at an immense future sacrifice. Under these circumstances Galen had been unwilling to proceed, and appeared lukewarm and dilatory, when he was impelled by that love for the preservation of property which often finds place in the mind of a legal adviser. Lady Lodore listened attentively to his statements. She asked the extent of Edward's debts, and somewhat started at the sum named as necessary to clear him. She then told Mr. Galen that their ensuing conversation must continue under the pledge of secrecy on his part. He assented, and she proceeded to represent her intention of disposing of her jointure for the purpose of extricating Villiers from his embarrassments. She gave directions for its sale, and instructions for obtaining the necessary papers to effect it. Mr. Galen's countenance brightened, and yet he offered a few words of remonstrance against such an unexampled generosity. "The sacrifice," said Lady Lodore, "is not so great as you imagine. A variety of circumstances tend to compensate me for it. I do not depend upon this source of income alone, and be assured that what I do I consider, on the whole, as benefiting me even more than Mr. Villiers." Mr. Galen bowed, and Cornelia returned home with a light heart. For months she had not felt such an exhilaration of spirits. A warm joy thrilled through her frame, and involuntary smiles dimpled her cheeks. Dusky and dingy as was the day, the sunshine of her soul dissipated its shadows, and spread brightness over her path. She could scarcely control the expression of her delight, and when she sat down to write to Ethel, it was several minutes before she was able to collect her thoughts so as to remember what she had intended to say. 2 notes were destroyed before she had succeeded in imparting that sobriety to her expressions which was needful to veil her purpose, which she had resolved to lock within her own breast for ever. At length she was obliged to satisfy herself with a few vague expressions. This was her letter: "I cannot help believing, my dearest girl, that your trials are coming to a conclusion. I have seen Mr. Galen, and it appears to me that energy and activity are chiefly wanting for the arrangement of your husband's affairs. I think I have in some degree inspired these. He has promised to write to Mr. Villiers, who, I trust, will find satisfaction in his views. Do you, my dearest Ethel, keep up your spirits, and take care of your precious health. We shall meet again in better days, when you will be rewarded for your sufferings and goodness. Believe me, I love as much as I admire you, so in spite of the past, think of me with indulgence and affection." Lady Lodore dressed to dine out, and for an evening assembly. She looked so radiant and so beautiful that admiration and compliments were showered upon her. How vain and paltry they all seemed, and yet her feelings were wholly changed from that period when she desired to reject and scoff at the courtesy of her fellow creatures. The bitterness of spirit was gone, which had prompted her to pour out gall and sarcasm, and had made it her greatest pleasure to revel in the contempt and hate that filled her bosom towards herself and others. She was now at peace with the world, and disposed to view its follies charitably. Yet how immeasurably superior she felt herself to all those around her, not through vanity or supercilious egotism, but from the natural spring of inward joy and self-approbation, which a consciousness of doing well opened in her before dried-up heart. She somewhat contemned her friends, and wholly pitied them, But she could not dwell on any disagreeable sentiment. Her thoughts, while she reverted to the circumstances that so changed their tenor, were stained with the fairest hues, harmonized by the most delicious music. She had risen to a sphere above, beyond the ordinary soarings of mortals, a world without a cloud, without one ungenial breath. She wondered at herself. She looked back with mingled horror and surprise on the miserable state of despondence to which she had been reduced. Where were now her regrets? Where her ennui, her repinings, her despair? In the deep bosom of the ocean buried. And she arose as from a second birth, to new hopes, new prospects, new feelings, or rather to another state of being which had no affinity to the former. For poverty was now her pursuit, obscurity her desire, ruin her hope, and she smiled on, and beckoned to these, as if life possessed no greater blessings. Her impetuosity and pride served to sustain the high tone of her soul. She had none of that sloth of purpose or weakness of feeling that leads to hesitation and regret. To resolve with her had been, during the whole course of her life, to do, and what her mind was set upon she accomplished. It might be rashly, but still with that independence and energy that gave dignity even to her most ambiguous actions. As before, when she cast off Lodore, she had never admitted a doubt that she was justified before God and her conscience for refusing to submit to the most insulting tyranny. And so now, believing that she had acted ill in not demanding the guardianship of her daughter, and resolving to atone for the evils which were the consequence of this neglect of duty on her part, she had no misgivings as to the future, but rushed precipitately onwards. As a racer at the Olympic Games, she panted to arrive at the goal, though it were only to expire at the moment of its attainment. Meanwhile, Ethel had been enchanted by her mother's visit, and spoke of it to Villiers as a proof of the real goodness of her heart, insisting that she was judged harshly and falsely. Villiers smiled incredulously. "She gains your esteem at an easy rate," he observed. "Cultivate it if it makes you happier. It will need more than a mere act of ordinary courtesy, more than a slight invitation to her house, to persuade me that Lady Lodore is not what she is, a worshipper of the world, a frivolous, unfeeling woman. Mark me whether she comes again." A letter on the following day strengthened his opinion. "This is even insulting," he said. "She takes care to inform you that she will not look again on your poverty, but will wait for better days to bring you together. The kindness of such an intimation is quite admirable. She has inspired Galen with energy and activity." "Oh, then she must be a Medea, in more senses than the more obvious one." Ethel looked reproachfully. She saw that Villiers was deeply hurt that Lady Lodore had become acquainted with their distresses, and been a witness of the nakedness of the land. She could not inspire him with the tenderness that warmed her heart towards her mother, and the conviction she entertained, in spite of appearances, for she was forced to confess to herself that Lady Lodore's letter was not exactly the one she expected, that her heart was generous and affectionate. It was a comfort to her that Fanny Durham participated in her opinions. Fanny was quite sure that Lady Lodore would prove herself worthy of the esteem she had so suddenly conceived for her, and Ethel listened delightedly to her assertions. It was so soothing to think well of, to love and praise her mother. The solicitor's letter, which came, as Lady Lodore announced, somewhat surprised Villiers. Yet, after a little reflection, he gave no heed to its contents. It said that upon further consideration of particular points, Galen perceived certain facilities, by improving upon which he hoped soon to make a favourable arrangement, and to extricate Mr. Villiers from his involvements. Anything so vague demanded explanation. Edward wrote earnestly, requesting one, but his letter remained unanswered. Perplexed and annoyed, he obtained permission to quit his bounds for a few hours, and called upon the man of law. Galen was so busy that he could not afford him more than 5 minutes' conversation. He said that he had hopes, even expectations, that a little time would show more, and he begged his client to be patient. Villiers returned in despair. The only circumstance that at all served to inspire him with any hope was that on the day succeeding to his visit he received a remittance of £100 from Galen, who begged to be considered as his banker till the present negotiations should be concluded. There was some humiliation in the knowledge of how welcome this supply had become, and Ethel used her gentle influence to mitigate the pain of such reflections. If she ever drooped, it was not for herself, but for Villiers, and she carefully hid even these disinterested repinings. Her own condition did not inspire her with any fears, and the anxiety that she experienced for her unborn child was untinctured by bitterness or despair. She felt assured that their present misfortunes would be of short duration, and instead of letting her thoughts dwell on the mortifications or shame that marked the passing hour, she loved to fill her mind with pleasing sensations, inspired by the tenderness of her husband, the kindness of poor Fanny, and the reliance she had in the reality of her mother's affection. In vain, she said, did the harsher elements of life try to disturb the serenity which the love of those around her produced in her soul. Her happiness was treasured in their hearts, and did not emanate from the furniture of a room, nor the comfort of an equipage. Her babe, if destined to open its eyes first on such a scene, would be still less acted upon by its apparent cheerlessness. Cradled in her arms and nourished at her bosom, what more benign fate could await the little stranger? What was there in their destiny worthy of grief while they remained true to each other? With such arguments she tried to inspire Villiers with a portion of that fortitude and patience which was a natural growth in herself. They had but slender effect upon him. Their different educations had made her greatly his superior in these virtues. Besides that, she, with her simpler habits and unprejudiced mind, was less shocked by the concomitants of penury than he, bred in high notions of aristocratic exclusiveness. She had spent her youth among settlers in a new country, and did not associate the idea of disgrace with want. Nakedness and gaunt hunger had often been the invaders of her forest home, scarcely to be repelled by her father's forethought and resources. How could she deem these shameful, when they had often assailed the most worthy and industrious, who were not the less regarded or esteemed on that account? She had acquired a practical philosophy while inhabiting the western wilderness, and beholding the vast variety of life that it presents, which stood her in good stead under her European vicissitudes. The white inhabitants of America did not form her only school. The Red Indian and his squaw were also human beings, subject to the same necessities, moved in the first instance by the same impulses as herself. All that bore the human form were sanctified to her by the spirit of sympathy, and she could not, as Edward did, feel herself wholly outcast and under ban, while kindness, however humble, and intelligence, however lowly, attended upon her. Villiers could not yield to her arguments, nor partake her wisdom, and yet he was glad that she possessed any source of consolation, however unimaginable by himself. He buried within his heart the haughty sense of wrong. He uttered no complaint, though his whole being rebelled against the state of inaction to which he was reduced. It maddened him to feel that he could not stir a finger to help himself, even while he fancied that he saw his young wife withering before his eyes, and looked forward to the birth of his child under circumstances that rendered even the necessary attendance difficult, if not impracticable. The heaviest weight of slavery fell upon him, for it was he that was imprisoned, and forbidden to go beyond certain limits. And though Ethel religiously confined herself within yet narrower bounds than those allotted to him, he only saw in this delicacy another source of evil. Nor were these real tangible ills those which inflicted the greatest pain. Had these misfortunes visited him in the American wilderness, or in any part of the world where the majesty of nature had surrounded them, he fancied that he should have been less alive to their sinister influence. But here shame was conjoined with a perpetual spectacle of the least reputable class of the civilized community. Their walks were haunted by men who bore the stamp of profligacy and crime, and the very shelter of their dwelling was shared by the mean and vulgar. His aristocratic pride was sorely wounded at every turn, not for himself so much, for he was manly enough to feel that a man's a man for all that, but for Ethel's sake, whom he would have fondly placed apart from all that is deformed and unseemly, guarded even from the rougher airs of heaven, and surrounded by everything most luxurious and beautiful in the world. There was no help. Now and then he got a letter from his father, full of unmeaning apologies and unmanly complaints. The more irretrievable his poverty became, the firmer grew his resolve not to burden with his wants any more distant relation. He would readily give up every prospect of future wealth to purchase ease and comfort for Ethel. But he could not bend to any unworthy act, and the harder he felt pressed upon and injured by fortune, the more jealously he maintained his independence of feeling. On that he would lean to the last, though it proved a sword to pierce him. He looked forward with despair, and yet he tried to conceal his worst thoughts, which would still be brooding upon absolute want and starvation. He answered Ethel's cheering tones in accents of like cheer, and met the melting tenderness of her gaze with eyes that spoke of love only. He endeavored to persuade her that he did not wholly shut his heart from the hopes she was continually presenting to him, hopes the very names of which were mockery, for they must necessarily be embodied in words and ideas, and his father or uncle were mentioned. The one had proved a curse, the other a temptation. He could trace his reverses as much to the habits of expense and the false views of his resources acquired under Lord Maristow's tutelage, as to the prodigality and neglect of his parent. Even the name of Horatio Saville produced bitterness. Why was he not here? He would not intrude his wants upon him in his Italian home, but had he been in England, they had been saved from the worst blows of fate. The only luxury of Villiers was to steal some few hours of solitude, when he could indulge in his miserable reflections without restraint. The loveliness and love of Ethel were then before his imagination to drive him to despair. To suffer alone would have been nothing, but to see this child of beauty and tenderness, this fairest nursling of nature and liberty, droop and fade in their narrow, poverty-stricken home, bred thoughts akin to madness. During each livelong night he was kept waking by the anguish of such reflections. Darker thoughts sometimes intruded themselves. He fancied that if he were dead, Ethel would be happier. Her mother, his relations, each and all would come forward to gift her with opulence and ease. The idea of self-destruction thus became soothing, and he pondered with a kind of savage pleasure on the means by which he should end the coil of misery that had wound round him. At such times the knowledge of Ethel's devoted affection checked him. Or sometimes, as he gazed on her as she lay sleeping at his side, he felt that every sorrow was less than that which separation must produce, and that to share adversity with her was greater happiness than the enjoyment of prosperity apart from her. Once, when brought back from the gloomiest desperation of such a return of softer emotions, the words of Francesca da Rimini rushed upon his mind and completed the change. He recollected how she and her lover were consoled by their eternal companionship in the midst of the infernal whirlwind. "And do I love you less, my angel?" he thought. "Are you not more dear to me than woman ever was to man? And would I divide myself from you because we suffer? Perish the thought! Whether for good or ill, let our existences still continue one, and from the sanctity and sympathy of our union a sweet will be extracted, sufficient to destroy the bitterness of this hour." We prefer remaining together, mine own sweet love, for ever together, though it were for an eternity of pain, and these woes are finite. Your pure and exalted nature will be rewarded for its sufferings, and I, for your sake, shall be saved. I could not live without you in this world, and yet with insane purpose I would rush into the unknown, away from you, leaving you to seek comfort and support from other hands than mine. I was base and cowardly to entertain the thought, but for one moment a traitor to my own affection, and the stabber of your peace. Ah, dearest Ethel, when in a few hours your eyes will open on the light, and seek me as the object most beloved by them, were I away, unable to return their fondness, incapable of the blessing of beholding them, what hell could be contrived to punish more severely my dereliction of duty? With this last thought, another train of feeling was introduced, and he strung himself to more manly endurance. He saw that his post was assigned him in this world, and that he ought to fulfill its duties with courage and patience. Hope came hand in hand with such ideas, and the dawn of content on his soul was a proof that the exercise of virtue brought with its own reward. He could not always keep his feelings in the same tone, but he no longer saw greatness of mind in the indulgence of sorrow. He remembered that throughout the various stations into which society had divided human beings, adversity and pain belong to each, and that death and treachery are more frightful evils than all the hardships of life. He thought of his unborn child, and of his duties towards it, not only in a worldly point of view, but as its teacher and guide in morals and religion. The beauty and use of the ties of blood, to which his peculiar situation had hitherto blinded him, became intelligible at once to his heart and his understanding. And while he felt how ill his father had fulfilled the paternal duties, he resolved that his own offspring should never have cause to reproach him for similar misconduct. Before he had repined because the evils of his lot seemed gratuitous suffering, but now he felt, as Ethel had often expressed it, that the sting of humiliation is taken from misfortune when we nerve ourselves to endure it for another's sake. End of Volume 3, Chapter 11.
Section 48 of Lodore. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Lodore by Mary Shelley, Volume 3, Chapter 12. The world had just begun to steal each hope that led me lightly on. I felt not as I used to feel, and life grew dark, and love was gone. Thomas Moore. While the young pair were thus struggling with the severe visitation of adversity, Lady Lodore was earnestly engaged in her endeavors to extricate them from their difficulties. The ardor of her zeal had made her take the first steps in this undertaking with a resolution that would not look behind, and a courage not to be dismayed by the dreary prospect which the future afforded. The scheme which she had planned and was now proceeding to execute was unbounded in generosity and self-sacrifice. It was not in her nature to stop short at half measures, nor to pause when once she had fixed her purpose. If she ever trembled on looking forward to the utter ruin she was about to encounter, her second emotion was to despise herself for such pusillanimity, and to be roused to renewed energy. She intended to devote as much as was necessary of the money arising from the sale of her jointure, as fixed by her marriage settlement, for the liquidation of her son-in-law's debts. The remaining $600 a year, bequeathed to her in Lord Lodore's will, under circumstances of cruel insult, she resolved to give up to her daughter's use for her future subsistence. She hoped to save enough from the sum produced by the disposal of her jointure to procure the necessaries of life for a few years, and she did not look beyond. She would quit London for ever. She must leave her house, which she had bought during her days of prosperity, and which she had felt so much pride and delight in adorning, with every luxury and comfort. To crown her good work, she intended to give it up to Ethel. And then, with her scant means, she would take refuge in the solitude where Lodore found her, and spend the residue of her days among the uncouth and lonely mountains of Wales, in poverty and seclusion. It was from no agreeable association with her early youth that she selected the neighborhood of Raider Gowy for her future residence, nor from a desire of renewing the recollections of the period spent there, nor of revisiting the scenes where she had stepped beyond infancy into the paths of life. Her choice simply arose from being obliged to think of economy in its strictest sense, and she remembered this place as the cheapest in the world, and the most retired. Besides, that in fixing on a part of the country which she had before inhabited, and yet where she would be utterly unknown, the idea of her future home assumed distinctness, and a greater sense of practicability was imparted to her schemes than could have been the case had she been unable to form any image in her mind of the exact spot whither she was about to betake herself. The first conception of this plan had dawned on her soul as the design of some sublime poem or magnificent work of art may present itself to the contemplation of the poet and man of genius. She dwelt on it in its entire result with a glow of joy. She entered into its details with childish eagerness. She pictured to herself the satisfaction of Villiers and Ethel at finding themselves suddenly, as by magic, restored to freedom and the pleasures of life. She figured their gladness in exchanging their miserable lodging for the luxury of her elegant dwelling, their pleasure in forgetting the long train of previous misfortunes, or remembering them only to enhance their prosperity, when pain and fear, disgrace and shame should be exchanged for security and comfort. She repeated to herself, I do all this, I, the despised Cornelia, I who was deemed unworthy to have the guardianship of my own child, I who was sentenced to desertion and misery because I was too worldly and selfish to be worthy of Horace Saville. How little through life has my genuine character been known, or its qualities appreciated, nor will it be better understood now. My sacrifices will continue a mystery, and even the benefits I am forced to acknowledge to flow from me I shall diminish in their eyes by bestowing them with apparent indifference. Will they ever deign to discover the reality under the deceitful appearances which it will be my pride to exhibit? I care not, conscience will approve me, and when I am alone and unthought of, the knowledge that Ethel is happy through my means will make poverty a blessing. It was not pride alone that induced Lady Lodore to resolve on concealing the extent of her benefits. All that she could give was not much if compared with the fortunes of the wealthy, but it was a competence which would enable her daughter and her husband to expect better days with patience. But if they knew how greatly she was a sufferer for their good, they would insist at least upon her sharing their income, and what was scanty in its entireness would be wholly insufficient when divided. Villiers also might dispute or reject her kindness, and deeply injured, as she believed herself to have been by him, injured by his disesteem and the influence he had used over Saville in a manner so baneful to her happiness, she felt irrepressible exultation at the idea of heaping obligation on him, and knowing herself to be deserving of his deepest gratitude. All these sentiments might be deemed fantastic, or at least extravagant, yet her conclusions were reasonable, for it was perfectly true that Villiers would rather have returned to his prison than have purchased freedom at the vast price she was about to pay for it. No, her design was faultless in its completeness, meagre and profitless if she stopped short of its full execution. Nor would she see Ethel again in the interim, partly fearful of not preserving her secret inviolate, partly because she felt so strongly drawn towards her that she dreaded finding herself the slave of an affection, a passion, which under her circumstances she could not indulge. Without counselor, without one friendly voice to encourage, she advanced in the path she had marked out, and drew from her own heart only the courage to proceed. It required, however, all her force of character to carry her forward. 1,000 difficulties were borne at every minute, and the demands made were increased to such an extent as to make it possible that they would go beyond her means of satisfying them. She had not the assistance of one friend acquainted with the real state of things to direct her. Her only adviser was a man of law, who did what he was directed, not indeed with passive obedience, but whose deviations from mere acquiescence arose from technical objections and legal difficulties, at once unintelligible and tormenting. Besides these more palpable annoyances, other clouds arose, natural to wavering humanity, which would sometimes shadow Cornelia's soul, so that she drooped from the height she had reached, with a timid and dejected spirit. At first she looked forward to ruin, exile, and privation as to possessions which she coveted, but the further she proceeded, the more she lost view of the light and gladness which had attended on the dawn of her new visions. Futurity became enveloped in an appalling obscurity, while the present was sad and cheerless. The ties which she had formed in the world, which she had fancied it would be so easy to cut asunder, assumed strength, and she felt that she must endure many pangs in the act of renouncing them forever. The scenes and persons which, a little while ago, she had regarded as uninteresting and frivolous, she was now forced to acknowledge to be too inextricably interwoven with her habits and pursuits to be all at once quitted without severe pain. When the future was spoken of by others with joyous anticipation, her heart sunk within her to think how her hereafter was to become disjointed and cast away from all that had preceded it. The mere pleasures of society grew into delights, when thought of as about to become unattainable, and slight partialities were regarded as if founded upon strong friendship and tender affection. She was not aware till now how habit and association will endear the otherwise indifferent, and how the human heart, prone to love, will entwine its ever-sprouting tendrils around any object not absolutely repulsive which is brought into near contact with it. When any of her favorites addressed her in cordial tones, when she met the glance of one she esteemed, directed towards her with an expression of kindliness and sympathy, her eyes grew dim, and a thrill of anguish passed through her frame. All that she had a little while ago scorned as false and empty, she now looked upon as the pleasant reality of life, which she was to exchange for she scarcely knew what, a living grave, a friendless desert, for silence and despair. It is a hard trial at all times to begin the world anew, even when we exchange a mediocre station for one which our imagination paints as full of enjoyment and distinction. How much more difficult it was for Lady Lodore to despoil herself of every good, and voluntarily to encounter poverty in its most unadorned guise. As time advanced, she became fully aware of what she would have to go through, and her heroism was the greater, because though the charm had vanished and no hope of compensation or reward was held out, she did not shrink from accomplishing her task. She could not exactly say, like old Adam in the play, "At 17 years many their fortunes seek, but at 80 it is too late a week." Yet at her age it was perhaps more difficult to cast off the goods of this world than at a more advanced one. Midway in life, we are not weaned from affections and pleasures. We still hope. We even demand more of solid advantages, because the romantic ideas of youth have disappeared, and yet we are not content to give up the game. We no longer set our hearts on ephemeral joys, but require to be enabled to put our trust in the continuance of any good offered to our choice. This desire of durability in our pleasures is equally felt by the young, but ardor of feeling and ductility of imagination is then at hand to bestow a quality so dear and so unattainable to fragile humanity on any object we desire should be so gifted. But at a riper age we pause and seek that our reason may be convinced, and frequently prefer a state of prosperity less ecstatic and elevated, because its very sobriety satisfies us that it will not slip suddenly from our grasp. The comforts of life, the esteem of friends, these are things which we then regard with the greatest satisfaction, and other feelings less reasonable, yet not less keenly felt, may enter into the circle of sensations which forms the existence of a beautiful woman. It is less easy for one who has been all her life admired and waited upon to give up the few last years of such power than it would have been to cast away the gift in earlier life. She has learned to doubt her influence, to know its value, and to prize it. In girlhood it may be matter of mere triumph. In after years it will be looked on as an inestimable quality by which she may more easily and firmly secure the benevolence of her fellow creatures. All this depends upon the polish of the skin and the fire of the eye, which a few years will deface and quench, and while the opprobrious epithet of old woman approaches within view, she is glad to feel secure from its being applied to her by perceiving the signs of the influence of her surviving attractions marked in the countenances of her admirers. Lady Lodore never felt so kindly inclined towards hers as now that she was about to withdraw from them. Their admiration, for its own sake, she might contemn, but she valued it as the testimony that those charms were still hers, which once had subdued the soul of him she loved, and this was no disagreeable assurance to one who was on the eve of becoming a grandmother. Her sensibility, awakened by the considerations forced on her by her new circumstances, caused her to make more progress in the knowledge of life and in the philosophy of its laws than love or ambition had ever done before. The last had rendered her proud from success, the first had caused her to feel dependent on one only. But now that she was about to abandon all, she found herself bound to all by stronger ties than she could have imagined. She became aware that any new connection could never be adorned by the endearing recollections attending those she had already formed. The friends of her youth, her mere acquaintances, she regarded with peculiar partiality as being the witnesses or sharers of her past joys and successes. Each familiar face was sanctified in her eyes by association, and she walked among those whom she had so lately scorned, as if they were saintly memorials to be approached with awe and quitted with eternal regret. Her hopes and prospects had hinged upon them, but her life became out of joint when she quitted them. Her sensitive nature melted in unwonted tenderness while occupied by such contemplations, and they turned the path she had so lately entered, as one of triumph and gladness, to gloom and despondence. Sometimes she pondered upon means for preserving her connection with the world, but any scheme of that kind was fraught, on the one hand, with mortification to herself, on the other, with the overthrow of her designs, through the repugnance which Ethel and her husband would feel at occasioning such unmeasured sacrifices. She often regretted that there were no convents to which she might retire with safety and dignity. Conduct such as she contemplated pursuing would, under the old regime in France, have been recompensed by praise and gratitude, while its irrevocability must prevent any resistance to her wishes. In giving up fortune and station, she would have placed herself under the guardianship of a community, and have found protection and security to compensate for poverty and slavery. The very reverse of all this must now happen. Alone, friendless, unknown, and therefore despised, she must shift for herself and rely on her own resources for prudence to ensure safety, and courage to endure the evils of her lot. To one of another sex, the name of loneliness can never convey the idea of desolation and disregard which gives it so painful a meaning in a woman's mind. They have not been taught always to look up to others and to do nothing for themselves, so that business becomes a matter of heroism to a woman when conducted in the most commonplace way. But when it is accompanied by mystery, she feels herself transported from her fitting place, and as if about to encounter shame and contumely. Lady Lodore had never been conversant with any mode of life except that of being waited on and watched over. In the poverty of her early girlhood, her mother had been constantly at her side. The necessity of so conducting herself as to prevent the shadow of slander from visiting her had continued this state of dependence during all her married life. She had never stepped across a street without attendance, nor put on her gloves, but as brought to her by a servant. Her look had commanded obedience, and her will had been law with those about her. This was now to be altered. She scarcely reverted in her mind to these minutiae, and when she did, it was to smile at herself for being able to give weight to such trifles. She was not aware how, hereafter, these small things would become the shapings and embodyings which desertion and penury would adopt to sting her most severely. The new course she was about to enter was too unknown to make her fears distinct. There was one vast blank before her, one gigantic and misshapen image of desertion, which filled her mind to the exclusion of every other, but whose parts were not made out, though this very indistinctness was the thing that often chiefly appalled her. She said, with the noble exile, "I am too old to fawn upon a nurse, too far in years to be a pupil now." It is true that she had not, like him, to lament that my native English now I must forego, but there is another language, even more natural than the mere dialect in which we have been educated, when our lips no longer utter the sentiments of our heart, when we are forced to exchange the spontaneous effusions of the soul for cramped and guarded phrases which give no indication of the thought within. Then indeed may we say that our tongue becomes an unstringed viol or a harp put into his hands that knows no touch to tune the harmony. And this was to be Lady Lodore's position. Her only companions would be villagers, or at best a few Welsh gentry with whom she could have no real communication. Sympathy, the charm of life, was dead for her, and her state of banishment would be far more complete than if mountains and seas only constituted its barriers. Lady Lodore was often disturbed by these reflections, but she did not on that account waver in her purpose. The flesh might shrink, but the spirit was firm. Sometimes, indeed, she wondered how it was that she had first conceived the design which had become the tyrant of her life. She had long known that she had a daughter, young, lovely, and interesting, without any great desire to become intimate with her. Sometimes pride, sometimes indignation had checked her maternal feelings. The only time before in which she had felt any emotion similar to that which now governed her was on the day when she had spoken to her in the House of Lords. But instead of indulging it, she had fled from it as an enemy, and despised herself as a dupe for being for one instant its subject. When her fingers then touched her daughter's cheek, she had not trembled like Ethel, yet an awful sensation passed through her frame, which for a moment stunned her, and she hastily retreated to recover herself. Now, on the contrary, she longed to strain her child to her heart. She thought no sacrifice too great, which was to conduce to her advantage, and that she condemned herself never to see her more appeared the hardest part of the lot she was to undergo. Why was this change? She could not tell. Memory could not inform her. She only knew that since she had seen Ethel in her adversity, the stoniness of her heart had dissolved within her, that her whole being was subdued to tenderness, and that the world was changed from what it had been in her eyes. She felt that she could not endure life unless for the sake of benefiting her child, and that this sentiment mastered her in spite of herself, so that every struggle with it was utterly vain. Thus, if she sometimes repined at the hard fate that drove her into exile, yet she never wavered in her intentions, and in the midst of regret a kind of exultation was born which calmed her pain. Smiles sat upon her features, and her voice was attuned to cheerfulness. The new-sprung tenderness of her soul imparted a fascination to her manner far more irresistible than that to which tact and polish had given rise. She was more kind and affectionate, and above all more sincere, and therefore more winning. Everyone felt, though none could divine the cause of, this change. It was remarked that she was improved. Some shrewdly suspected that she was in love. And so she was, with an object more enchanting than any earthly lover. For the first time she knew and loved the spirit of good and beauty, an affinity to which affords the greatest bliss that our nature can receive. End of Volume 3, Chapter 12.